Chapter 58. Zhang Tan was woken up by a violent tremor, trampling, and cat meowing. The effects of the drug had not completely disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Zhang Tan still felt like he was in a trance. He did not know where he was. He was not on the soft sofa of a Jiao family. He was surrounded by unfamiliar smells, and the air was filled with panic and anxiety. The yelling of people and the meowing of cats mixed together, giving Zhang Tan a headache. Bang! Cages with cats were placed on the shelves. Zhang Tan was stepped on by the other cats in the same cage. This time, he really woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was a small room, filled with a foul smell and the smell of blood. Zhang Tan could see some iron cages on the shelves opposite him, as well as a few simple cat cages made of wood and bamboo nailed together. His ears moved, and Zhang Tan also heard a dog barking next door. The dog barked harder than the cat. Zhang Tan sighed. His whole body was still weak, but he could stand up and move. The other cats in the same cage were all very strong. Some of them were even expensive cat breeds. Their fur was cleaner and shiny, and a few of them had collars and pet tags around their necks. They were all good-looking. As for Zhang Tan waking up, the cats in the cages did not pay attention to him. Domestic cats, especially those that had been raised for a few years, seemed to have sensed what was waiting for them. Outside this room was a restaurant. The whole street was full of such restaurants. However, even if they had spirituality, they were not as good as humans. Even if they knew there was danger, they could not think of a way to save themselves. They could only bark. Maybe they still had a lucky mentality, hoping that their owner could hear them. Zhang Tan looked around. Most of the cats in the cages were not stray cats. Even if their fur was dirty and there were no collars or tags around their necks, the eyes of stray cats were different from those of domestic cats. Zhang Tan could tell. He looked at the cages again. The good thing was that the locks of the cages were not complicated. They were not small bronze locks that required keys. After all, there were many cages. If each cage had a big iron lock or a small bronze lock, it would be too troublesome. The cages made of bamboo or wood also had latch locks. A few cats stretched out their paws to pull at the locked parts of the cages, but after all, they were not very smart. Not every cat was specially trained like Depang. No matter how much they pulled, they could not open the cages. This was not like pulling at the windows of their own home. Also, it took a bit of strength to pull the latches. The latches were very tight, and could not be pulled by ordinary cats. For Zhang Tan, this kind of thing, he did not know when the peddlers outside would come in. Logically speaking, since he had just finished counting, he wouldn't come in to take a look. However, he had to be careful as this matter concerned his life. There were no cameras installed in this place. Thinking about it, how could those people be willing to spend money to install cameras in this kind of broken place? Zhang Tan perked up her ears and listened attentively. There were footsteps coming and going at the door, as well as voices. Zhang Tan felt that it was familiar. When he was in a coma, he heard this sound. When the sound of footsteps faded away, Zhang Tan pushed aside a cat that was waving its paws at the cage door. The cat had a bad temper. It bared its teeth at Zhang Tan. After being slapped by Zhang Tan, the cat was not very willing, but it obediently moved aside. Zhang Tan came to the cage door and looked at the iron latch that was as thick as a person's thumb. It had to be turned at an angle to pull it out. He stretched his arm out of the cage. When he touched the iron latch, he bent his palm and hooked his paws on the iron latch handle. He turned the handle 90 degrees up and pulled it to the left. Because Zhang Tan had slapped the cat that was blocking the cage door, the other cats in the cage kept a little distance from Zhang Tan. So after Zhang Tan removed the latch, he pushed the cage open and slipped out. Before the other cats could squeeze in, he closed the cage again. It was not that Zhang Tan did not want to save them, but Zhang Tan needed to observe the surrounding situation first. If he let these fellows out, Zhang Tan was afraid that he would alert the enemy and ruin his chance to escape. Seeing that Zhang Tan had come out, the cats in the cage started a new round of meowing. A few cats also stretched their paws to hook the iron latch, but it was futile. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tan looked around. He ran to the door and jumped up to try the lock. It was locked. Obviously, it was impossible to get out through the door. In addition to the door, there was an open window in the small room. The wooden window frame was cracked and the paint was peeling. The original color could not be seen. The window was closed and the latch was inserted. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. There was dust in the gaps, and the latch was rusty. There was a layer of stain on the glass. Only the middle part of the window could be seen. Xianxia walked over from the shelf and leaned against the window to take a look. Outside the window was a narrow cement road. The house on this side and the house on the other side of the cement road were facing away from each other. Only the back door of the house led to this road. There were a few large trash cans on the cement road. They were all filled with garbage. Although a lot of it was in bags, he could still see some of the discarded remains and internal organs exposed from the bags. There were many flies flying on them. Even if he was mentally prepared, Xianxia still could not help but feel a chill when he saw it. If he did not wake up and dragged on for a few hours, or a few days, would he end up like this? Would he be decapitated or skinned? But now was not the time to be emotional. Even if he had a lot of doubts about being caught, he had to suppress them and focus all his energy on escaping. Xianxia moved the latch of the window. It had been too long since the window was opened, and the latch was rusty. Xianxia's strength had not recovered, and it took a lot of effort to open the window. It seemed to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, and it looked like it was going to rain. There was no one on the cement road. Xianxia climbed out of the window. When he came out, he was going to push the window closed so that no one would notice anything strange. But after thinking about it, he did not close it. He would have to come back later to save himself the trouble. The house where the cats were kept was next to the house where the dogs were kept. Fortunately, the window of this house was open for ventilation. After all, dogs could not jump like cats. Even if they were released from the cage, they could not jump over the window. There was no one inside, only a cage of dogs barking and biting each other. Xianxia opened the window and looked inside. Coincidentally, a large dog looked up at the window and saw Xianxia. Woof, 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 woof. Stop barking. Xianxia pulled his ears. Dogs were a little different from cats. Some of the cages were crowded with several dogs, and some were bigger and fiercer dogs. Each cage held one dog. From small Pomeranians and Pekingese to big native dogs and German shepherds, there were all kinds. It was a little difficult to open the dog cages. It was not a problem with the lock. The cages here were basically the kind of latch type, and some were bayonet type. They were not difficult to open. There were a few low cages with a few native dogs squeezed in. The narrow cages made it difficult for them to stand up. They did not bark much, and their mental state was not very good. But Xianxia did not dare to open the cages. Who knew if these dogs would bite him when they came out? There were also a few dogs barking happily. Looking at their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to rush up and bite him. What to do? Xianxia looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on a thin iron rod in a shelf. The front end of the iron rod was sharpened, and there were bloodstains on it. There were some ropes and thin iron wires next to it. Xianxia climbed into the house. The surrounding dogs made Xianxia nervous. Many of the dogs had a murderous aura and were growling in their throats. They were probably thinking about how to bite Xianxia. Xianxia pulled out the thin iron rod and tied the thin iron wire to the iron rod. The iron wire formed a circle. Then he grabbed the iron rod with both hands and walked upright with 2 legs. Although it was a little difficult, he could walk slowly. On the shelf, there were some sticks and other things used for hitting. They were all bloody. Xianxia walked step by step. The pungent smell of blood almost made him vomit. Standing on the shelf, even if the cages were opened, the dogs could not do anything to Xianxia. They could not jump so high. Xianxia extended the thin iron rod downwards until it reached the latch of the cage. The iron wire tied to the top of the iron rod was hooked onto the latch. She lifted the iron rod, causing the latch to turn, and then pulled it to the side. With a click, the door of the cage opened. A few puppies ran out and scurried around looking for an exit. Xianxia did not care about them and continued to open the cages. The type with the bayonet was easier to handle. He poked it twice and it opened. In addition to the effort of lifting the iron rod, Xianxia was also familiar with opening a few cages. He opened the cages faster and faster. However, if someone opened the door and came in at this time, Xianxia would throw away the tools and leave. Escape was the first priority. After opening all the cages, Xianxia did not stay any longer. The dogs were barking too loudly. A few of the fiercer big dogs were showing signs of going crazy. The movement here was obviously easy to attract the attention of people outside. Out of the window, Zhang Tan went to the house where the cats were kept. He opened the cat cages one by one. The windows were open, and the cats escaped through the windows. When he opened the last cage, Zhang Tan heard someone shouting outside. Obviously, the escape of the cats had been discovered. Zhang Tan rushed out of the window. There were no shortcuts to escape. Even if the residents around were not restaurant owners, they would not be merciful to the cats. Zhang Tan did not dare hide there. He tried to run as far as he could. There was only one thought in his mind. Run away from this street. Run away from this area with signs like XX Hot Pot and XX Cat, Dog, and Rabbit Meat Restaurant everywhere. While Zhang Tan was busy escaping, the young man who caught Zhang Tan was talking to a man in his 50s. Uncle Guan, you have gained quite a lot this time, the young man said as he passed a cigarette to the man. The man called Uncle Guan took the cigarette and lit it. He took 2 puffs and said, "It was just a small fight. Boring." Uncle Guan was quite famous in this area. He was one of the earliest people who had started this business. Some of the young people had learned their skills from Uncle Guan. Of course, he did not teach them for nothing, and they had to pay him back. The young man also learned from Uncle Guan, including how to use the tranquilizer gun. He had followed Uncle Guan to hunt dogs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the skills. He was a fast learner, and he had been doing this a lot in the past few years. He had earned quite a lot. Last year, during the SARS outbreak, he was at a low point, but now he was slowly recovering. He was busy earning money. You can earn about 100,000 renminbi a year now, right? Uncle Guan said. Although it was a question, it was very certain. He was very good at this. The young man smiled and did not answer directly. He took out something and showed it to Uncle Guan. Tranquilizer gun? Uncle Guan looked at it casually. Not bad, but it is too small. Boring. It does not feel good to hold. This kind of syringe is not easy to get. Based on the dosage, are you shooting dogs or humans? The young man smiled. Cats. Uncle Guan raised his eyebrows. You are quite capable. Using this to shoot cats. His tone was full of disdain. Uncle Guan had always thought that cats were dumb as hell. Their curious nature could kill them, so they were easy to catch. The young man did not mind Uncle Guan's sarcasm. That cat is not easy to catch. If I was not in a hurry to come back, I would not have used this. This time, I followed my uncle to a few cities in the central region and got this tranquilizer gun. I also got a BMQ to play with. The young man told some truths and lies. As for how much he had earned from the last job, he did not say a word. If he did, he would have to show some respect. Uncle Guan snorted and did not take the young man's words seriously. He paused and said, "Tomorrow, I am going out to do a job. Are you interested?" "Where are you going?" the young man asked. Uncle Guan pointed to the west. The young man did not speak. Although he beat dogs to catch cats, and sometimes took a few jobs through middlemen, he had also beaten people up before. But he had never poached before. After finishing the cigarette, the young man threw the butt on the ground and squashed it with the tip of his foot. This time, I will follow Uncle Guan and gain some experience. Just as he finished, a worker rushed out from the shop with blood on his arm. The dog ran away. The cat ran away too. Their shop was not only a restaurant, but also a wholesale business. Earlier, someone wanted to buy a dog, so the worker took him to see the dog. Before he got close to the storage room, he heard someone say that the cat had run away. He was secretly happy, but when he reached the door, he heard that the dog's barking was not right, and he was worried. When he opened the door, he saw a big dog charging at him. If not for his quick reaction, his arm would have been broken. When the young man heard the worker's words, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried over to check out the situation. After 2 steps, he turned back to look at Uncle Guan. Before he could say anything, Uncle Guan pulled out the tools used to shoot dogs from his truck. "Let's go. My hands are itchy, so I'll give you a hand." "These animals are just restless," Uncle Guan said casually, but there was a crazed and cruel murderous intent in his words. Zhang Tan did not know what was going on at the restaurant, so he kept running. However, it took too much effort to open the cage earlier, and the effect of the drug had not completely worn off. Suddenly, a wave of tiredness and fainting hit him. Misfortune never came alone. The people behind him rode motorcycles and drove cars, picking up the escaped cats and dogs along the way. Not only the owner of the restaurant, other people on the street also joined in the action. The dogs barking and the sound of the batons stimulated Zhang Tan's eardrums. Zhang Tan just wanted to leave this street as soon as possible. This place was like a demon's den, but his legs were not listening to him, and his heartbeat was irregular. Before he lay down, Zhang Tan practically crawled to a corner. They were already out of the street, but when Zhang Tan heard the running footsteps, it was useless even if she cursed God in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to recover a little and planned to hide in the garbage dump at the corner. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. Just as he was about to crawl into the trash pile, a white shadow appeared around the corner. A few young men were holding nets, sacks, and iron batons. They caught the escaped cats and dogs along the way. No one on this street had pets, so as long as they saw a cat or dog, they would catch it or hit it with a baton. It did not matter whether they were dead or alive. When they turned the corner, the young men saw a large white bear squatting not far from the trash pile. Even though they caught dogs, they did not dare to do so. It was a familiar face. It was raised by the son of a big boss, and it lived nearby. It was not on their street. Looking at the big white bear that was baring its teeth at them, the young men quickly left. The big guy did not have a good attitude toward the people on this street. Soon after they left, a girl about 17 or 18 years old passed by on a foldable bicycle. She waved at them. "You Jian, let's go." Woof. The big white bear barked. It looked at Zhang Tan, who was trapped inside, and jogged to catch up. The numbness only appeared for a while. After resting for a while, Zhang Tan began to feel his legs and feet again. Maybe it was the effect of the drug, or maybe it was the side effect of the drug, but he did feel much better now. Chapter 59. At night. Tsinghua University's residential area. The Jiaopa was standing in front of the door. He raised his hand and rubbed his face to hide his tired expression. He took out his keys and opened the door. The sofa in the living room was still empty. There was no longer a black cat lying there and watching TV. When they heard the sound of the door opening, the doors of the two children's rooms opened at almost the same time. However, when they saw the expression on the Jiaopa's face, their eyes dimmed again. It had been a week, and there was still no news. The few illegal cat and dog trafficking dens that were taken down in Tsinghua City didn't have the information they wanted. Bang! The door of the two children's rooms was closed again. They went to do their homework. When they first found out that their cat was missing, the eyes of the two children were swollen from crying. Even though a week had passed, their eyes were still red and they were in low spirits. "Still no news?" the Jiaoma asked in a low voice. She was also in a bad mood. The Jiaopa shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while he said, "Celestine and Director here are helping to look for it. Director Zhao also asked a friend to keep an eye out for news in this area. There should be news soon." Just as he finished speaking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiaopa quickly got up to answer it. The two children in the room pressed their ears against the door, hoping to hear some good news. However, the Jiaopa didn't say much after answering the phone. He only said a few words in a very low voice. He didn't seem to be very happy. After he hung up the phone, the Jiaopa took out a cigarette and stood on the balcony to smoke. Normally, the Jiaopa didn't smoke unless he was in a bad mood. The person who called just now was Celestine. He told the Jiaopa the results of his investigation. There was no news of black charcoal. However, the person who sold the tranquilizer gun had found it. Following this lead, they dug deeper. However, the person who bought the tranquilizer gun wasn't a local and was more cunning, so they couldn't find much. Although there wasn't much useful information, Jiaopa had always had a suspect in his heart. Then, he thought about his recent encounter with Professor Ren in the hospital. Professor Ren seemed to be quite proud of himself recently. While the people of Tsinghua City were busy searching for Zhang Tan was sleeping in the attic of a villa. That day, he followed Dabai and the girl to a neighborhood nearby. The neighborhood was more luxurious, with elevators and villas. Dabai's house was one of the villas. As the girl's speed was not fast, it looked like she was just taking a stroll. She would stop and occasionally get off to buy something, so Zhang Tan was able to secretly catch up with her. It was just that he was too tired and had a hard time. His condition that day was really bad. The girl and the white bear entered from the main entrance of the residential area, but Zhang Tan entered from the side of the fence. He followed the direction of the girl and the dog and arrived at a villa. He found a nice place in the villa. The attic. For a cat, climbing into the attic of an American-style villa was not difficult. The attic of this villa was piled with some junk. Usually, no one would come here. So many places were covered with cobwebs and dust. There were originally a few rats, but after Zhang Tan arrived, they probably packed up and ran away. Anyway, Zhang Tan did not see them again. It was not easy to find a temporary place to stay. Zhang Tan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He rummaged through the things in the attic and found a pillow from a cardboard box. He did not care if there was a moldy smell on it and lay down on it to rest. Zhang Tan was woken up by the pitter-patter of the rain. The rain hit the windows of the attic, making pitter-patter sounds. In the quiet environment of the attic, the pitter-patter sounds were particularly clear. The sky outside was already dark. Another day had passed. Here, Zhang Tan could see the street lights of the residential area through the attic's window, as well as the lights of the surrounding residents. The shadows of people were flickering. At this time, it should be dinner time. Zhang Tan moved his nose. There was only a moldy smell in the attic. Zhang Tan knew where this area was and how far it was from Chuhua City. One was a central city, and the other was a coastal area in the south. It was because he was clear that he was at a loss. Xianxia City was not too far away from Nanqing, where he had lived for 20 years. Zhang Tan looked at the raindrops on the window. He did not know what he was thinking. To be precise, he was in a daze. However, he did not stay in a daze for long. He was hungry. Zhang Tan thought that he would wait until later, when everyone in this family was asleep, and then go down to look for food. Zhang Tan was not ready to expose himself. This family had a dog. They might not eat dog meat, but who knew if they would eat cats? What kind of character did this family have? He did not want to take the risk. Stretching, Zhang Tan moved his hands and feet, thinking about what to do in the future. If it was a human, it would be good. Unfortunately, it was just a cat. Waiting was boring. Zhang Tan rummaged through the junk and pulled out a small ball, the kind that was used for children's toys. It looked like it had not been touched for a long time. Lying on the pillow, Zhang Tan played with the ball with his 4 paws. His palm gently pushed the ball back, and then he used his foot to kick it back. Looking at the ball jumping in the air, Zhang Tan felt that he was really like an animal in a circus. Speaking of which, if he was not there, he did not know what would happen to the Jiao family. There was also Xiaoguo's advertisement. Zhang Tan played with the ball and thought about things at the same time. The sound of the family's laughter came from downstairs. There was also the sound of advertisements on the TV, and the familiar dialect that he had not heard in a long time. Finally, in the middle of the night, the rain outside seemed to have stopped. There was a window in the attic that could be pushed open. The family probably did not know that a window in their attic was broken. However, even if they knew, they would not care because the window was very small. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child would not be able to climb in easily. There was no need to worry about thieves entering the attic. Coming out from the slanted window, Zhang Tan looked around. Because it had just rained, the surroundings were wet. Looking at the water stains on the soles of his feet, Zhang Tan found a place to go down from the roof and went to the kitchen. Initially, Zhang Tan saw that there was an opening on the door for pets and wanted to use it to enter. However, after trying it out, it was locked. It was probably because the white bear was too big. It could be used when it was young, but now it had no use. Therefore, the owner had directly locked the door. Since he could not enter through the door, Zhang Tan could only climb through the window. Fortunately, there was a window above that was not closed. Zhang Tan climbed through that window. Before he climbed through the window, Zhang Tan purposely stepped on the doormat at the back door a few times to dry the water stains on his feet. He did not want to leave cat paw prints in the kitchen. There was a large refrigerator in the kitchen. Zhang Tan opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There was not much food. Looking at the family's condition, even if they did not finish their dinner, they would probably directly throw it away. However, the good thing was that there were some pre-made meatballs bought from the supermarket. Zhang Tan ate a few, but they were not cooked. He could only make do with them. Most of the other food was for children. There were some biscuits, fruitcakes and so on. Zhang Tan ate some of them. Zhang Tan took out some of the snacks that came with individual small packaging. He would take them to the attic later. After eating some food, Zhang Tan felt much better. Although they were all cold, it was much better than starving. Gently closing the refrigerator door, Zhang Tan carried some snacks and quietly left. He was getting more and more proficient at walking with 2 legs. It was a little troublesome to climb through the window. It was not easy to climb with 2 legs, so Zhang Tan carried the snacks out bag by bag. Before leaving the kitchen, Zhang Tan looked at the gap under the closed kitchen door. Through the gap, he could see some white dog hair. The big white bear was lying on the other side of the door. Zhang Tan believed that it should have discovered him, but it did not make a sound. What a good dog. It could bare its teeth at the people who beat the dog, and it would cover for him. It was quite smart. After looking for food, he moved the bags of snacks to the attic. Zhang Tan lay on the musty pillow again. He never thought that he would steal food at night like a mouse. He had fallen to this point. At night, he slept well. He did not know if it was because of the drugs, but Zhang Tan had been sleepy recently. Sometimes he slept very deeply. Even if someone was next to him, he probably could not hear it. The next day, Zhang Tan heard several news. For Zhang Tan, the news was not bad. First, he heard that there was a murder on the street that sold cat and dog meat. The victim was Uncle Rod, the famous person on the street. The cause of death was a rabies attack. It was strange that this experienced person did not get vaccinated, or rather, he did not get vaccinated in time. Theoretically speaking, he should have known better than others how to protect himself, but in the end, he did not escape death. Zhang Tan listened to the discussions of the people around him and came up with many possibilities. Maybe there was a problem with the vaccine, or maybe the veteran had been careless. Or maybe he had been infected for a long time but had not been vaccinated. Or maybe he had eaten dog meat. After all, the hygiene of the street was not very good. They had cut corners when cooking, and the rabies virus was not completely eradicated. These were all possibilities. In any case, there were many different opinions, but the truth was that the famous Uncle Rod had died of rabies. Other than this famous Uncle Rod, there was another unlucky person, and that was the young man who had captured Zhang Tan. It was said that when Uncle Rod was sick, the young man had gone to find him. In the end, Uncle Rod, who was not in his right mind, had hit him with a bottle of alcohol. He was still lying in the hospital. Hearing these 2 pieces of news, Zhang Tan was very happy. Even though he did not know Uncle Rod well, from the discussions around him, the old man had killed countless dogs. He had even taught a group of people to kill dogs and trap cats. He had even poached, so he deserved to die. Furthermore, because of Uncle Rod, everyone on the street was in danger. Even those who did not kill the dogs in their own restaurants went to the hospital to get vaccinated. After all, many animals could carry rabies. As for the young man, Zhang Tan thought to himself, even if you can walk out of the hospital alive, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. Zhang Tan would remember this grudge. Other than these 2 pieces of news, Zhang Tan also heard that the family was going out for a vacation that weekend. There would be no one at home, and it would be easier for Zhang Tan to do what he wanted. Zhang Tan wanted to use the family's phone to inform the Jiao Pa. Even if he could not say what he wanted to say, at least he could let them know that he was still alive. Zhang Tan had thought it through. He would call the Jiao family, and then the Jiao Pa would call the family, and then they would come to pick him up. After all, the family would be back on Sunday night, and he would not have to wait for too long. It was better than being homeless. 2 days later, on Friday afternoon, the family had packed their things. When the children came back from school, they drove an off-road vehicle and left with the family and the dog. After they left, Zhang Tan could not wait to jump into the house through the window to look for the phone. There was a landline next to the sofa in the living room. Zhang Tan jumped on it, bent his arm, and picked up the receiver. Then he raised his paw and pressed the numbers one by one. Zhang Tan remembered the Jiao family's phone number. In Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo's rooms, there were 3 numbers: the family's landline, the Jiao Pa's, and the Jiao Ma's. Therefore, Zhang Tan knew these 3 numbers by heart. But until now, Zhang Tan had only called the Jiao Ma when the Jiao Pa was sick. Zhang Tan was a little nervous when she pressed the button, but after she pressed the number, the voice on the other end of the line said, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Zhang Tan was stunned. He dialed again, and the result was the same. Had the Jiao family's landline changed? Zhang Tan dialed the Jiao Pa's number again, and the call did not go through. He tried the Jiao Ma's number again, and it still did not go through. F***CK. Was there a problem with this phone? It could not make long-distance calls? That was not right. Yesterday, he heard the family's owner calling someone overseas. How could it be a long-distance call? Zhang Tan did not give up and tried again. The result was the same. Zhang Tan was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone away. Unfortunately, he could not remember the phone numbers of other people in Chuhua City. Zhang Tan squatted on the sofa and scratched his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have memorized more numbers and tried them one by one. Celestine's, Xian's dormitories, Zhao Li's, Little Zhua's, Huang's, Depang's, Old Man Lan's, Chu Xiangyang's. Zhang Tan could not remember any of these people's numbers. That time, Celestine had said that he had changed his phone number. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan had forgotten about it when he turned around. F***CK. He regretted it. The sound of cloth tearing rang out. Zhang Tan came back to his senses and looked at the sofa under him. He had accidentally scratched the fabric sofa. He hoped that the family's owner would not link it to the cat. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and jumped down from the sofa. He looked for something to eat in the kitchen and even found a can of milk to drink. Even though he was full, Zhang Tan still felt a chill in his heart. Night fell. The large mansion was quiet. Zhang Tan did not like this kind of quiet. He wagged his tail and slapped the ground repeatedly. The cars of the surrounding residents drove past. The light changed, and the shadow of the window frame moved on the wall of the living room. Beep beep. When the family returned home, they honked twice. Vaguely, he could hear their laughter outside the house. Stop arguing. Zhang Tan sat up irritably and jumped out the window. Under the cover of the night, Zhang Tan could avoid being captured. The incident with Uncle Guan had made the people on that street behave themselves. Furthermore, this place was no longer within the area of that street, so no one was out there catching cats. Zhang Tan strolled aimlessly. He came to the edge of the neighborhood and squeezed through the gap in the fence. He did not walk far. When he passed by a fast food restaurant, Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by the conversation of two people. Okay, I have something to do. I'll find you when I come back from South Town, the man in the leather vest said to the other person. Be careful when you drive at night. When you reach South Town, give me a call. Got it. The man in the vest waved his hand and said goodbye to the other person. Then he swung the key and walked toward the parking lot. He got into a pickup truck. South Town? Zhang Tan hurriedly ran up and jumped into the truck's cargo compartment. Other than the suitcase and a few bags that the man in the vest had tossed in, there was nothing else in the truck. There was still a lot of space inside. Zhang Tan stood up and leaned against the side of the truck to look outside. Then he found a place to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 60. Speaking of Nanqing, people would always think of its legendary speed of development. This international metropolis had always attracted countless people with dreams to come here. This year, the opening of the subway, the opening of small and medium-sized enterprises, the rise of civil power, and so on were all driving the development of Nanqing. On the streets, people in suits and carrying briefcases came and went in a hurry. The fashionable young people also became more and more flamboyant. Zhang Tan, sitting in the pickup truck, looked up at the tall buildings outside. The retrograde landmark buildings opened doors in Zhang Tan's memory. Suddenly seeing these, Zhang Tan felt like he didn't know what year it was. The sun was a little dazzling, but the temperature was very warm. If he was in a more peaceful environment, Zhang Tan wouldn't mind sleeping. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Zhang Tan was very familiar with this city. In addition to the fun spots that he used to frequent, he had also driven to some other places. When he was bored, he liked to take a girl out for a walk, so he could remember many places. However, after all, there was a time difference. This city was changing every year. Compared to a few years later, it was still young, but it didn't lose its vitality. The bus stops and street signs were constantly telling Zhang Tan the direction and route of the car. The pickup truck drove towards the city center, and Zhang Tan was happy to do so. However, his happiness didn't last long. The pickup truck drove into a residential area. This residential area wasn't very high-end in Nanqing, and it wasn't very big. After the pickup truck stopped, Zhang Tan immediately jumped down from it without being noticed by the driver. After jumping out of the car, Xianxia first found a place to hide. He didn't know what Nanqing's attitude towards stray cats was at this time. If stray cats were seen on the streets, would they be taken away? If they were really caught, Xianxia wasn't sure if he could escape successfully every time. It was close to noon, and the temperature was about 20 degrees. Compared to Chuhua City, it was slightly warmer. Xianxia hid in a corner and moved his nose. He smelled a stench on his body, and his body was a little itchy. He didn't know if it was because he was in the same cage with other cats. With so many cats in the same room, the possibility of getting fleas was very high. What a troublesome matter. Xianxia hadn't taken a shower since he was caught. His body was covered in dust, and there were probably some bloodstains on it as well. When the dog cage was opened, there were a lot of dried or half-dried bloodstains around the shelf. Xianxia inevitably got some of it, and it still smelled. However, the good thing was that the color of his fur made these stains not obvious, and he didn't look too miserable. If it was white fur, it would be difficult to clean it. Without shower gel, it would be difficult to clean it. Therefore, Xianxia was very glad that his fur was all black. Xianxia never licked his own fur. Now, when there was no one to help him with the hot water to comb his fur, he had to find a way to do it himself. In order to not look like a stray cat, she had to keep her body clean and her fur smooth. Xianxia looked around the neighborhood and finally chose the man-made pool. There were some koi and other small fish in it. The pool must have been cleaned often. The water was clean, and the rockery was tidied up well. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people loitering outside at noon, Xianxia jumped into the pool and swam around. He rubbed against the rockery to wash off the sticky dirt on his body and smooth the knotted fur on his body. After rubbing for a while, Xianxia played with the fish for a while, chasing them around. However, Xianxia had no interest in raw fish, so he didn't eat them. After feeling that it was enough, Xianxia came out of the pool and shook his fur to get rid of the water on his body. Sometimes, Xianxia wondered why cats would lick themselves when there was water on their bodies, but dogs would shake their fur vigorously or rub themselves on the ground when there was water on their bodies. Especially dogs with long fur. Sahara of the East Courtyard was one of them. He would rub himself everywhere after bathing, so his owner had to tie him up every time he bathed. Xianxia's fur wasn't long, so he couldn't shake off much water. When the wind blew, he felt a little cold. He couldn't get sick now. If he got sick, he would probably be thrown away like the plague or disposed of in some other way. Looking around, Xianxia saw a first-floor resident drying a towel outside on the balcony. He ran over and grabbed one with his claws. He wiped his fur. Xianxia was already familiar with this kind of thing. Without shower gel, the water in the pool wasn't very clean, but it was passable. It was better than not washing at all. After washing, Xianxia felt a lot more refreshed. In order to let his fur dry faster, Xianxia jumped onto a tree and found a place with sunlight to dry his fur. The neighborhood was quiet. Occasionally, he could hear some dogs barking. The greenery was good, but it wasn't as comfortable as the East Courtyard of Chuhua University. Xianxia had now formed a habit of comparing it to the East Courtyard. After yawning, Xianxia changed his position. The fur on his back was almost dry, but the fur on his stomach was still dry. He lay on his side and changed the angle to continue drying his fur. He really missed the children's hairdryer in the Jiao family. Xianxia closed his eyes and rested. He had to be alert at all times. Otherwise, he would be tricked. With the experience of being caught, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless at any time, let alone in this unfamiliar environment. Occasionally, there would be people walking around. As long as they weren't walking in his direction, Xianxia wouldn't get up and run away. He tried to save as much energy as possible. After all, it wasn't the day where he could go home and open the fridge whenever he wanted to eat. Small footsteps sounded. In other words, it was the sound of walking through the grass. Xianxia's ears twitched. It didn't sound like a human's, nor was it a dog's. Xianxia knew the sound of a dog's paws walking on the ground. So it was the same kind. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked over. A white Persian cat was walking towards him with elegant steps. Many people said that Persian cats were born spoiled and gave people a feeling of magnificence and nobility. It was like a noble, not something a stray cat could compare to. Xianxia didn't care if it was a noble or not. At the moment, he was staring at the cat tag on the Persian cat's neck. the tip of his tail moved. It seemed that there was a good way. Even if the fur on the cat's body was cleaner, there was no guarantee. It wasn't the most direct way for people in big cities to distinguish stray cats from pet cats. The cat tag was like a person's ID card. It played an important role in such a big city. Sometimes it could change the attitude of passers-by. With a cat tag, it proved that the owner valued the cat more. It also told people that the cat had a backer. To get rid of the impression that it was a stray cat, Xianxia had to start with the cat tag. After all, he didn't look like a famous cat. As long as he went out and rolled a few times and got dust on him, people would probably think that he was a stray cat. The Persian cat didn't know what Xianxia was thinking, and it didn't notice Xianxia's existence. It certainly didn't know that someone was thinking about its cat tag. It still walked with elegant steps towards a few big trees. It walked over and rubbed against the tree trunks, sharpened its claws, and peed to mark its territory. No matter how elegant a cat was, it couldn't get rid of some of its natural instincts. Xianxia was no longer lying down. He quietly moved over from the branch and waited there. The elegant Persian cat was still intoxicated in its own world. After it finished marking its territory, it was probably ready to go to the pond next to it to watch the fish. When it raised its tail and passed by the tree Xianxia was in, Xianxia saw it and rushed over. When they were in the east side courtyard, Xianxia had seen Huang play and fight with the sheriff. He knew that cats generally used those few skills the most. They would either scratch and slap like a spinning top, or hug and bite and kick with their legs. So in order to avoid those situations, Xianxia rushed over and rode on its back. He didn't let the Persian cat turn over at all. The Persian cat struggled hard and made an angry meow, but it couldn't compare to Xianxia's strength. Xianxia pressed it to the ground and freed his paws to untie the cat collar on its neck. The cat collar was still leather, like a buckle on a belt, and not the elastic one Xianxia used to wear. The cat tag was also the color of local tycoon gold, and the metal engraved. It was not easy to control his strength to hold down a cat and ensure that it did not suffer any internal injuries or fractures. Furthermore, the cat's fur was thick and long, making it easy for his arm to slip. It took Xianxia quite a bit of effort to hold it down. Sure enough, it was easier to hold it down with a human hand. The cat's paws weren't as flexible as a human's. When he untied the cat collar, he was almost scratched by the cat several times. The cat looked very gentle, but when it was pressed down, it was really irritable. Meow! The Persian cat that was pressed on the ground growled, as if it wanted to immediately scratch Xianxia. It was full of anger. Meow my ass. I'm just borrowing the cat tag. Just hand over the cat tag obediently. With such a noble appearance, even if it didn't use the cat tag, no one would think it was a stray cat. Besides, if it lost the cat tag, its owner would definitely give it another one. In order to ensure his own safety, Xianxia had no choice but to rob this brother of his. Hey, what are those two cats doing? Are they fighting? A little girl's voice came from not far away. Xianxia looked over. There were two children, not even as old as Jiao Yuan. The little girl who spoke just now was about the same age as little Pomelo. There was a pool between them and Xianxia, so Xianxia wasn't worried that they would immediately run over. There was a 10-year-old boy next to the little girl. After seeing Xianxia's situation, he immediately covered the little girl's eyes. Oh, it's broad daylight. Shame. Xianxia was speechless. Shame your ass. What was this little brat thinking? Seeing the two children run away, Xianxia continued to struggle with the cat collar. With great difficulty, he finally untied the cat collar from the Persian cat's neck. Xianxia held the cat collar in his mouth and retreated. However, after the Persian cat got up, it didn't attack Xianxia. It arched its back and looked at Xianxia vigilantly. Then it ran away, probably to find comfort at home. Holding the cat collar in his mouth, Xianxia climbed up the tree. He adjusted the collar so that he could take it off at any time. It looked a little loose. The shiny gold cat tag was too eye-catching against the black fur, but it was better than nothing. He bent his claws to take a look at the cat tag. The name of the Persian cat was engraved on it. Katie? This name was so F***ing high-end. The problem wasn't it awkward to give a male cat such a name? Xianxia still felt that Caesar was more domineering. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. After adjusting the cat collar, Xianxia didn't immediately put it back on. Instead, He hid it and walked around the neighborhood. He found a house and climbed into it to get something to eat. Chapter 61. Coming out of the neighborhood, Zhang Tan was ready to hitch a ride. When he decided to come to this city, Zhang Tan already had a plan. Zhang Tan rarely took the bus before. When he was too young to drive, he would take a taxi when he went out. He didn't want to squeeze with other people on the bus. Because of this, he left an impression on many people that he was a rich young master. Of course, behind the rich young master was a sucker. Walking along the sidewalk, Zhang Tan came to a stop sign. A few young girls who were waiting for the bus saw Zhang Tan and squatted down to tease him. The people around them just smiled and didn't say much. This was the advantage of wearing a cat tag. In many people's eyes, wearing a cat tag meant that the cat in front of them had been vaccinated and was well taken care of. It wasn't a stray cat that might carry germs, so even if they didn't like cats very much, they wouldn't dislike them too much. If it was a cat that didn't wear a cat tag and looked very ordinary, even if the cat acted very close to people, they would still be very repulsed. Zhang Tan didn't immediately walk away when he saw the young girls. He cooperated with them and rubbed against them. He was happy to be touched by the girls. If they took out some trinkets from their keychains, Zhang Tan pretended to be very interested and raised his paw to touch them a few times to earn their favor. While pretending to cooperate, Zhang Tan also paid attention to the bus routes and stops on the stop sign. He wasn't familiar with many of the stops, but he knew the names of some of the landmark buildings and places. He couldn't move around in the daytime, so he could only wait until night to hitch a ride. After figuring out the general route, Zhang Tan found a place to sit and wait for night to come. It was impossible to find a pickup truck every time, and not every pickup truck would take the route Zhang Tan planned. So Zhang Tan decided to hitch a ride on the bus. Forget about the double-decker buses, and forget about the trams. To avoid accidents, Zhang Tan chose to hitch a ride on the more common single-decker buses. Finally, the sky turned dark. Zhang Tan's chest tightened as he looked at the crowded buses. Fortunately, he didn't have to squeeze in. When the bus he wanted arrived at the bus stop, Zhang Tan sped up and rushed over without waiting for the door to open. Then, he jumped onto the roof of the bus. It was noisy inside the bus, so no one heard the noise from the roof. What happened just now? A passenger sitting by the window saw a black shadow flash by from the corner of his eye. What do you mean what happened? Forget it. I guess my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we arrive. The man leaned against the window and began to take a nap. At this moment, Zhang Tan, who had jumped on the roof of the car, was still a little surprised. He thought that he would step on the window or something to assist him when he jumped. He didn't expect that when he accelerated toward the car, he suddenly had a strong feeling of confidence that he could jump directly. After that, he was already on the roof of the car. He moved his legs and didn't feel any discomfort. After the passengers had alighted and boarded the bus, the door closed and the bus started moving. Zhang Tan quickly ran over and hooked onto the protrusion at the skylight of the bus. The roof of the bus was relatively smooth. After the bus started moving, if it made a sharp turn or a sudden stop, Zhang Tan would probably be thrown out. Therefore, he had to firmly hook onto the fixed object to stabilize himself. Probably no one would have thought that there was a cat lying on the roof of this very ordinary bus. Zhang Tan couldn't tell where the bus was going. He could only pay attention to the bus's stop announcement every time it arrived at the bus stop. This bus's route was only part of the route that Zhang Tan wanted. Therefore, after arriving at a certain stop, Zhang Tan had to get off the bus and change to another route to continue his ride. Some buses stopped at 9 o'clock in the evening. Some were open all night. Every time he changed buses, Zhang Tan had to look at the time of the bus he was about to take. It would be best if the bus was open all night. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to wait for another bus. Taking the bus was troublesome, but in order to achieve his goal, Zhang Tan had to repeat this trouble again and again. In this way, Zhang Tan was getting closer and closer to the destination in his heart. When the bus stopped at a stop in the middle, Zhang Tan suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hey Zhang Tan, wait a minute." It was a child's voice. Zhang Tan couldn't remember who it was. Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the voice. He only saw the back of a few children walking into a taxi. The night light intertwined, so he couldn't see clearly. There was an arcade around this stop. Zhang Tan recalled that he often came here when he was young. When he was in the mood, he would skip class and come here to play for the whole day. Although there were many places that minors were not allowed to enter, that was only on the surface. As long as you threw money, there would naturally be places to play. The taxi went away. The route was in the same direction as Zhang Tan's own plan. However, Zhang Tan couldn't see the appearance of the passengers in the car clearly. He could only vaguely see that there were a few children sitting inside. He was inexplicably nervous. When the bus suddenly moved, Zhang Tan almost lost his grip and slid out. After getting off the bus at the stop, Zhang Tan squatted not far from the bus stop and looked at the bus stop sign showing the various bus routes. This was the last bus. After the bus came, it would be very close after 7 or 8 stops. The name of the last stop was the name of the neighborhood Zhang Tan used to live in. It was easy to recognize. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan suddenly became alert. He dodged sideways. The place where he was squatting just now was hit by a rubber bullet. It bounced up and disappeared. After being caught, Zhang Tan's vigilance increased a lot. He was also more sensitive to the danger around him. That was why he could dodge the rubber bullet so quickly. Zhang Tan had played with rubber bullets before. It was a toy that children liked. Zhao Yuan also had one. Looking sideways, Zhang Tan saw a few young people sitting by the railings. They looked like they had drunk too much. They probably saw a cat on the side of the road and raised their toy guns to shoot at it. They usually liked to play shooting games. They had played rubber bullets, paintballs, field games, and so on. The toy guns in their hands were won from a shooting game at the club. Although they didn't like children's toys, they could use them to pass the time when they were bored. Moreover, even if they had drunk, they were very confident in their shooting skills. They thought they would hear the cat scream, but they didn't expect that the cat could dodge it. Therefore they got excited. A few of them got up and walked towards Zhang Tan. F***ck. Zhang Tan cursed in his heart. His luck was really F***king bad. On the other side, a few young men were holding toy guns. They shouted like madmen as they chased after Zhang Tan. Rubber bullets were fired one after another. Zhang Tan didn't want to run too far. He wanted to wait for the last bus, but the crazy people behind him kept chasing. As Zhang Tan ran, he looked around to see if there was a good place to hide. There was a van at the corner. The door of the luggage compartment at the back was open. Zhang Tan rushed in and found a place to hide. The driver of the van had a cigarette in his hand and was talking to the people standing outside the van. He didn't even notice that there was an extra cat in his car. There was no one else in the van except for the driver. There were some goods on the seats, such as color TVs and other household appliances. There was also some stuff in the luggage compartment. In the back, there were daily necessities, such as toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and so on. Zhang Tan hid behind the goods and looked at the crazy young people running towards him through the gap. "Where did the cat go?" one of the young people said as he fiddled with his hair. There were some shopping malls around. After turning the corner, there were no bushes or flower beds except for the trees on both sides of the road. "Did it climb up a tree?" another young man said as he looked at the surrounding trees. The person who first shot at Zhang Tan looked around and walked towards the van. Zhang Tan shrank back and lowered his body, trying to hide himself. Just as the young man was getting closer, another person came to the back of the minivan. This person was the one who had spoken to the driver earlier. He raised his hand and pulled the door of the luggage compartment open with all his might. Pa! The door of the van was closed. Zhang Tan was speechless. He turned around and saw that the driver had finished smoking and closed the window. Zhang Tan's plan to run out through the window was ruined. F***ck. Bad luck. Life is full of obstacles. No amount of beauties could calm Zhang Tan's heart, which was currently galloping like an alpaca. Zhang Tan suddenly wanted to yell, F***ck, let me out. However, Zhang Tan's response was the sound of the van's engine. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that forced him away when he was close to the target. He couldn't resist. He was so close to the target twice, but the result was still the same. Was this God's will? Zhang Tan didn't know. The driver was playing some nostalgic songs in the van. Zhang Tan used to listen to a few of them before. Coupled with Zhang Tan's complicated feelings, he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. There were no walls here, so Zhang Tan hit the back seat. The music in the van was too loud, so the driver didn't hear the strange sounds behind him. He was still singing along in his narcissistic state. After a while, the driver's phone rang. He turned down the music and answered the call. Zhang Tan wanted to say that it was dangerous to talk on the phone while driving, but he used to do this often. Even drunk driving was common. Zhang Tan really felt that he was lucky to be able to grow up safely.
Okay.
I'll call him. Yes, I know how to call the landline. Oh, what's the area code in Beijing? 010.
Okay.
I got it. The driver happily talked on the phone, but Zhang Tan felt like he was stuck in mud and then struck by lightning. Area code? F***CK. He didn't add the area code last time. As for the phone, it seemed like he needed to add a 0 when he called a long-distance call from another province. Zhang Tan, you're a pig. He hadn't used a phone for so long that he didn't even remember this basic knowledge. Zhang Tan wanted to slap himself a few times. His brain wasn't working at the critical moment. He really didn't expect it to be so severe at that time. The opportunity was so close, and he had suffered so much for nothing. His current situation was even more unpredictable. If the Jiaopa knew about it, he would definitely blame himself for not teaching his cat how to make long-distance calls. Zhang Tan lay on a cardboard box, thinking back to when he made the call. His brain wasn't very clear, and he wasn't very rational. It must be the side effect of the drug. Yes, the telecommunications company was also at fault. Even if they couldn't recognize the number from another province, they should have given some hints. No matter what, the opportunity was missed. What should he do now? Zhang Tan was annoyed. Should he hit the driver until he fainted? Zhang Tan looked at the flashing streetlights outside the car window, estimated the speed of the car, and then looked at the cars coming and going outside. It was quite dangerous, and he could get into an accident if he wasn't careful. Forget it, he would find a chance to call the driver when he reached his home. Since he had found the key, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't solve it. Zhang Tan was still optimistic as she planned her next course of action. However, when the car stopped, Zhang Tan jumped out of the van while the driver was moving the goods, and was stunned by the woods and fields that filled his vision. Chapter 62. When Zhang Tan got out of the car, the sky was already a little bright. Because he was too engrossed in his thoughts, Zhang Tan didn't pay attention to how long the minivan had been running. He didn't even expect that he would be so unlucky. He just happened to sit in this car and the car left the city. He didn't even know if this place was still in Nanqing. However, according to the time, he was afraid that he was already far away from Nanqing. What he saw were patches of woods and fields that stretched to the horizon. The countryside was not poor. The houses of the residents were modern, and only a few places still had the old-fashioned tiled houses. Zhang Tan didn't know where this place was on the map, but seeing that many of the residents' houses were 2- or 3-story bungalows, he knew that the living conditions of these people were good. It was easier to find a phone. If it was a poor place, it would be difficult to find a phone. Zhang Tan wrote down the address of the minivan driver's house. If the driver drove again, he could continue to ride. After that, Zhang Tan was ready to walk around to familiarize himself with the terrain and the unfamiliar environment. To wait for an opportunity, he must spend the waiting days peacefully. He wanted to see which residents were easier to kill and easier to find food. He also wanted to see which villagers had phones at home, and whether it was easy to find an opportunity to make a call. Another important thing was to find a safer place for himself. In terms of safety, Zhang Tan preferred the taller branches. Perhaps because the temperature here was slightly higher than in the central region at this time of the year, it was warmer. Many deciduous trees were leafy, which was good for Zhang Tan to hide. Walking around the village, Zhang Tan met a few dogs and a cat that was playing with bugs outside. They were all kept in captivity. Seeing them wandering around leisurely, Zhang Tan felt more at ease. The fact that these cats and dogs were wandering around meant that no one was trying to trick the dogs and cats. Zhang Tan found a large locust tree with lush foliage as a temporary foothold when the weather was clear. She jumped up and tried it out. Overall, she was quite satisfied. She chose a branch to lie down on and looked around. From here, he could see the situation in the village. At the same time, he was not very close to the village, so he would not be harassed by the villagers. There was a citrus grove near the locust tree, and there were 2 dogs tied up in it. Zhang Tan had just seen a cat enter the citrus garden and walk past the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs only glanced at it and then did not respond. They were probably familiar with each other and did not bother to bark. A black butterfly flew past the big locust tree and into the citrus garden, dancing among the citrus trees. Zhang Tan remembered that this seemed to be a type of butterfly. He had seen something similar in Old Man Lan's small garden before. In the end, the butterfly that flew into the small garden was made into a specimen by Old Man Lan. At that time, there were still a few students present. Zhang Tan overheard their discussion, saying that in some places, this phoenix butterfly was the legendary Jianghu butterfly. The butterfly was also very particular. To be able to become a butterfly, this butterfly had to be type 2. The so-called type 2 meant that there were inherent and obvious differences between female and male individuals, allowing people to determine the butterfly's gender through these differences. Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai were a man and a woman. Connecting it to the legend, people felt that there should be differences when they turned into butterflies. On the other hand, for example, the Damo butterfly, because the male and female phoenix butterflies were similar in color, it was not easy to distinguish them. Therefore, they were not advocated as Liangzhu butterflies. Zhang Tan looked at the pattern on the wings of this phoenix butterfly. It looked like a female butterfly, which was Zhu Yingtai. Zhang Tan was admiring Zhu Yingtai. Suddenly, the cat that walked into the citrus garden jumped up from behind a citrus tree and slapped the butterfly down with its paw. It slapped it a few times and played with it with its paw. Then it ate it. Zhang Tan. He did not know how the people who told the legend would feel when they saw this scene. After Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, they were eaten by a cat? The people who heard this cruel version of the story would probably have constipated expressions. Yawning, Zhang Tan closed his eyes and began to sleep. He had no choice. If he wanted to take action, he had to wait until night. Zhang Tan had a dream when he was sleeping. He dreamed of the days when he was in the Jiao family during the New Year. He remembered that day when Zhang Tan and the two children sat on the sofa and watched TV. The show was playing, The Dog is Talking. At that time, the Jiao Yuan said, "Black charcoal, you must remember the way home. If you get lost and we can't find you, can you come back by yourself?" Zhang Tan had been conflicted about whether he should stay in Nanqing or find a way to go back to Chuhua City. However, in the end, he decided to go back to Chuhua City. After all, the lives of cats and humans were different. It was really not easy to find a good family. Moreover, Zhang Tan had already begun to miss the courtyard in the eastern district. When night fell, Zhang Tan jumped down from the locust tree and walked towards the villager's house. The people in this place ate early and went to bed early, so Zhang Tan did not have to wait too long. He first found a few houses and found some food to eat. It was not very delicious, so he could only make do with it. After eating, he went to find a phone. It was a bit difficult to find a phone. The people in this place also liked to put the phone in the bedroom and at the head of the bed. In other words, the phone was always guarded at night. Zhang Tan went to a few houses, but the situation was the same. Even if the villagers were asleep at night, Zhang Tan did not dare to call them immediately. The phone was at the head of their bed, and it could easily wake them up. Zhang Tan did not want to be treated as a monster, so he could only continue to search and see if there were any residents who were easy to target. Zhang Tan would not choose those who had dogs at home. These dogs did not recognize Zhang Tan and would bark when they saw him. Zhang Tan could not do anything about this, but most of the villagers had dogs at home, so Zhang Tan's choices were much narrower. Fortunately, Zhang Tan finally found a good household, and what was more coincidental was that this household was the family of the driver of the minivan. Hiding in the dark, Zhang Tan eavesdropped on the villagers' conversation. It turned out that the younger brother of the minivan driver was preparing to get married. A few days ago, he had gone to the southern part of the city for some business, so he bought some related necessities and appliances. The wedding date was the day after tomorrow. This family had a big yard. Because they had an open-air banquet, but the kitchen was not big enough, so they had a meal in the yard. Now the people in his family were basically busy in the yard, and they continued to work when it was dark at night. In this way, there was no one in the room. What was better was that this family did not have a dog, which made Zhang Tan very satisfied. The first floor was where the elderly lived. The phone was not here, and there was nothing in the hall. Zhang Tan did not look much. There was a simple shed next to the two-story house for cars. Zhang Tan climbed into the second floor from this simple shed. There was a phone in the bedroom on the second floor. Like other residents, The landline phone was also placed on the bedside table. Zhang Tan observed that there were indeed no adults on the second floor at this time. They all went to the yard to help. In the small room next door, there was a little girl who looked like she was in kindergarten. She was reading on the floor covered with foam boards. As long as there were no adults, it was fine. Even if a child who did not even know how to count saw him, Zhang Tan did not care. Adults did not take the words of children seriously. Zhang Tan jumped in through the window and ran excitedly to the phone. He jumped onto the bedside table, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number by heart. Of course, this time, he did not forget to add 0 in front of the phone number. As for the landline number, Zhang Tan did not remember what the area code of Chuhua City was, so he dialed the number of Jiao Pa. At this time, the Jiao family should be at home, right? Associate Professor Jiao should be at home too. Zhang Tan waited excitedly after dialing the number. However, when he heard the notification sound from the phone, Zhang Tan's mood suddenly became gloomy. F***CK. This phone did not have a long-distance lock. He had to find the key to unlock it. Where could he find the key? Zhang Tan rummaged through the drawer, but did not find the small key to unlock the phone's long-distance lock. He was puzzled. Was there a need to lock the phone's long-distance lock? Shouldn't long-distance calls be frequently used in this kind of place? Dejected, Zhang Tan put the phone back. He squatted there and thought for a while. Would the villagers' phones all be locked? Why did he have to try them one by one? But it would be best if he could steal the driver's phone, or someone else's phone. At least a phone would not be as troublesome as a landline. Looking around the bedroom, there were a lot of candies and snacks on the table because there was a wedding. It was probably used to entertain guests. Zhang Tan took out a bag of beef jerky and squid shredded into a big bag. After taking them out, he zipped up the bag and jumped onto the window. He carried the 2 bags of snacks and prepared to leave. When Zhang Tan stood by the window, he was holding the snacks in his hands. His legs were on the windowsill, and he was ready to jump down. Before jumping, Zhang Tan felt someone looking at him. He turned his head to look. The little girl who was reading the picture book next door was hiding outside the bedroom door. She did not shout, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhang Tan paused, then ignored her and jumped off the windowsill. It was not convenient to jump with 2 legs, but it was okay to jump a few times while looking for the phone. Zhang Tan was willing to empty his hands to carry things. Anyway, at this time, no one saw him except for the little girl. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, he would not stay in this place forever. If he was discovered, he could just run away. Zhang Tan left in a carefree manner, but it had a big impact on the child. In the evening, the child's mother came over with a picture book to teach the little girl how to count, from 1 to 10. In order to match the memory, her mother also taught her some things in the real world. How many legs does the little bird use to walk? Her mother asked. 2. The little girl stretched out 2 fingers. How many legs does the big yellow dog use to walk? 4. The little girl counted the legs of the big yellow dog in the picture book and said, "Yes, so smart. How many legs does the little cat use to walk?" Her mother asked with a smile. The little girl thought about the cat she saw today and counted with her fingers. Then she stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2. Her mother was speechless. Zhang Tan did not know the impact he had caused. At this moment, he was holding 2 bags of snacks and walking towards the big locust tree. At this time, there was no one in the field. There were only a few dogs guarding the orchard. No one would see a cat that walked very naturally with 2 legs. As Zhang Tan walked, he thought about how to borrow the phone. Suddenly, he heard a faint humming sound. Zhang Tan perked up her ears and tried to distinguish the sound. She felt that it was similar to the sound of a dog. Putting down the snacks in his hands, Zhang Tan walked in the direction of the sound. If there was any danger, 4 legs would be faster to run. Chapter 63. Puppy. And it was locked in a dog cage. This kind of dog cage was not like the ones Zhang Tan had seen in dog and cat meat restaurants. The cage in front of him was obviously more high-end and looked like it was for pet dogs. Zhang Tan remembered that when he ran from the big locust tree to the villager's house, he didn't hear anything. This should have happened when he was looking for the phone. However, when he was looking for the phone, he avoided some residents who had dogs, so he didn't know who the owner of the cage and the dog belonged to. He moved his ears, but there was no sound of other people around, and there was no smell of strangers. Zhang Tan went to the cage and looked. Because the puppy was too small, Zhang Tan couldn't tell what breed it was. He didn't know much about it. The door of the cage was not locked, but there was a small catch. The puppy didn't know how to open it, so he didn't know how long it had been trapped inside. The temperature at night in the mountains was relatively low. Although it was not as cold as late autumn and winter, it was still not something that a puppy of this size could withstand. Dogs, like cats, had a slightly higher body temperature than humans. The surrounding temperature was about 10 degrees. He didn't know if the puppy could withstand such a difference in temperature. Noticing that Zhang Tan was standing outside the cage, the barking puppy came to Zhang Tan and looked at Zhang Tan through the cage. Seeing that Zhang Tan didn't move, it continued to hum and bite the cage with its small teeth that hadn't grown much. Zhang Tan opened the cage door with his paw. The puppy paused, tested the door, and then ran out. Although it was still a puppy, this kind of dog should be relatively large. Compared to the current Zhang Tan, the size of these 3 puppies was not much smaller than him. Ignoring the puppy that ran out, Zhang Tan looked at the other 2 in the cage that didn't move. He raised his paw and touched them. They were still soft. He thought that the 2 puppies were dead. He didn't expect them to kick their legs and open their mouths twice. Did they sleep too soundly? Zhang Tan looked around. The pit was too big to block the wind. The wind was relatively strong at night. If 2 or 3 of them were left here, they probably wouldn't survive for long. But Zhang Tan didn't want to get into trouble. He had a hard life, so how could he take care of these 3 puppies? It was more practical to steal a phone as soon as possible and figure out a way to go back to the east courtyard. However, when Zhang Tan turned around and walked 2 steps, the puppy that ran out of the cage immediately came over and rubbed against Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pushed it aside. It ran back happily, probably thinking that Zhang Tan was playing with it. Zhang Tan simply threw it directly into the cage and closed the cage door. He didn't care and it began to hum. He turned around again. But after walking for about 10 meters, he slowed down again. Zhang Tan looked back at the dog that was squatting by the cage and looking straight at him. The night sky was dotted with stars. With the starlight, Zhang Tan could see that the dog's body was basically white. There was a large patch of black where one of its eyes was, as if it was wearing an eye patch. This reminded Zhang Tan of Niu Zhuangzhuang in the courtyard. But the 2 looked different. Niu Zhuangzhuang's big head was too special. This paparazzi's body proportions were not like that. It also didn't look like the common dogs in the village. It was probably a skewer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been abandoned by its owner. When Zhang Tan used to walk in the courtyard, he often heard the conversations of dog owners. He knew the attitude of many dog owners. If their dog's puppy didn't satisfy them, they would directly throw it away. Sahara's owner said, "A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit." Knowing that it eats shit, but still raising it, not caring about its pedigree or breed, taking care of it every day, tolerating it digging holes in the house, burying bones, biting tables and chairs, spitting saliva and rebelling. That must be true love. Even if it was a mutt, there were people who loved it. It was a dog breed that had undergone thousands or even tens of thousands of years of natural and artificial selection. There was no lack of individuals who understood human nature, had good perception, were loyal and obedient, and had strong hunting abilities. As for skewer dogs, many famous breeds were also skewered. So, the family that threw the dog away definitely didn't love it. When Zhang Tan came back to his senses, he had already walked to the cage again. The puppy inside was humming even harder and making whining sounds. "TSK, so annoying." Zhang Tan thought that since he had nothing to do now, he could just find a place to throw it away. He remembered that there were some short shrubs next to the big locust tree. It should be able to block the wind, and no one often went there. Lifting the cage, Zhang Tan walked to the big locust tree. As for the 2 bags of snacks, he would pick them up later. Anyway, no one would pick them up at this time. As there were fewer villagers near the short shrubs, the vegetation was denser, and it was good for blocking the wind. After putting down the cage and adjusting its position, Zhang Tan broke some branches and put them on top of the cage as a cover. He pulled some vines around the cage so that it wouldn't be too easy to find out, right? After setting up, Zhang Tan went back to pick up the 2 bags of snacks. However, when he was picking up the snacks, he suddenly thought, would the puppy starve to death after being hungry for a night? It shouldn't, right? It was just one night. Although he thought so, Xianxia felt that if the puppy really starved to death, his efforts would be in vain. So, he threw down the 2 bags of snacks and ran to the villagers. The bread driver's family had already fallen asleep. Some big pots and steamers were set up in the yard. Xianxia looked around and found some porridge in one of the steamers. It was still warm. It hadn't been there for too long, so it was probably left there before the family finished eating. Looking around, Xianxia found the disposable bowl used by the host for guests and filled it with some porridge. There were some boiled eggs in the other big pot. Xianxia found a bag for vegetables and put a few in. When the porridge was brought to the big locust tree, it was no longer hot. Xianxia couldn't find anything to heat it up. Anyway, he brought the porridge over with a tentative attitude. He also put an egg in it. Xianxia ate the egg white himself and put the egg yolk inside to mix with the porridge. If it was the Xianxia of the past, he would definitely not do this. As for his current behavior, for the time being, he attributed it to the derivative emotions of wandering outside. Looking at the porridge in the bowl that had been stirred into a paste, Xianxia felt that he really had no appetite. He didn't know if the puppy could eat this. If the puppy didn't eat it, he didn't care. He opened the cage, put the bowl in the corner of the cage, closed the cage, picked up the 2 bags of snacks, and climbed up the tree to rest. In the middle of the night, Xianxia heard the sound of eating in the cage. It should be the puppy eating, and it seemed that there was more than one puppy. When it was almost dawn, Xianxia jumped down the tree to check. There was no porridge in the bowl. Xianxia thought that the 2 puppies would not survive. Now that their stomachs were bulging and their breathing was strong, he guessed that they had gotten up in the middle of the night to eat. It was good to have a strong vitality. The next day, Xianxia continued to go out to find out what the villagers were doing at what time. If the villagers were busy in the fields or orchards, Xianxia would try to steal the phone even during the day. However, he didn't find anything that day. In the end, he ran to the driver's house to look for food. He jumped to the 2nd floor and took a bag of thumb pancakes that children ate. Before leaving, Xianxia saw the little girl again. Just like before, the little girl hid behind the door and looked in Xianxia's direction. She looked very serious and even cracked her fingers, as if she was confirming something. Xianxia didn't know what she was doing. At this time, he also heard footsteps. The busy driver and his wife finally came upstairs. Xianxia quickly jumped off the windowsill with the biscuits and ran away. After taking a shower, the little girl's mother took out a picture book to teach her. The little girl answered the first few questions very well, and the driver and his wife were very satisfied. However, in the end, her mother thought about it and asked, "How many legs does the kitten use to walk?" The little girl's answer was not so simple. 2 or 4. The little girl, who was about to say, 2, changed her words when she saw her mother's face suddenly change color. However, she felt very wronged, so she cried out. This question was really too difficult. Did it have 2 legs or 4 legs? Xianxia didn't know the trouble he brought. He searched for 2 days in a row and didn't find a suitable opportunity. The villagers, even if they had mobile phones, carried them close to their bodies and hid them well for fear that someone would take them away. Also, in this era, mobile phones were still very valuable items, not as common as a few years later. However, in this way, Xianxia suffered. The 3 puppies were now much more energetic. Xianxia would let them out to play for a while during the day. The 3 puppies didn't run around and just played around. Xianxia looked at them from a tree not far from the cage. In fact, it would be much better if they could be kept in the cage, but these 3 puppies still had to pee or poop. It was too troublesome to put them in the cage. Xianxia didn't want to clean them a second time. He directly released the 3 puppies and threw them into the cage after they pooped. During the day, he looked after the 3 puppies. At night, he looked for opportunities to steal mobile phones and find some food to feed the puppies. This continued for a week. On this day, the 3 puppies were playing outside. The cat that ate butterflies ran over, and the 3 puppies jumped and chased after it. Xianxia didn't stop it. According to the situation this week, the 3 puppies would come back if they couldn't catch up and wouldn't run far. But Xianxia didn't expect that the cat didn't run away directly, but played with the 3 puppies for a while. It was estimated that the cat usually spent a lot of time with dogs and didn't reject them. It played very happily and ran over to tease them from time to time, letting the 3 puppies chase and bite it. The puppies were so small that even if they had teeth, they didn't have much strength to bite. Zhang Tan didn't care about them. It was good to get along well, and there was a cat to play with, so Zhang Tan didn't have to worry about them. Just as he was about to take a nap, Zhang Tan heard a voice. Looking out from between the leaves, Zhang Tan saw a man in his 30s, carrying a big bag, walking over here. As he walked, he was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone on the phone. The man's accent on the phone didn't sound like a local, and he looked a little down and out. Chapter 64. Zhang Tan was so focused on his phone that he didn't notice the 3 puppies and the cat running towards him. After the man finished the call, he squatted down and scratched the chin of the cat, then looked at the 3 puppies in surprise. When the puppies saw the stranger, they didn't immediately approach him. They walked forward and quickly took 2 steps back. The biggest one even barked twice proudly. However, because it was still too small, it couldn't run steadily. It tripped and rolled on the ground. "Hey, whose puppy is this? Why did it run here?" The man pulled a piece of grass to tease the puppy, but it was intercepted by the cat next to him. Patting his pants, the man put his phone in his pocket, got up and walked towards the 3 puppies. Seeing the stranger approaching, the 3 puppies barked a few times, then turned around and ran back. They didn't go directly into the cage, but ran to the big locust tree and barked at Zhang Tan, who was hiding in the tree. Zhang Tan wanted to hit his head on the tree trunk. "What's the use of barking at me? My plan was all messed up by you." Originally, Zhang Tan had prepared 2 plans. One was to follow the man and find a chance to make a move. The other was to knock him out with a stick and steal his phone when he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, Zhang Tan had already done this kind of thing before, so he didn't mind doing it a few more times. However, these 2 plans were all ruined by the 3 puppies. Zhang Tan felt that after exposing himself, the success rate of making a move would be much lower, so now he was very unhappy. Looking at the 3 puppies barking under the big locust tree, Zhang Tan wanted to slap them one by one. Damn it! Feng Xiaokong just came out to make a phone call. He didn't expect to see the 3 puppies. However, this place was too far from the village house. Who would put the puppies so far away? Guarding the orchard? How could such small puppies guard the orchard? And as far as Feng Xiaokong knew in the past few days, there were 2 male dogs guarding the orchard. Where did the puppies come from? Which family did you catch him recently? Feng Xiaokong followed him in confusion. This orchard belonged to the family he was staying at. He had never heard the landlord mention that he had caught a new puppy. Seeing the 3 puppies barking at the tree, Feng Xiaokong was even more surprised. He looked up at the big locust tree in front of him. Although it wasn't obvious from afar, once one got closer and took a closer look, one would be able to see black fur between the gaps of the leaves. Cat. A dog couldn't have climbed so high, and it couldn't have been a black leopard. If that was the case, how could the 3 puppies survive? So it could only be a cat. But the question was, why were the 3 puppies barking at the cat in the tree? How strange. Zhang Tan knew that he had been discovered, but he didn't intend to jump down. It was safer to hide in the tree. The 3 puppies barked for a long time but did not see any response from Zhang Tan, so they began to whine again. Feng Xiaokong looked around and saw the hidden dog cage. He was even more confused. Although he was confused, Feng Xiaokong still left, and the cat followed him. After the man walked away, Zhang Tan jumped down from the tree. The 3 puppies stopped whining and immediately came over. As a result, they were slapped by Zhang Tan one by one. He didn't use much strength. Such small puppies, if he used more strength, Zhang Tan suspected that they would become stupid. But the 3 puppies thought that Zhang Tan was playing with them, so they grinned and came over again. Zhang Tan was annoyed. He jumped up the tree again, thinking about when he would see a villager with a cell phone who was alone. He would solve the problem by force. In less than half an hour, Zhang Tan saw the man come over again. This time, he was holding a bowl of porridge in his hand. There was meat in the porridge instead of egg yolks. Feng Xiaokong came over with the bowl and put it in front of the 3 puppies. The 3 puppies had already smelled the smell. They quickly ran over and began to eat. Zhang Tan curled his lips. Although he was a little dissatisfied that the 3 puppies believed him so easily and began to eat, it saved him the trouble of stealing food for them at night. The 3 puppies ate very quickly. After a while, the bowl of porridge was empty. They even licked the bowl clean. Hey, there really are dogs. A young man in his 20s came over with a shovel. Seeing the 3 puppies step back, he thought for a moment, put the shovel aside with a smile, and walked over with his bare hands. Finished planting the trees? Feng Xiaokong asked. Finished planting. I wonder what those so-called new varieties of citrus will look like, the young man said as he wiped his sweat and leaned against the tree trunk. These dogs don't look like mongrels. Feng Xiaokong pointed at the 3 puppies who were playing with each other. Yes, it's a strung dog, a mongrel dog. This is probably the son of the village head's son, Du Gao. Yesterday, I heard that they threw the puppy away. I didn't expect to see it here. The young man became excited again when he talked about it. The tiredness from planting the tree just now disappeared. Du Gao? I remember someone said that the village chief's son had 2 Du Gao, 1 male and 1 female. Yes, haha. Everyone in our village knows that the female Du Gao didn't like the male Du Gao. Instead, a mongrel got her. I just don't know whose mongrel it is. It's so capable. When the puppies were just born, they could fool people with the excuse that the puppies were too young and didn't grow up. As they grew up, they became more and more like mongrels and could run around. They couldn't hide it anymore. No one was a fool. Although people didn't say it publicly, they treated it as a joke in private. Their family probably felt embarrassed and threw the puppies away. In the beginning, they were so proud of raising the Du Gao. They even bought it at a high price. In the end, it became a joke. The young man laughed happily. What about these puppies? Feng Xiaokong asked. The young man came over and picked up the biggest puppy. Yo, they are quite fierce. If he wasn't prepared, he would have been bitten by the puppy. The puppy that was picked up saw that it couldn't bite people and made a low growl in its throat. These puppies are not bad, but it's probably not good to keep them in the village. The village chief's family will definitely have opinions. I'll call my friend later and ask. His family has a ranch. A few days ago, they said they wanted to buy dogs. I think these 3 are good. Your friend likes this kind of dog. It's not that he likes this kind of dog. He likes native dogs the most. He often goes to the mountains to find pure native dogs and brings them back to train. That kind of pure native dog is stronger, has spiritual energy, and is smart enough. After a long time, it's also loyal enough. They are also brave and can hunt. They can also be used as working dogs. The dog he raised before was like that. That dog didn't look like much, but it was really strong. It often caught rabbits and brought them back for dinner. It definitely wouldn't lose to those so-called world-famous hunting dogs. Unfortunately, it was shot during the New Year. The dog forced itself to go home with an anesthetic needle on its back. It died when it came home. He was sad for a long time because of this. It's been a few months and he hasn't raised it again. A few days ago, I heard that he wanted to buy a dog. As the young man spoke, he pinched the puppy's bones in his hand and looked at the dog's paw. Zheng Tan looked at this person. He seemed to be very satisfied with the puppies. And listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan felt that it was really rare for him to be able to survive the anesthetic gun. The young man continued, a real hound is not something that can be seen, but is reflected through continuous training. Of course, the innate requirements must also be met. These few are not bad. If he wants them, I will send them to him directly. Anyway, they are an eyesore to the village chief's family. The puppies that were put down shook their fur, then quickly ran to the big pagoda tree. They raised their heads and barked at Zheng Tan, probably to express their grievances. What's wrong with the puppies? Why are they barking at the tree? The young man asked. There's a black cat up there. Feng Xiaokong stretched out his finger and pointed up. The young man shook his head. No one in our village raises a black cat. Some people say that black cats are unlucky, so they don't raise them. Even if they do, they'll send them away or throw them away. These 3 puppies were probably picked up by the black cat on the tree, Feng Xiaokong said. Black cats are really weird. They even pick up puppies. The young man didn't care whether the black cat was telling the truth or not. The more he looked at the 3 puppies, the more satisfied he was. Brother Feng, I'll go back and make a call. Just use my phone. Feng Xiaokong was about to take out his phone from his pocket. No, I'll go first. Brother Feng, help me look after the puppies. Don't let anyone take them. After that, the young man turned around and walked quickly home with a shovel. After the young man left, Feng Xiaokong put down his backpack and took out a camera. He felt that it was too hot, so he took off his jacket and put it on the bushes next to him. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket and put it on top of the bushes. He got up and took the camera to take pictures of the surrounding scenery. Xianxia looked at the camera in the man's hand under the tree. It was an SLR. These days, SLR should be considered a high-end product. Was he a photographer? She had heard that some photographers like to run around and make themselves look like refugees who had fled from a dire situation. Regardless of whether this person was a photographer or not, Zhang Tan's attention was mainly on the phone. What a good opportunity. Should he grab the phone and run? Zhang Tan looked at the person taking the photos and started to slide down the tree. Unfortunately, the person quickly turned around and came back. He walked to the backpack and took out a water bottle to drink. He also poured some water into the puppy's bowl. Zhang Tan estimated the distance between him and the phone. He wanted to take the phone away when the person wasn't paying attention. However, the person was also paying attention to him. It was not easy to take action. Feng Xiaokong finished drinking the water and put the water bottle back into his bag. He took the phone and looked at the time. While Feng Xiaokong was looking at the time, Zhang Tan's eyes also followed the phone. You want to play with the phone? Here, play with it. Feng Xiaokong put the phone on the ground in front of him. Obviously, Zhang Tan's small movements didn't escape the other person's observation. Zhang Tan looked at the person in front of him and then looked at the phone on the ground. Could it be a trap? He was willing to give the phone to the cat to play with? However, if he could play with an SLR, he might not be short of money. Whatever, I'll contact him first. Zhang Tan grabbed the phone with his hand. While grabbing the phone, he also paid attention to the person in front of him. Seeing that he just sat there and didn't have any intention of moving, Zhang Tan put the phone on the ground again. This phone's screen wasn't colored. A few years later, this phone would fall under the category of unwanted phones. However, logically speaking, people who could afford a DSLR should also be able to afford a new phone with a colored screen. Why would they still use this one that was already worn out at the corners? However, Zhang Tan couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Just this phone was enough to excite Zhang Tan. After going through so much trouble, climbing through the window and looking for a phone, he had originally planned to snatch one by force. Now, the phone was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, this phone should be able to make long-distance calls, right? It wouldn't be in arrears, right? Zhang Tan looked at the person sitting there with a curious expression. He raised his paw and began to press the button. Feng Xiaokong saw that the black cat was staring at his phone, so he passed the phone to it with a playful thought. Who knew that the cat really pressed the button? And it was a long-distance phone number. It didn't press it blindly. Interesting. Zhang Tan pressed the phone number excitedly and nervously. He waited with his ears perked up, and his tail slapped the ground to reduce his nervousness. Finally, the phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello. It was the Jiao Pa's voice. After being captured for so long, he finally heard a familiar voice again. He suddenly felt touched as if he had seen a real family member. Zhang Tan gathered all the complicated feelings in his heart into a cry. A woo! Chapter 65. Tsinghua University. Biology Building. After Associate Professor Zhao finished his class, he went back to his office building. Just as he was about to open his office door, his phone suddenly rang. Associate Professor Zhao quickly took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. Hello. Ow wow. Associate Professor Zhao froze for a moment when he heard the cat's ghost-like howl from the other end of the phone. Then, a bright smile appeared on his usually calm face. A few young female teachers walked over and saw Associate Professor Zhao's dazzling smile. They thought that Associate Professor Zhao might not lose to Professor Ren in terms of appearance. Associate Professor Zhao looked around. This was a teacher's office and there were always people walking in and out of the hallway. It was inconvenient for him to talk, so he quickly took out his keys and opened the office door. He was so happy that he tried a few times to insert the key into the keyhole. After Associate Professor Zhao entered the office, he closed the office door and threw an important meeting note onto the table. Black charcoal. Zhao Pa asked tentatively. As for the fact that his cat would call him, Associate Professor Zhao was just imagining it. Associate Professor Zhao looked at problems too rationally. He analyzed the probability of all kinds of situations, but the conclusion he came up with was very disappointing. There were so many people in the city to help, so many channels and manpower to search, but there was no news. Director He and the others said that the cat must have been transported to another province. It was very difficult to find the cat outside the province. Even in the south, they had asked for help and put up notices, but there was no news. Also, if the cat was out of the province, even if it was fine and had the chance to call, it wouldn't know that there was a prefix in front of the phone number. But now, he really did receive a call from his cat. Associate Professor Zhao felt that this was even worse than when he heard that the project application was successful. Unknowingly, they had already treated Black Charcoal as a member of the family. After Black Charcoal disappeared, it was as if there was a missing piece in their lives. Every time they went home, they would feel sad when they saw the missing piece. The two children were also in low spirits. The neighbors offered to find another black cat to comfort the children, but the two children refused. Everyone in his family knew that Black Charcoal was irreplaceable. On the other side, Zhang Tan was also excited. He howled again, louder and louder than before. He didn't notice Feng Xiaokong's expression when he saw E.T., nor did he notice the three puppies who were stunned by the howling. Even though the howls were terrifying, Associate Professor Zhao still felt a sense of familiarity. The people outside who were talking about Associate Professor Zhao would never have thought that the person they were talking about was talking to his cat on the phone. Black Charcoal, is there anyone around you? Associate Professor Zhao asked. Zhang Tan's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked around, and then his eyes fell on Feng Xiaokong. After answering the phone, he pushed the phone to Feng Xiaokong. When Zhang Tan pushed the phone, someone knocked on the door of Associate Professor Zhao's office. Come in, Associate Professor Zhao said without taking the phone away from his ear. It was Zhao Lu who came in. After she found out that the black cat that saved her had been taken, she had been looking for it. She had also asked many friends to help, but the person who took the cat was too slippery and didn't leave any useful clues. Although she and Associate Professor Zhao both suspected that Ran Chong was suspicious, they didn't find any evidence. It was Celestine who went to Ran Chong's house and hid for a while to find some clues. Today, she came to discuss with Associate Professor Zhao how to deal with Ran Chong and get some clues from him. Zhao Li didn't expect to see Associate Professor Zhao smiling when she walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he find it? At Zhang Tan's office, Feng Xiaokong was very confused by the cat's behavior. He looked at the screen of his phone and saw that it was still in the middle of a call, so he picked up the phone. Hello. Associate Professor Zhao heard the voice and didn't have time to talk to Zhao Lu. After introducing himself and the identity of the black cat, he asked a series of questions. As Feng Xiaokong answered the questions, he also learned about the general situation. He was surprised to encounter such a situation. There was actually a cat that called home. In the office, Zhao Pa wrote down Feng Xiaokong's name on a piece of paper when he heard his introduction. Feng as in square and round, Xiao as in 2 ears, Kong as in health. Feng Xiaokong. Third Uncle Feng. Zhao Lu asked. Although Zhao Li's voice wasn't loud, the area around the citrus garden was too quiet. Everyone could hear what Zhao Lu said on the other end of the phone. Feng Xiaokong also heard Zhao Li's words. Feng Xiaokong was the third child in his family. He had 2 older brothers. Someone who could call him Third Uncle Feng must be an acquaintance. Who's that? Feng Xiaokong asked. Associate Professor Zhao looked at Zhao Lu and handed the phone over. Is that really Third Uncle Feng? I'm Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu told him about Zhang Tan, then said that the black cat had helped him a lot. He hoped that Feng Xiaokong could help him. Feng Xiaokong looked at the cat who was still in the mood to play with the dog. He was very surprised. He did not expect that a cat he met in such a remote village would know an old friend. This cat was very capable. Just like what the elders in the village said, a black cat was always a little strange. Zhang Tan was in a good mood. He hadn't been in such a good mood in a long time. Ever since he was caught, he had been in a constant state of fear. He doubted everyone he met for a long time. Every step he took, he had to think about whether this would work or not. Every day, he had to sleep in the open and take the risk of being caught to steal food. After all, he couldn't stand raw food. All in all, this was a rather bitter experience. But this bitter history was coming to an end. He was about to return to that familiar place, see those familiar people, have a warm bed at night, have someone to help him brush his fur, and have breakfast prepared in the morning. Now that he thought about it, he really missed it. While Zhao Lu and Feng Xiaokong were discussing how to bring the cat back to Chuhua City, the Zhao Pa gestured to Zhao Lu, then said softly, "Ren Chong." Zhao Lu reacted quickly. Even if the cat was brought back, if Ren Chong wasn't dealt with, the cat-catching incident would happen again. "You mean? I'm relieved to know that it's safe and sound. Since Mr. Feng is an acquaintance of Miss Zhao and can be trusted, then there's no rush to bring black charcoal back. Mr. Feng, please take care of black charcoal first. We'll talk about it after we've settled things here." Zhao Lu nodded and explained the situation briefly to Feng Xiaokong. Feng Xiaokong expressed his understanding. "Okay, I'll take the cat and walk there slowly. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month." "Take the cat? 10 days to half a month? Does that mean that it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to get back to Chuhua?" Zhang Tan's excitement was doused with a bucket of ice dregs. Why? Even if they couldn't take the train, it wouldn't take too long to drive back. Why would it take 10 days to half a month? Jiao Pa told Zhang Tan to follow Feng Xiaokong obediently over the phone. Third Uncle Feng would take him back to Chuhua. At the moment, Chuhua couldn't send anyone over to pick up Zhang Tan. There were still things to deal with there. Even though the Jiao Pa didn't explain much, Zhang Tan could still analyze the reason from his words. Zhang Tan expressed his understanding. It was for his own good. He didn't want to face people with bad intentions once he got back. Feng Xiaokong looked at the cat in front of him, who was listening to the phone attentively. Even third Uncle Feng, who boasted that he had seen the world and seen many strange things, couldn't help but be amazed. That cat's father was also special. He actually explained so much to a cat. If it were someone else in this village, they would probably be thinking about how to exorcise demons and ward off evil spirits. After the phone call, Zhang Tan was less wary of Feng Xiaokong. Since Feng Xiaokong was someone Zhao Li knew, and he had Zhao Li's guarantee, Zhang Tan didn't need to spend so much effort on guarding against him. At this time, the young man from before also ran over after the phone call. He said that he would drive out tomorrow and bring the 3 puppies to his friend. Knowing that the 3 puppies were settled, Zhang Tan was completely relieved. From the conversation between Feng Xiaokong and the young man, he knew that the person who was going to adopt the 3 puppies was a good person. That night, Zhang Tan followed Feng Xiaokong to the young man's house. Of course, Zhang Tan hid in his backpack. The people in this village didn't like black cats. He was afraid that the landlord would be unhappy if he found out. As for the 3 puppies, the young man also put them in cages and carried them back. After eating and drinking and sleeping well, Zhang Tan woke up early in the morning and followed Feng Xiaokong onto the young man's tricycle. The puppies were in cages. They had a good meal last night and this morning, and now they were going to sleep. The road in the countryside wasn't easy to drive on. There was a long stretch of uneven road. The bumpy driving made Zhang Tan feel dizzy. The 3-hour drive, in fact, would probably take less than an hour if the road was flat. The young man and his friend raised sheep and some cows. They also built a place to raise poultry. The scale was quite large. No wonder they wanted to raise dogs. Looking at the 3 puppies, the friend was very satisfied. He had already tidied up the kennel yesterday. After looking at the 3 puppies, he took them over. Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong had lunch there. In the afternoon, the young man would drive them to the county. The road to the county was much better. It wasn't so bumpy. Although the journey was twice as long, it took about the same amount of time. Zhang Tan didn't bring Kitty's cat tag with him. In the village, he took off the cat tag and hid it for convenience. When he left with Feng Xiaokong, he didn't take it. Now, he was really a stray cat without a tag. However, with Feng Xiaokong by his side, Zhang Tan wasn't so anxious. However, his good mood didn't last long. After Feng Xiaokong bought a bicycle, Zhang Tan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 66. Zhang Tan felt that Feng Xiaokong was quite unreliable. After this guy entered the county, he happened to pass by a bicycle shop and suddenly came up with the idea of buying a bicycle. In fact, this guy hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. Even when he was traveling, he drove a 4-wheeled bicycle. The owner of the bicycle shop promoted it for a long time, but Feng Xiaokong didn't buy the brand new mountain bike that was said to be the most advanced design. In the end, he bought a second-hand bike. Even if it was a second-hand bike, it was still a mountain bike. The shop owner didn't seem too happy because Feng Xiaokong didn't buy a new bike, But after all, it was still a business deal, so he inspected the bike again. Feng Xiaokong looked at the black cat squatting not far away, then looked at the bicycle being inspected. He said to the shop owner, "Boss, can you add a basket for me?" The shop owner looked at Feng Xiaokong strangely. He probably didn't expect someone to make such a request. Most people bought this type of bike mainly for sports. Who would put a basket on it to buy groceries? However, since the customer made the request, he wouldn't refuse. A basket could still make a few dollars. Being a professional, the boss still asked, "Are you loading the basket to store the goods?" Feng Xiaokong thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "How heavy is it?" "It's not too heavy." Then the shop owner didn't say anything else. Since it was just for goods and wasn't heavy, there was no need to modify it too much. He just put a basket on it. After the inspection, the basket was loaded, and the payment was made. Getting on the bike, Feng Xiaokong felt good. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He was suddenly looking forward to the rest of the trip. Zhang Tan squatted at the side and looked coldly at the self-satisfied Uncle Feng. He couldn't understand why Uncle Feng would choose such a lifestyle. When he was on the phone with the Jiao Pa, Zhang Tan heard a hint of respect in Zhao Li's tone. It wasn't fake politeness, but real respect. This meant that Uncle Feng should have some background. At the very least, he shouldn't be short of money. But why would a man in his 30s choose such a lifestyle? He made himself look like a poor man. As Zhang Tan was thinking, Feng Xiaokong rode over. He stopped in front of Zhang Tan, patted the basket and said proudly, "Goods, get on." Zhang Tan. Goods my ass. They were going to go from this small county to another city. Their next stop was a big city. The surrounding roads should be relatively good. Jumping on the basket, Zhang Tan felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, it wasn't as comfortable as squatting in the basket of little Pomelo's children's car. Feng Xiaokong carried his travel bag and rode out of the city on his bicycle. The roads in the city were very smooth, but it was different when they left the city. From the small county to the big city, there were indeed roads, but they were all highways. It was fine to drive there, but it was impossible to ride a bike. There were no highways, so they took the national highway. However, the entire journey wasn't entirely on the national highway. In order to experience the feeling of riding a mountain bike, Feng Xiaokong chose a small rural road after leaving the city. After that, they went on the national highway. Zhang Tan's bitter experience began on this small rural road. The front of a mountain bike had a shock absorber design, which was different from ordinary bikes. The owner of the bike shop didn't modify the basket too much when he loaded it, so the one who suffered was Zhang Tan. The bicycle traveled along a small country road. The road was filled with potholes, gravel, and dirt. Whenever it bumped, Zhang Tan would feel the bicycle's basket move up and down violently. It was much more uncomfortable than riding Wei Lang's bicycle in the past. The shaking made her dizzy. Feng Xiaokong didn't feel too uncomfortable. He was still in the novel stage. He was in a good mood, humming a tune until he felt the movement on the basket. Zhang Tan jumped twice in the basket to attract Feng Xiaokong's attention. When Feng Xiaokong stopped the bike, he jumped out of the basket. When he landed, he was still a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. "What's wrong?" Feng Xiaokong looked at Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the side of the road and pulling at his ears with an unwilling expression. Then he looked at the basket, raised his hand to push the basket twice, and looked at the front fork of the bike. He suddenly remembered what the owner of the bike shop asked. So this was the main problem. Is the basket uncomfortable? Feng Xiaokong thought for a while. Why don't you just squat in my bag? In the end, Zhang Tan didn't squat in the big travel bag. Instead, he stood on top of the bag. He had claws to hook onto the bag so that he wouldn't fall, and he wouldn't sway like he did in the basket. He could even step on Feng Xiaokong's head twice. Feng Xiaokong, who had his head stepped on, thought that the cat must have done it on purpose. No wonder people said that cats were vengeful. He should buy a hat the next time he went to the city. Otherwise the cat would really rebel. He, third young Master Feng, had never been stepped on like this before. After getting out of the village road and onto the national highway, the feeling was much better. There was no more bumping, and Zhang Tan could even take a nap on the bag. Zhang Tan was comfortable, but Feng Xiaokong gradually felt tired. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel tired. The backpack was heavy, and with a cat, It was even heavier. After riding for a few hours, they found a place to rest. When they set off again, under Feng Xiaokong's complaints, Zhang Tan went back to squatting on the basket to relieve the pressure on third Uncle Feng. The roads on the national highway were much better than the village roads, so Zhang Tan didn't have much of an opinion. Just like that, they rode and stopped, and they didn't enter the city until evening. They found a small hotel to stay in. Because he didn't know if the owner of the hotel allowed him to bring a cat, Zhang Tan hid in the bag and went in. The room wasn't big. It was a single room. The other facilities were quite complete. After riding for half a day, Feng Xiaokong was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, before he collapsed, he took out his digital SLR camera and looked at the photos he took today. He also took out a small notebook to make some notes. While Feng Xiaokong was organizing the photos and notes, Zhang Tan ran to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub to the brim and adjusted the temperature of the water. Then, he started to take a bath. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time. In addition, he was too tired from riding the basket today. Zhang Tan decided to take a good bath. His main purpose was to drown the fleas on his body. Zhang Tan was helpless about fleas. They couldn't be eradicated. Even if he didn't come into contact with other animals, he could still get some in the grass. He squeezed some shower gel, rubbed it casually, and started to swim. Based on his current size, this bathtub could indeed be used as a small swimming pool for Zhang Tan. It was better when he was a human. He wouldn't attract so many fleas. Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. When Feng Xiaokong finished organizing his things and went into the bathroom, he saw the black cat swimming in the bathtub. It looked very comfortable. Damn, it even squeezed shower gel. Feng Xiaokong had friends who also owned cats, so he had heard that most cats didn't like to take baths. Just as Zhao Le said, this cat was very special. Black cats were really strange. Feng Xiaokong thought to himself. After Zhang Tan finished bathing, he found a hairdryer and dried his fur. The hairdryer was placed on the table. He turned on the button and set it to hot air. Then, Zhang Tan constantly adjusted the angle to dry his fur. It was a little troublesome. As long as it could solve the problem, it was fine. When Feng Xiaokong came out of the bathroom, he looked at the only bed and the black cat lying in the middle. He was speechless for a long time. The cat's habit of occupying territory was really F***ing annoying. The next day, the man and the cat slept until almost noon. Zhang Tan was fine. After taking a bath and getting rid of the fleas, he also had a good sleep and was full of energy. Feng Xiaokong, on the other hand, felt some intense pain in his neck and back. His spine also hurt, the after effects of riding a bike. Riding a mountain bike for a long distance also required attention. From the bike to the rider's posture, there were rules. Feng Xiaokong didn't know anything, so it was natural for him to be like this. After lunch, Feng Xiaokong and Zhang Tan went out. Feng Xiaokong wanted to take a good look around and learn more about the city. Zhang Tan didn't have anything special that interested him, so he just treated it as a free trip. Feng Xiaokong hung the camera around his neck. Zhang Tan stayed in the bag. Like before, he looked out from the zipper of the bag. These days, many big cities in the inland didn't have subways. The urban construction definitely couldn't be compared to a few years later. Zhang Tan didn't care about many things nowadays. He just looked around to kill time when he was bored. He didn't know what Feng Xiaokong was looking at, but he looked quite serious. In the evening, Feng Xiaokong came to a square. There were more people here. There was a commercial street nearby. Some people were dancing in the square. There were groups of young people and middle-aged women. The surroundings were noisy. Feng Xiaokong didn't want to stay here and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by the sound of a guitar and strings. Feng Xiaokong obviously noticed it too. He walked over. In the corner of the square, a few young people were singing. There were also people around watching, but not many. Some people even threw coins in front of them. Feng Xiaokong watched for a while. When they were resting, he went over to chat. These 5 young people weren't from this city, nor were they from the same place. They all met here and got along well. They were planning to start a band. They were in high school. They were still underage kids, but they didn't go to school. They said that they liked music so much that they wanted to go out and see the world. In many people's youth, they would have a dream of being a vagrant complex. This kind of vagrant was a yearning for freedom and the pursuit of dreams. It seemed that nothing could stop the young, restless, and ignorant heart. Zhang Tan vaguely remembered seeing a vagrant singer in his 20s. He carried a guitar every day and sang in every corner of the city. Sometimes, he would be invited to sing in small bars. When people talked about vagrant singers, they had the impression that they had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. Zhang Tan only had a poor back view of the vagrant singer. He didn't have many memories of him. At that time, Zhang Tan often went to clubs, KTVs, and other places. He didn't have the leisure to listen to street performers. He also had a disdainful attitude towards vagrant singers. Occasionally, he would act as a philanthropist in front of beautiful girls and give them some money. He didn't treat it as a kind of spiritual enjoyment. In the end, it was just an occasional pastime. What I need is everyone's appreciation, not pity. We're not as unkempt as people think. We don't have a few lice in our hair. We're the so-called street art. The young man who was chatting with Feng Xiaokong said, sharing his thoughts. Then how much money do you guys make every day? Feng Xiaokong asked. The young man scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not sure. When I was alone, I didn't make much. It took me a few days to get enough money for a bus ticket. Now it's better. We'll just sing here for a while. The day before yesterday, we contacted a small bar. We'll sing there later. It's still early. Singing here is just for practice. Feng Xiaokong looked at the coins on the ground thoughtfully. Before he left, he found a shop and rented a guitar. It was not a very good guitar, and it was not as good as the ones in the hands of the children. At night, when he returned to the small hotel, Feng Xiaokong tried the guitar. At first, he was a little shaky, but gradually he became proficient. Obviously, he had practiced before. Zhang Tan was about to go to bed when Feng Xiaokong called him over. Black charcoal, let's go perform tomorrow. Zhang Tan was speechless. Why would this guy suddenly have such an idea? I heard that a lot of people perform with their pets. They make a lot of money. Here, I've specially prepared this for you. As he spoke, Feng Xiaokong took out a glass can that he had finished eating. In his other hand, he picked up a metal spoon from who knows where. He knocked the can with the spoon, making a crisp, ding sound. Looking at the can and the spoon, Zhang Tan roughly knew what Feng Xiaokong wanted him to do. However, at this time, he pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the cat in front of him didn't respond, Feng Xiaokong thought to himself, that's not right. Zhao Lu said that this cat can understand human language and is very capable. If you want to express something, you can just say it directly. There's no need to use food to induce it. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiaokong said, didn't they say that you're very smart? Don't you know how to do this? It's not as magical as Zhao Lu said. Provocation didn't work. Zhang Tan continued to lower his head, pretending that he didn't know. How about this? You see, I don't have much pocket money. Look at the small hotel we're staying in now. The conditions are too bad. Tomorrow, we'll perform on the streets. If we make more money, we'll stay in a better hotel. The kind with double rooms. Each of us has a bed. It's spacious, not crowded, and we don't have to fight for pillows and blankets. What do you think? Zhang Tan really thought about it this time. Just because Feng Xiaokong said that he didn't have pocket money didn't mean that he didn't have money. Therefore, Zhang Tan treated this sentence as a fart. However, if they could really change to a better hotel, Zhang Tan would certainly be willing. There were flies and mosquitoes in this place, and it was annoying. Also, if we make money, we'll take a bus to the next city. We won't ride a bike. Zhang Tan looked at Feng Xiaokong. He believed that they wouldn't ride a bike. Feng Xiaokong had suffered a lot riding a bike. He didn't want to ride a bike anymore, but he used it as a condition. However, if that was really the case, Zhang Tan was willing to give it a try. He was afraid that Feng Xiaokong would suddenly decide to walk on foot. That would be terrible. Today, he saw Feng Xiaokong shopping in a shop that sold tents. He probably did have that idea. Feng Xiaokong knocked on the glass jar twice with a metal spoon. Then, he placed the spoon in front of Zhang Tan, waiting for Zhang Tan to make a decision. Zhang Tan poked at the metal spoon. Even if he was willing to give it a try, this metal spoon wasn't easy to hold. Oh, there's also this. Feng Xiaokong took out a rolled-up paper tube and stuck it on the metal spoon with transparent tape. The paper tube was just enough for Zhang Tan to put one of his arms in. Zhang Tan looked at Feng Xiaokong. This guy really came prepared. He put his arm into the paper tube. When he raised his arm, he also raised the metal spoon and knocked on the glass jar. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Yes, yes, just like that. Here, I'll sing a line, and you knock it. Feng Xiaokong plucked the metal strings of his guitar and began to sing. Twinkle, 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 Zhang Tan. So retarded. Seeing Feng Xiaokong looking at him, Zhang Tan took a deep breath and knocked the spoon over. Ding. Very good. Continue. The sky is full of little stars. Ding. Hang in the sky and shine. Ding. They practiced until 11 o'clock. The person next door couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door to scold them. Only then did the man and cat stop. The next day, Feng Xiaokong asked Zhang Tan to continue practicing with him. After lunch, they took a nap and went out at 4 o'clock. The sky wasn't dark yet, but there were already more people at the square. In the corner, the 5 young people he saw yesterday were there again. After making some adjustments, they began to sing. The songs they sang included popular music and classic songs from the past. They were all songs that young people liked and were full of energy. Feng Xiaokong looked over there, then found a place where there was no one and put the prepared paper box in front of him. There was an opening on the paper box. Zhang Tan felt that it was like a donation box, and he was the poor cat that needed everyone to do good. People around saw the situation and came over. Feng Xiaokong was wearing a hat, and he hadn't shaved his beard in the past few days. It was hard to see his original appearance. Zhang Tan felt that he must have done it on purpose. After putting away the paper box, Feng Xiaokong put the glass bottle aside, then took out his guitar, leaned against a lamppost, and began to strum. The curious gazes of the people around made Zhang Tan's face hot. Whether he was a human or a cat, he had never performed in front of so many people. This made him very embarrassed. It was okay when he was in the hotel, after all, no one was looking. But now, with so many people looking at him, Zhang Tan felt that the iron spoon weighed 1,000 pounds. He really didn't want to touch that thing. Not far away, the 5 young people finished singing Glorious Years, and also noticed them. Hey! It's about to start. Feng Xiaokong reminded Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. It didn't seem good to leave now. It felt like he was running away. After mentally preparing himself, Zhang Tan put his arm into the paper box of the iron spoon. More and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Feng Xiaokong also began to strum the guitar. His skills were not very good in the eyes of the young people. After a prelude, Feng Xiaokong's heroic voice sounded. Walking in all directions, the road is long and the river is law. Zhang Tan braced himself and lifted the iron spoon to hit the glass bottle. Ding! Hazy and hazy, a village and a village. Ding! Watching the setting sun come back. Ding! The earth is not old, the sky is not desolate, the years are long and long. When Feng Xiaokong sang the first line, one of the young people who was drinking water spat it out. No one would have thought that this uncle would actually sing this song while playing the guitar. The playing was terrible, and the singing was terrible, but more and more people gathered around. And many people began to throw money into the paper box. Zhang Tan felt like an idiot. No, he and Feng Xiaokong were both idiots. Chapter 67. In a big city, the city square was always bustling at night. Music from the shops, various mobile advertisements, dynamic hip-hop tunes, and ethnic customs of old ladies. But tonight, more and more people gathered in the corner that people usually didn't pay attention to. Hey, let's go and see. There's a cat knocking on a bottle over there. Knocking on a bottle? Yeah, I heard that it's a homeless singer's pet. The 2 of them are performing. Sounds interesting. Let's go and see. Mom, I want to see the cat knocking on the bottle too. Okay, let's go and see the cat knocking on the bottle. The people in the city didn't have so many scruples about the black cat. They came to watch for something new and for fun. People's living standards had improved, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They would try to find entertainment for themselves to pass the time. It was the first time in a long time that they saw people performing with cats in the square. And the coordination was really good. Zhang Tan looked at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He lowered his head and looked at the glass bottle in front of him seriously, but he didn't look at the audience. For Zhang Tan, even if he didn't have a good character when he was a human, he still cared about his reputation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to performing on the street and being watched by people. Zhang Tan could only feel lucky that this wasn't the era of advanced communication a few years later. Otherwise, his knocking on the bottle would be posted on the internet, and it might even be reposted many times. That would be even more embarrassing. Following the tune of Feng Xiaokong's broken voice and knocking on the glass bottle, Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. How could time pass so slowly? It felt like hours had passed, but in fact, it was only 2 songs, less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tan suddenly remembered something that Zhao Pa once said to Zhao Yuan: people have to learn to adjust themselves. When you don't want to face it but have to face it, you can try to change your mindset to comfort yourself. This will give you a better mentality to face the next challenge. Change my mindset and adjust my mentality? Zhang Tan raised his head slightly and looked at the cardboard box that had been stuffed with an unknown amount of money. Looking at it from another angle, this money was earned by knocking on bottles, not by sneaking through windows and doors. Speaking of which, why didn't he feel guilty when he was stealing things through the window? Why did he feel embarrassed when he was working as a street performer to earn money? To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. This was also a very ridiculous and shameless attitude, but it was something that many people had. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed very unnatural. Looking at Feng Xiaokong, who was singing enthusiastically next to him, he had already gone off-key and forgotten his lines several times, but wasn't he still singing cheerfully? It seemed that he still had to grind his skin a little more. In order to roam the Jianghu, one had to be thick-skinned. For the first time, Zhang Tan understood the meaning of hard-earned money. His hands were sore from knocking on the bottles. Just as Feng Xiaokong was considering changing songs, Zhang Tan switched hands. The onlookers gasped in amazement again. Aya, that cat can even switch hands. My cat can do this too. He's probably tired, so pitiful. An auntie dug in her wallet, walked to the cardboard box, and stuffed the money in her hand into it. With one person taking the lead, there was a second, a third. Feng Xiaokong sighed in his heart. A person's face was not as useful as a cat's. He had been singing for so long, and his voice was hoarse, but no one cared. Instead, the cat next to him got sympathy just by changing hands. That woman just now took out 100 yuan in one go. It seemed that the living standards of the people in this city were indeed good. After singing 2 more old songs, Feng Xiaokong came to an intermission. At this time, someone came over to talk to Feng Xiaokong, asking him where he was from, where the cat came from, why he wanted to come here to sing, and so on. Zhang Tan was too lazy to listen to Feng Xiaokong's nonsense. This guy was not telling the truth, and he was trying to trick people into sympathizing with him. As for the enthusiastic aunties around him, Zhang Tan could not stand it. He climbed up a tree next to him, and no matter how the people below called him, he did not come down. Sometimes, Zhang Tan did not understand why people liked to call cats Mimi when they saw them, regardless of whether the cat was male or female, or whether the cat had a name or not. The first person to call a cat that way was really King Talented. In the past, this word was only associated with big-breasted girls in Zhang Tan's dictionary. However, ever since he became a cat, he did not know how many times he had been called that. Every time he heard this word, no matter who it was, Zhang Tan would turn his head and walk away. Therefore, after the aunties below shouted Mimi at Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and he decisively climbed up the tree. While Zhang Tan was hiding from the enthusiastic aunties, and Feng Xiaokong was talking nonsense, the 5 young people singing in the corner were also talking. Is it the guy from yesterday? That uncle came to ask us questions yesterday. I didn't expect him to come with a guitar today. That uncle. I think I saw a camera hanging around his neck yesterday. It's a DSLR camera. Yes, a digital DSLR camera. That thing is quite expensive. The reason I remember it is because of his camera. After saying that, the 5 people were silent for a while, and then one of them said, Damn, so this uncle actually has nothing better to do, so he came to steal business from us. When young people did this occasionally, it was called rebellion or curiosity. But if a man in his late 40s did this kind of thing, people would think that he was crazy. Actually, the important thing is that black cat, right? I suddenly feel like I've been hit, one of them said. The oldest one, Jean, was the lead singer of this newly formed band, and also the boss of this new band. He greeted the people with different thoughts and prepared to continue singing. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup came over and greeted them. They knew this woman. She was the relative of the owner of the small bar who had invited them to sing. She had just come to shop and received a call from the owner of the bar, so she brought a message. After saying that, she flipped her hair and walked away in her thin high heels. She really looked down on these street performers. The message that the woman brought over was mainly to tell them that they did not have to go tonight. Another band that was singing in front of them was celebrating a birthday, and they were going to book the whole place. It was estimated that they would sing until the wee hours of the morning. The 5 young people did not look good. However, since leaving home until now, they had encountered a lot of things, and they had encountered similar situations. They had no money and no reputation now. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. They could not blame others for looking down on them. As the bassist of this new band, the young man stood aside and did not speak. He did not like to talk much. He strummed the bass in his hand, and the music was a little tired and struggling. "Hey, you guys!" Just as the 5 young people were thinking about what to do for the rest of the night, Feng Xiaokong came to them and told them about his plan. Ensemble? As the lead singer and leader of the band, Jean was a little surprised. "Yes, ensemble. Of course my level is limited, but I still have this understanding. So, it's not me who will work with you." As he spoke, Feng Xiaokong pointed to Xiangtan, who was squatting in the tree and looking up at the stars. "It will come over and join you. How about it?" Jean thought about it. From the situation just now, he knew that the cat could attract people. Of course, it would be okay if everyone came over and cooperated. Moreover, when they were discussing just now, they were ready to leave the city for the next stop. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. After making the decision, Jean nodded. "I have no problem. What about everyone?" The other 4 did not object. They were very happy to have such a special experience before leaving. They had never worked with a cat before. Xiangtan had been squatting in the tree and counting the stars out of boredom, but he was told to play with those people. "Charcoal, look, your uncle can't sing anymore. My voice is hoarse, and I don't have enough money. If I work with those little fellows, I can earn more money. You just have to squat at the side and show your appreciation. You don't have to work too hard." Feng Xiaokong looked up and said to Xiangtan, "And those little guys are quite pitiful. Today is probably the last time they will sing in this city. They will leave tomorrow. I want to help, but I don't have as much influence as you do." Xiangtan looked at some people who were still standing around and did not leave. Then he looked at the 5 young people who were 17 or 18 years old. He thought about it. He was already somewhat resistant to this kind of shameless performance. It was okay to help a little and make some money. Anyway, he just needed to pretend to knock on the bottle twice. After discussing, Xiangtan came to the 5 young people. Facing the black cat, the 5 young people did not know how to get along with it. Feng Xiaokong came from behind to help carry the bottle and spoon. After discussing with Jean, he borrowed a high stool and put the bottle and spoon on the side. Xiangtan jumped onto the high stool. This time, he felt better than at the beginning. He was more shameless and adjusted his mentality. Isn't it just knocking on the spoon twice? What's the big deal? Seeing that they were ready to start again, the crowd slowly gathered again. It was only 8 o'clock. The city's nightlife was very rich, not to mention the commercial square here. Compared to before, there were actually more people at this time. The 5 young people were not sure if they could cooperate with a cat. Feng Xiaokong came over and said a few words to calm them down. Xiangtan, who was standing at the side, had some complaints. Could it be that these brats were looking down on him? Seeing Xiangtan pulling his ears like that, Feng Xiaokong knew that the cat must be angry again. "Okay, let's get started." Feng Xiaokong waved his hand and put the paper box in a conspicuous place. Then he retreated to the side and sat down to watch. Seeing the paper box, the 5 young people's expressions were very unnatural. It was too straightforward. Their skills were still not as high as Feng Xiaokong's. "Hey, these little guys are still shy?" Feng Xiaokong said to the person sitting next to him. There was also a middle-aged man sitting there. He was the owner of the musical instrument store where Feng Xiaokong rented the guitar. In addition to guitars and basses, Ajin and the others rented drums and keyboards from this shop. Most of the time, he would come here to listen to these young people sing. Chapter 68. The five of them had worked together for a while, so they could understand each other with just a few syllables. Ajin plucked the guitar in his hand, signaled everyone to get ready, paused, and looked at the cat on the stool next to him. Xianxia was already impatiently wagging his tail. Wasn't it just singing a song? Did they need foreplay? Dilly-dally. To be on the safe side, their first song was not fast, and the rhythm was similar to Feng Xiaokong's. Of course, it was definitely not like Feng Xiaokong's style. Zhang Tan knocked on the glass bottle again and again. It was not difficult for him to grasp the rhythm, and the onlookers were more tolerant of cats than people. Even if there was a mistake, everyone would understand. After all, it was a cat. After the song, Ajin and the others were very happy. They thought that the sound of knocking on the glass would be abrupt, but they did not expect that after the rhythm was fixed, the effect would be very good. They could try to add similar elements in the future. Giving Zhang Tan a thumbs up, Ajin was ready to change to a slightly faster song. Zhang Tan was secretly proud, and the tip of his tail unconsciously twitched. Sure enough, he was proud. Look at the crowd, as well as the girl with big eyes. Her hands were red from clapping. Compared to the time when he cooperated with Feng Xiaokong, Zhang Tan felt much better now. It had nothing to do with the onlookers, but with the acceptance of music. He could not understand Feng Xiaokong's feelings for old songs like Go Square, but he could easily immerse himself in this kind of rock-style pop song. After all, Zhang Tan's body was also a young man's soul and thoughts. In the corner of the square, under the blurred lights, the rhythmic music came out. When the music started, even the bass player, who was usually a little dull, still looked silent and calm, but the syllables he plucked were full of movement and rhythm. When they were immersed in the performance, Ajin and the others had forgotten that there was a cat squatting next to them, and that they were performing with a cat at this time. Instead, they sang the rhythmic songs according to their previous habits. After a series of hurried syllables, when it entered the chorus, it was like a new green that broke free from its shackles and broke out of the ground, swaying freely, sweeping away all shyness and restraint. It was not only the rhythm and melody that affected people, but also the wanton passion that was infused into it. Hot-blooded youth. It was not only the song that made people excited, but also the atmosphere. It provided people with a way to release themselves, just for this moment to let loose. Just for this moment, it was enough. They were still young and might not be able to express the mature emotions of the original singer, but they had already taken a big step forward. Who could say for sure that they would not shine in the future? If Zhang Tan had a playful attitude at the beginning, he had already immersed himself in it. He knocked on the bottles with great passion, which was completely different from the lazy attitude he had when he first cooperated with Feng Xiaokong. Young people were always easily affected by the atmosphere and did not know what they were doing. Even if it was just a cat now, it was still the same. The owner of the musical instrument store, who was sitting not far away, praised, "Your cat is good at knocking bottles. This is the first time I've seen a cat knock bottles like this, like you're stirring up eggs." Feng Xiaokong. Ha! It was also the first time he had seen it. More and more people gathered around. At first, most of them were people who came to watch the cat knock bottles, such as parents with children and aunties who had just finished dancing. Gradually, a group of young people gathered here. People liked to watch and join in the fun. Seeing that there were so many people here, everyone came over. Then they were affected by the atmosphere. Some sang along, some clapped, and some cheered. For the young people, it was a familiar song, and it was easy to pick it up. Feng Xiaokong took out a camera from his backpack and began to take pictures. "Hey, isn't this in DSLR? If you have the money to buy in DSLR, why are you here performing? Are performers so rich now?" Someone who had seen Feng Xiaokong sing asked. "No," Feng Xiaokong calmly raised his finger and pointed in a direction. "I borrowed it from a student of the photography club over there. I have to return it later." The man looked in the direction that Feng Xiaokong was pointing at. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't tell which one he was referring to. However, there were indeed photography clubs here. Every once in a while, someone would come here to hold a student photography exhibition. Shaking his head, the person did not say anything else. When Zhang Tan was tired of knocking, he would switch to his left hand. After a while, he would switch back. He had a lot of fun, and when he knocked bottles, He would look at the cardboard box from time to time. Seeing people constantly putting money into the cardboard box, Zhang Tan was even happier. They did not leave until after 10 o'clock at night, when there were fewer people in the square. Zhang Tan threw the iron spoon away and rushed to the cardboard box to take a look. The light was not good, so he could not see how much money was inside. However, it should be enough to pay for the car and the hotel. When Ajin was packing up after the event, he still hadn't calmed down. For a moment just now, I felt like I was a celebrity. So many people supported me and cheered for me. It was just like the dream I had back then. Yes, that feeling was so good. The others echoed his sentiments. The owner of the music store went over to talk to them. Tomorrow, these boys would go to the north. He wanted to encourage and teach them a lesson now, so that they would not be unable to get out of a bad situation in the future. There was still a long way to go. Feng Xiaokong did not immediately calculate the money in the box. After the show, he sealed the box, helped the boys pack up their equipment, and carried it to the music store. He also calculated the money in the store. 3,600? Ajin and the other four were shocked. Usually, when they sang in the square, they would only earn a few dozen yuan an hour. When they were alone, it was even less. Therefore, they usually just regarded singing in the square as an experience, a kind of training for themselves. They did not expect to make much money from it. However, the number now made them unable to believe it. They were not from a serious school, nor were they famous. They were just novices. After experiencing street performances, this money was really a lot for them. Feng Xiaokong took 1,800 yuan and handed the rest to Ajin. Here, we agreed to split it 50-50. Well, Mr. Feng, your money is also in there. You should take more, Ajin said. Even if they knew that they had made more money this time, they also understood that without the black cat, they would not have been able to successfully attract the attention of so many people in the square. That's it. Let's go. Without further explanation, Feng Xiaokong stuffed the money into his bag and walked out with his bag on his back. Zhang Tan also hurried to follow. He had no objection to Feng Xiaokong's distribution. After all, Feng Xiaokong was not poor, and 1,800 yuan was enough for a car and a hotel. He did not need a 5-star hotel, as long as it was better than the previous small hotel. Thanks, Brother Cat. Ajin raised his hand and shouted. Zhang Tan wagged his tail and did not look back. They still had things left in the small hotel. They originally wanted to check out, but the landlord said that they had to check out before noon. After that, they would have to stay for another day. In order to leave the small hotel as soon as possible, Zhang Tan poked Feng Xiaokong in his backpack, hoping that this guy would just check out. After all, he had made money by singing tonight. In the end, Feng Xiaokong did not pay a dime. He only gave away the second-hand mountain bike. Since he was not going to ride it again, he might as well use it for the last time. After leaving the small hotel, the man and the cat went to the nearest 4-star hotel. In order to get there faster, Feng Xiaokong was going to take a shortcut. There was a small path there, so there was no need to take a detour. There were streetlights on the side of the road, but it was too late and there were not many people at this time. As they walked, Zhang Tan's ears twitched. He looked out from the zipper of his backpack and saw 2 sneaky figures behind them. Were they robbers? No matter if they were or not, they did not seem like good people. Zhang Tan poked Feng Xiaokong. Got it, Feng Xiaokong said in a low voice. Since Feng Xiaokong said that he knew, Zhang Tan did not remind him anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on the 2 people behind them. After confirming that there were only 2 people, Zhang Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 2 people, it would be fine. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. The 2 people were getting closer and closer, and they were holding a steel pipe in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. When one of them came closer, Zhang Tan jumped out of his backpack and clawed at the man's face. Then, with his flexibility, he dodged the man's swing. He jumped up and kicked the man twice. This time, he used his real strength and both kicks landed on the man's lower body. Motherfastress, you actually want to rob me of the hard-earned money that I earned by shamelessly performing. Do you want to die or do you want to die? Another kick. Zhang Tan thought that since he was not going to stay here for long, there was no need to hide. He would leave tomorrow. Even if these people wanted to take revenge on him, they would not be able to find him. When Feng Xiaokong knocked the other person out with his stick, he turned around and saw the cat kicking the man's crotch. The man who was kicked screamed as if he was castrated. The steel pipe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After being kicked, the man lay on the ground and wailed. Zhang Tan ignored him and looked at Feng Xiaokong. This guy was holding a baton. It seemed that he was prepared. Let's go. Don't worry about them. They are just hooligans, Feng Xiaokong said as he put away the baton. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and jumped into Feng Xiaokong's backpack. They were almost at the hotel. Cats were not allowed there, so it was better to hide. Before they got out of the alley, Feng Xiaokong's phone rang. Yo, second brother, why are you calling me at this time? I haven't slept yet. I'm looking for a hotel. I just ran into some trouble. Someone wanted to rob me. Oh, I didn't hit him hard this time. I only hit him once. Also, you don't know how arrogant he was when he came out. He said, "Get out, leave the cat and put the money box on the side." Oh, F***CK. Don't you think he deserved a beating? This place is not safe. Tell your brother-in-law to be careful when he comes over. Kids don't even dare to come here. Zhang Tan was speechless. That was F***king nonsense. Chapter 69. The next day, Zhang Tan hid in Feng Xiaokong's bag and prepared to leave the hotel. The receptionist took a second look at Feng Xiaokong's big backpack. She probably didn't expect someone who looked so down and out to be staying in a hotel like this. She was still trying to guess what was in the backpack. "Sir, your backpack zipper isn't closed." The receptionist was trying to remind him out of kindness, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had already seen the cat's whiskers through the unzipped opening. The receptionist opened her mouth and looked at Feng Xiaokong. The guy gave her a bright smile and swaggered away. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Tan didn't feel too restrained. He jumped out and walked beside Feng Xiaokong. It was too uncomfortable to be in the backpack. "Yo, the car is here," Feng Xiaokong said. Zhang Tan stretched his neck and looked. He didn't recognize which car Feng Xiaokong was talking about. There were too many cars parked in the hotel's parking lot. Feng Xiaokong walked towards a very ordinary-looking private car and raised his hand to greet the person sitting in the driver's seat. This was what Feng Xiaokong meant when he said, "Save on the fare." When Feng Xiaokong opened the car door, Zhang Tan saw another person sitting in the back. He was about the same age as Feng Xiaokong, but this person looked more serious and dignified. It didn't matter if he was serious or not. Zhang Tan just hoped that this person was reliable and didn't look like Feng Xiaokong. "Mayor Yuan, congratulations on taking office." Feng Xiaokong got into the car and sat down. He didn't care what the people next to him thought. He directly put the backpack with mud spots on the empty seat next to him. He patted the last bit of space in the back seat and said to Zhang Tan, who was still watching from outside the car, "Get in." Zhang Tan looked at the other person in the back seat, then looked at the small space in the back seat, and then looked at the empty front passenger seat. He jumped into the car and sat in the front. "Hey, this cat is really..." Feng Xiaokong laughed. He ignored Zhang Tan and started chatting with the people next to him. Zhang Tan squatted in the passenger seat. He felt that this spacious place was more comfortable than squeezing in with Feng Xiaokong's big backpack. Most importantly, the car didn't look like much from the outside, but the interior looked pretty good. It should have been modified. Looking at the driver next to it, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that Zhang Tan had seen this person before, but that this person gave Zhang Tan a similar feeling to Celestine. This person was probably a bodyguard and driver. Thinking back to the great Mayor Yuan that Feng Xiaokong had mentioned just now, it was understandable. The driver next to him sensed Zhang Tan's gaze and turned his head to look. It was a bit inappropriate for the cat to squat in the passenger seat, but since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. It was fine as long as the cat didn't interfere with driving. But now, seeing the cat staring at him, and the look in its eyes didn't seem like something a cat should have, he felt a chill run down his spine. This cat was really F***king evil. The driver felt goosebumps all over his body, so much so that when the boss ordered him to drive, his reaction was slow for a few seconds. Shifting his gaze from the driver to the window, Zhang Tan leaned over the car seat and looked at the tall building outside through the window. Although his eyes were looking out the window, his ears were perked up. He listened to the conversation between Feng Xiaokong and the person in the back, because Zhang Tan had noticed that the two people were talking about the robbery incident last night. Feng Xiaokong took a document from Mayor Yuan and cursed, "These two people still have the nerve to sue me. Also, they obviously colluded with each other. I only hit one of them with a stick, and only once. The rest has nothing to do with me. If I had known, I would have beaten them until they couldn't even speak. They're just two punks, why are they acting so smug?" It turned out that the two people who had been beaten up by Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong last night had run over to sue Feng Xiaokong for malicious injury, and even mentioned attempted murder. "Then tell me about the injuries on that person's body." "A cat kicked him." Mayor Yuan pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect to encounter such an incident as soon as he was transferred. "Anyway, it's none of my business." Feng Xiaokong threw the document in his hand aside and spread his hands. Even if that person really became a eunuch, it can only be said that he was unlucky and asked for it. Last night, of all things, he tried to rob others and even brought a steel pipe. Besides, this person has a criminal record. Even if he knows a few people and has some connections, it can't be denied that he's a scoundrel. He just wants to extort money. Feng Xiaokong rattled on for a while, and concluded with one sentence. "Anyway, it wasn't me who kicked him in the balls." Seeing that Mayor Yuan was deep in thought, Feng Xiaokong snorted. "Don't put on a sad face. This incident is just an excuse for you to take action. A new broom sweeps clean. If there's a place for you to burn, you have to burn it properly, right?" After saying that, Feng Xiaokong kicked the passenger seat. "Meaning, I have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused." Zhang Tan pulled his ears and pretended that he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a cat now. Who would believe that a cat almost beat someone into a eunuch? Even the beaten robber didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would believe the truth? Or maybe they felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud, and didn't want people to know that it was actually a cat that almost made him into a eunuch? No matter what the situation was, Zhang Tan believed that the person in the back seat could solve it. It wasn't his turn to worry about it. After that, the two of them stopped talking about the two badly beaten robbers and started to talk about family matters. Zhang Tan wasn't interested in that. He looked out the window and estimated when they could leave the city. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Zhang Tan jumped out of the car. According to Feng Xiaokong, they would transfer to another car here. This car would send them all the way to Chuhua City. Therefore, Zhang Tan was very excited. He didn't have to walk, squat in the bicycle basket, ride on the little tricycle, or perform on the streets. Most importantly, it meant that he could return to Chuhua City very soon, and return to the peaceful family compound. Just thinking about it made Zhang Tan so excited that he couldn't sleep. Counting the days carefully, it had been more than a month since he was caught. Zhang Tan felt like a few years had passed in the past month. Using the word torture wasn't enough to describe how Zhang Tan felt about this experience. The car that sent Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong to Chuhua City was quite luxurious. There were some clean clothes and other things in the car. They were all for Feng Xiaokong. In the words of Mayor Yuan, pay attention to your image. Don't go there and become a joke. Zhang Tan wasn't sure who the joke referred to by Mayor Yuan was, but he was too lazy to guess. He just needed to know that he could return to Chuhua City. The driver of the SUV knew Feng Xiaokong. He was sent by Feng Xiaokong's second brother. Looking at the SUV driving away, Mayor Yuan sighed. He's almost 40 years old, but he's still less worrisome than a cat. If Jiao Pa knew how Mayor Yuan felt, he would definitely say, "This cat is actually even more worrisome." After the SUV drove onto the highway, Zhang Tan would occasionally look at the signs on the highway. Feng Xiaokong was holding a map, and Zhang Tan would also look at it. Then, using the signs, he would estimate how far they were from Chuhua City. Originally, Zhang Tan thought that they would arrive at Chuhua City very quickly. However, Feng Xiaokong instructed the driver to take a detour. They could have taken a straight line, but they had to take a turn midway. They wanted to go to a city with a long history to see the scenery, take photos, eat some local snacks, and walk around for a few days. For the first 2 days, although Zhang Tan wasn't very happy, he was quite interested in eating, drinking, and having fun. However, after repeating the same thing, Zhang Tan wasn't happy. He wasn't in the mood to see the scenery. So what if the city had a long history? So what if the local snacks were delicious? So what if he was with Feng Xiaokong? Zhang Tan really didn't have the mood to walk around. However, The driver only listened to Fang Xiaokong. Zhang Tan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just let the driver take him, right? Since he couldn't change Fang Xiaokong's mind, Zhang Tan changed his method. When he followed Fang Xiaokong to a city on the way, Zhang Tan would ask Fang Xiaokong to buy some small souvenirs. If he liked the souvenirs, he would jump over and hug them. Then, he would wait for Fang Xiaokong to pay. Thinking of the colors and styles that everyone in the Jiao family liked, Zhang Tan picked a few of them. The driver who followed Fang Xiaokong went from being surprised to being calm, and then to being numb. He was already used to Zhang Tan picking souvenirs. Moreover, if Fang Xiaokong was busy taking photos and didn't have time, he would be the one to pay for the souvenirs. This was the first time the driver felt that cats were really *king troublesome animals. They walked and stopped, and took a long detour. After a week, they entered Jinghan province, which was the province where Chuhua City was located. Just when Zhang Tan felt that the light was in front of him, Fang Xiaokong asked the driver to stop again. They went to a county not far from Chuhua City to play for a few days, saying that they were going fishing there. Zhang Tan wanted to slap him. In the future, he would never ride with this kind of person. He was too much of a troublemaker. Didn't you say that you would stay for 10 days to half a month? Why are you going back so early? Fang Xiaokong sat by the lake, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod. Zhang Tan squatted on a tree nearby, pulling his ears and ignoring him. It had been 10 days since he contacted the Jiao Pa. Was he really going to wait for half a month? Yesterday when he called the Jiao Pa with Fang Xiaokong's phone, the Jiao Pa said that things were almost done there, and that Zhang Tan could go back at any time. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Beside him, a black dog was happily jumping on the spot. This dog was raised by a farmer nearby. It always liked to watch people fishing, and it would bark excitedly whenever there was a movement. It took the bait? Fang Xiaokong hurriedly raised his rod. We have fish to eat tonight. Zhang Tan yawned and ignored them. He was bored, so he ran to Fang Xiaokong's big backpack, unzipped it, and took out his phone. Chapter 70. Zhang Tan decided to make phone calls every day because he felt that he wouldn't be able to return to Chuhua City anytime soon. Every time he called, Zhang Tan would be on the dot. By this time, the two children should have returned home from school. Then, he would listen to little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan complain about what happened at school. Even though there was not much substance to the conversation, Zhang Tan's mood was inexplicably better after the call. Even though he could not speak on the phone, hearing the voice on the other side of the phone made him feel at ease. The tip of his tail wagged slowly. After the phone call, Zhang Tan threw his almost dead phone into his bag. At this time, Fang Xiaokong also put away his fishing pole. He asked the driver to help deliver the fish to the farmer. Since he was bored, Zhang Tan saw a small plant next to him. He raised his paw and played with it. Zhang Tan often saw this kind of plant. It could be found everywhere. There was almost no geographical restriction. Are you playing with plantain? Fang Xiaokong held a bun in his hand and nibbled on it as he walked over. He was hungry from fishing. Dinner wouldn't be ready anytime soon, so he asked for a few buns to fill his stomach first. Fang Xiaokong handed the bun that he took a bite out of to Zhang Tan. He asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Zhang Tan looked at the gap on the bun and turned his head. He was very disgusted. "Oh, I remember Associate Professor Zhao said that you don't eat things that others have bitten. Okay, I'll bite off the part that I've bitten." Fang Xiaokong took a few more bites from the gap and handed it to Zhang Tan. "Do you want to eat it?" Zhang Tan. "Are you *king insulting my intelligence?" "Forget it. This bun is pretty good. It's made with good pork. I can tell." Fang Xiaokong finished the bun in his hand in a few bites. He then squatted down and looked at the grass in front of Zhang Tan. "Do you know why this grass is called plantain?" Fang Xiaokong asked. Zhang Tan paused in the middle of plucking the grass. He really didn't know about this. Perhaps it was because it was too common, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In ancient times, whether it was official carriages, private carriages, ox carts, horse carriages, rickshaws, wedding carriages, torture carriages, or war chariots, there would always be this kind of grass on the side of the road. However, why did it have to be called plantain grass and not plantain grass or plantain grass? There was a story that had to be mentioned. In the Han Dynasty, there was a famous general called Ma Wu. He was defeated in a battle. Coincidentally, there was a drought, and all the crops died. His troops retreated to the wilderness where there was no sign of human habitation. Many people and horses died of thirst. Those who did not die also fell ill and peed blood. Later, a coachman found that a few horses were no longer peeing blood, and they were very energetic. They no longer looked sickly. After observing them, he found that these horses were eating a kind of wild grass. He tried it himself, and his condition was much better. Ma Wu asked him where he found the grass. The coachman said that it was in front of the carriage. Ma Wu laughed and said, "What a good plant in grass." Zhang Tan listened to Feng Xiaokong's story of the plant in grass. He raised his paw and plucked the grass with wrinkled leaves. He really didn't expect this grass to have such a story and medicinal value. However, after listening to Feng Xiaokong's story, this person also had a lot of feelings for the plant in grass. After telling the story of Ma Wu and the plant in grass, Feng Xiaokong looked into the distance. On the other side of the pond, behind the brick wall with grass and vines growing on it, there were a few wisps of smoke floating in the air. The smell of oil that belonged to a farmer's family was overflowing. My grandfather said that he was like this grass. It was so common that it could be found anywhere, and it was easy to find. However, at the right time, it could display its brilliance and make people unable to forget it. Hey, speaking of which, when I was young, I used this grass to cure my mumps. Before that, I never thought that the grass that I stepped on every day would become my own medicine. The driver who came out of the farmer's house saw third young Master Feng squatting beside the cat and talking to himself. He suddenly understood why the other members of the Feng family had a helpless expression when they talked about third young Master Feng. Sometimes, third young Master Feng looked like a lunatic and unreliable. However, at the right time he was sharp enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the chairman of the Shaoguang group. Everyone in the Feng family knew that every time Feng Xiaokong's career hit a low point or when he was unable to make a decision regarding the important development plans of the group, he would disappear for a period of time. He would say that he was on a business trip to the outside world, but in fact, he was going out alone to travel or simply stroll around. Every time Feng Xiaokong returned, the Shaoguang group would experience a huge leap. The driver shook his head. Ordinary people couldn't understand this way of thinking. After he finished speaking, Feng Xiaokong got up and stretched his legs. Then he walked towards the farmer's house while singing a little tune. Walking on the small road in the countryside, the old cow returning at dusk is my companion. Zhang Tan stretched his body and looked at the gradually darkening sky as he walked back. 2 days later, Feng Xiaokong finally decided to leave. When he left, he also bought some local specialties, especially the buns made by the farmer's house. Feng Xiaokong liked it very much and also brought them along to eat on the way. Finally, it was time to leave. Zhang Tan didn't sleep much the night before or during the day. The main reason was that he was too excited. From here to Chuhua City, if they took the highway, it would take more than 3 hours. If they left in the morning, they would arrive at Chuhua City at noon. They could have lunch there. After all, Chuhua City was a big city. Even if they arrived at the city at noon, it would still take more than 40 minutes to get to Chuhua University. This was under the condition that there was no traffic jam. If there was a traffic jam, it would take even longer. Therefore, when they arrived at noon, they first found a place to have lunch. During lunch, Feng Xiaokong left for a while. When he reappeared, he was wearing a business suit and leather shoes. His hair was combed neatly and not a single strand was out of place. His entire aura had changed. He had the aura of an elite and looked like a boss. He was really pretentious. He didn't know where he put that big backpack. Feng Xiaokong had a new phone in his hand with a new color screen. He didn't know where he hid the previous one. The driver knew that if a similar situation happened again, third young Master Feng would be prepared to leave the house. The set of equipment that he put away would definitely be used again. On the way to Chuhua University, Zhang Tan listened to Feng Xiaokong talk nonsense with a few bosses in Chuhua City on his phone. He thought about the person who played the guitar and sang, "Go square in the square. Clothes make the man." He was indeed extraordinary. When they passed by a crossroad, they happened to run into a red light. The car stopped in front of the zebra crossing. Zhang Tan stood up and looked to the side. A silver-gray private car slowly drove over. Zhang Tan looked at it. Why did it look so familiar? When the silver-gray car stopped beside Zhang Tan's off-road vehicle at the red light, Zhang Tan saw the person in the driver's seat. At the same time, the person in the driver's seat seemed to have sensed him and turned his head to look at him. Human eyes met cat eyes. F***CK. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. So it was this guy. Zhang Tan clenched his claws and scurried from the back seat to the front passenger seat. There was a box of local specialties on the front passenger seat. Zhang Tan stood on it and narrowed his eyes to look at the person through the window. The person in the silver-gray car was Ren Chong. However, Professor Ren Chong was no longer the person who pretended to be a gentleman. He looked very tired, depressed, and unwilling. Anyone who was forced to leave would be like this, let alone someone like Ren Chong, who always prided himself on being superior and an elite who returned from overseas. Not to mention whether he had any self-esteem or not, with Ren Chong's unwillingness to admit defeat and his unscrupulous nature, how could he calm down after being forced to such a state? How could he not hate? He gritted his teeth. The strong hatred made his face contort. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, he turned his head and saw the black cat outside the window. At this moment, Ren Chong felt as if he had been thrown into a tank of liquid nitrogen and would shatter with a single tap. His hatred was replaced by fear. Ren Chong was sure that the cat in the car next door was the one that belonged to Associate Professor Zhao. Although there were many black cats that looked like this one, looking at the way it squinted its eyes, there was no doubt that it was that cat. However, wasn't this cat caught by the cat trafficker and disposed of? Why would it appear here? Why would it appear again? Ren Chong didn't understand and didn't want to believe it. Zhang Tan looked at Ren Chong. He already knew that he was caught because of this person in front of him. He was the culprit who almost turned him into a hot pot. Even if Jiao Pa and the others didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Tan still analyzed it himself. If he wasn't locked in the car and Ren Chong's window was closed, Zhang Tan would definitely jump over and beat this bastard hypocrite to death. F***CK, what did my cat do to piss you off? You actually hired a professional cat trafficker to catch me, and even used a tranquilizer gun. If it weren't for my special body, I would have been anesthetized to death. Also, the street in the south is full of cat meat restaurants. It's simply a physical and mental torture. Zhang Tan looked at Ren Chong with a murderous look. It raised its paw and swiped at its neck. Ren Chong's face immediately turned pale. What kind of cat could make such a murderous and threatening move? Ren Chong had never seen it before. Even when he found someone to dispose of the cat, it was just a guess. But now, he really noticed the strangeness of this cat. Then, his mind was filled with the black cat's movements just now. Every detail of its movements was magnified in his mind. The murderous look in its eyes, the sharp claws, and the swipe in the air. It felt like it was swiping at his neck. It felt cold. Ren Chong shuddered. Just then, the light turned green and the SUV started. Ren Chong's car was still in the same place. The cars behind began to honk to urge him, but Ren Chong didn't know. His back was now covered in cold sweat. The things that had happened in the past few days had drained him. He often had nightmares at night, all about the black cat. Every time he woke up, he could comfort himself that the cat had been disposed of and that he didn't need to worry. But he didn't expect to meet the cat here. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the car window brought Ren Chong back to reality. F***King Drive. What are you doing here? Did you bring your brain? It's red light again. F***CK. A car owner took advantage of the red light to come out of the car and knock on the door. When the green light turned green again, Ren Chong was still a little out of it. He should have turned left, but he kept driving. When he reacted, he hurriedly made a sharp turn. He didn't control the car well and directly hit the roadside lamp. Chapter 71. Not far from the intersection, there was another inconspicuous car parked there. The person inside was making a phone call. We really didn't do it. We haven't even stopped him, and he got into trouble himself. It can only be attributed to fate. Tell Brother Leopard that Ren Chong has been sent to the hospital. We'll see what Brother Leopard says about the rest. We'll call it a day. Chuhua City High-Tech Development Zone. Tianyuan Biology. A person sat opposite Celestine. He was about the same age as Celestine. He had no expression on his face, and it was the same when he answered the phone. Celestine had long been used to this. After all, they were buddies who grew up together. What's up? Is there a new situation? Celestine asked. The The person opposite him put his phone in his pocket and said, Leopard said that the person got into trouble while driving. They didn't do anything. Celestine was curious. Even if Ren Chong got into trouble, he wouldn't be so crazy that he couldn't drive steadily. Your people really didn't do anything? Didn't they threaten him? No. The person opposite him said affirmatively. Now he's in the hospital. He'll probably stay there for a while. What are you going to do? Celestine thought for a while and waved his hand. Forget it. Ask your people to leave. I'll take care of the rest. The person opposite him nodded, made a brief phone call, and sat down again. Howsy, have you thought about the matter I told you last time? Celestine asked. About the transportation? I've already started to choose people, Yihao said. That's good. Yuan Zi has been urging for the past few days. The quantity of goods is quite large, and some of the samples are quite special. He's planning to set up a specialized logistics department after expansion. It's best to decide on the candidates this week. He said he wants to start training as soon as possible. The two of them discussed the candidates again. Yihao looked at the time and got up to leave. Before leaving, Yihao asked a question. Did you really do all that just for a cat? Yihao was referring to some of the things that had happened a while ago, such as the investigation of a group of cat traffickers and the university professor whose surname was Ren. Yihao could not understand why these people would make such a big move for a cat. No matter what, it was just a cat. Was it necessary? It could really be called a murder case caused by a cat. Celestine smiled. Yes, my senior still owes that cat a favor. Anyway, it's a very special cat. You'll know when you meet it. Oh, that guy seems to be coming back soon. Yihao did not comment on Celestine's words. He patted the corner of his clothes and left. At this moment, Zhang Tan, who was sitting in the off-road vehicle, didn't know what had happened in Chuhua City during his absence. When Ren Chong's car hit the street lamp, Zhang Tan's car was already far away, so he didn't know what had happened to Ren Chong. When the green light turned green and the two cars separated, Zhang Tan was still thinking about when he could take revenge. Feng Xiaokong saw the scene that happened when the car stopped at the red light. As for Ren Chong, Feng Xiaokong had already obtained information about him through some means, so he recognized Ren Chong. He planned to add fuel to the fire when he had the time. When the off-road vehicle was about to arrive at Chuhua University, Zhang Tan put aside his other thoughts and looked at the familiar roads and buildings. He couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood on the chair and leaned against the window to look out. After more than a month, the leaves on many trees had grown thick. He didn't know what the compound was like. The off-road vehicle drove in through the main gate of Chuhua University, but Feng Xiaokong and the driver didn't know where the East Side family compound was, so they could only ask along the way. Zhang Tan was really impatient. He scratched the window and asked Feng Xiaokong to open it, then he jumped out. The familiar environment made Zhang Tan feel relaxed. Zhang Tan took a deep breath and smelled the familiar scent in the air. He felt like his heart was about to float. He didn't care about Feng Xiaokong anymore. Zhang Tan started running. Even though he had only been away for a month, he had experienced so many things that it felt like years. However, when he set foot in this place again, the familiar route naturally appeared in Zhang Tan's mind. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the road had grown so long that they could cover the sky above the road. The noisy birds on campus didn't seem so annoying anymore. Running among the flowers and plants on the side of the road, his originally tired body became lighter and lighter in the wind that blew against his face. What did it feel like to be anxious to return home? Now, Zhang Tan finally understood. In the off-road vehicle, the driver looked at Feng Xiaokong. Feng Xiaokong gave him a helpless look. Follow me. However, within 2 minutes, they couldn't see the cat anymore. Why did the cat run so fast? It's so impatient. Ask the people next to you where the East Side family compound is, Feng Xiaokong said. Feng Xiaokong and the others couldn't find Zhang Tan because Zhang Tan ran fast and was in the flowers and plants. Another reason was that Zhang Tan took a shortcut. After staying at Chuhua University for so long, Zhang Tan walked around every day when he had nothing to do. He knew where the shortcuts were. Therefore, in order to reach the East Side family compound as soon as possible, Zhang Tan took a shortcut. Seeing the familiar gate of the East Side family compound, Zhang Tan couldn't wait to do a few backflips to vent his excitement. The guard uncle had one elbow on the window, supporting his chin as he read the newspaper. Zhang Tan's body was too small. From the guard uncle's angle, he couldn't see Zhang Tan at all. When they passed by the guardhouse's window, Zhang Tan jumped up and slapped the guard's head. The guard uncle was shocked by the sudden slap. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow flash by. He poked his head out and saw the black shadow that had disappeared for more than a month. "Oh, Black Charcoal is back?" The guard uncle laughed. He didn't care if the cat could respond. Although there were many black cats, he could tell who it was at a glance. Besides, how could someone with bad eyesight be a guard? Seeing the cat walk away, the guard uncle sat back down. He shook the newspaper in his hand and was about to continue reading. However, he suddenly remembered that there was no one in the Jiao family. How was the cat going to get in? Zhang Tan excitedly ran to the Jiao family's building. He jumped up reflexively and rubbed against the card reader. However, there was no reaction at all. Then Zhang Tan remembered that he didn't have an access card around his neck. F***CK, how was he going to get in without a card? Also, if there was no one in the house, he couldn't open the door. It was already past 2 o'clock. There weren't many people going in and out of the building. Maybe someone would come back in the afternoon. Shaking his tail in annoyance, Zhang Tan turned his head to look at Depang's house. The fat man was lying on the balcony, staring at Zhang Tan with his eyes wide open. He was probably still wondering why Zhang Tan had suddenly appeared after disappearing for more than a month. Zhang Tan jumped onto Depang's balcony. He was going to ask the old lady for help. Depang got up and ran over. He stopped in front of Zhang Tan and sniffed. He seemed to be confirming Zhang Tan's identity. Then he raised his paw and patted Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan didn't care about the way Depang greeted him. What he noticed was that after not seeing him for more than a month, this guy seemed to have gotten fatter. His base was also bigger. He probably squatted on instant noodles. Looking from the back, when he ran, his legs were in a figure-8 shape. Looking at Depang now, and thinking about the first time he saw him last year, he could only sigh. He still remembered how fresh he was back then. There was still the smell of food in the house. It wasn't the old lady's lunch, but Depang's food. The old lady made all Depang's cat food. Depang's current cat food was made by the old lady. To some extent, the old lady had spoiled him. When Zhang Tan went in, he found the old lady resting. He guessed that she had just fallen asleep. The big bowl on the table was still warm. In front of the old lady's door, Zhang Tan didn't go in immediately. Depang, who was standing next to Zhang Tan, looked like he wanted to stop Zhang Tan, but he was hesitant. Zhang Tan pulled his ear. "Look at you." It was as if you were afraid of waking up the old lady. The old lady was old, and it wasn't easy for her to fall asleep. Zhang Tan didn't want to bother the old lady. Besides, he had other ways. Coming out of Depang's house, Zhang Tan was going to find the Jiao Pa in the biology building. As for Depang, it was still squatting on the balcony, guarding the old lady. It was like a guard dog. No, it was more responsible than a dog. The security guard, who had been looking out the window, saw Zhang Tan come out. He waved his hand. "Black Charcoal, come here and wait for a while. Don't run around. Here, I have some small yellow croakers." Before the security guard finished speaking, Zhang Tan ran out like a gust of wind. There was a small path from the eastern courtyard to the biology building. It was closer, so Zhang Tan didn't run into Feng Xiaokong and the others. When he came to the biology building again, Zhang Tan was a little nervous. He hoped that the Jiao Pa didn't change offices. Xin and Su Chu weren't in the public laboratory on the first floor. Zhang Tan went to the tree near the Jiao Pa's office and looked inside. There were 2 people in the office, and neither of them was the Jiao Pa. Xin was teaching Su Chu how to analyze the experimental data. The 2 of them were sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard and writing on the notebook with a pen. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the window behind them. They turned around at the same time and saw a black cat open the screen and jump in. Black Charcoal. Xin was surprised. "Boss's cat? Didn't you say that it was lost?" Su Chu asked. "Yesterday, I heard from the boss that someone found it, so I sent it back. I didn't expect it to arrive today." Zhang Tan ignored their words and stared at Su Chu, which made Su Chu's hair stand. "Brother, why does it keep staring at me?" Su Chu touched his arm and felt goosebumps. The cat's eyes were a little scary. "You can change to another chair," Xian said. Okay. Su Chu stood up and pulled a chair across the table. After Su Chu stood up, Zhang Tan jumped onto the small chair and looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the computer. The Jiao Pa seemed to have classes in the afternoon, and he didn't know when he would be back. While he was thinking, the office door opened. Associate Professor Jiao walked in with teaching materials. He smiled when he saw the cat's head on the desk. He just received a call from Feng Xiaokong and came over after one class. There were 2 more classes, and 3 classes in the afternoon. Associate Professor Jiao handed the teaching materials in his hand to Xian. There are 2 more classes. You can go and talk to your juniors. I told them that you will continue to teach them in the next 2 classes. They are all waiting. Xian was speechless. It was the second time this month. Chapter 72. Feng Xiaokong asked the driver to drive the car into the parking lot of the East Side family compound, then waited in front of Block B. They asked where they came from along the way, but the guard refused to let them in. Feng Xiaokong called Associate Professor Jiao and complained, "Your black charcoal threw me away after using me. He didn't even bring me along. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" After receiving confirmation from Associate Professor Jiao, the guard didn't say anything else. He even curiously asked Feng Xiaokong how he knew Associate Professor Jiao's black cat. Feng Xiaokong made up a bunch of nonsense. After all, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone that he was a performer with a cat. Why did Feng Xiaokong always go alone every time he went out to relax? Because he did a lot of stupid things that he didn't want to talk about. Even if he didn't care, the rest of the Feng family cared a lot. Therefore, the Feng family would call Feng Xiaokong every few days to ask him to be more careful outside and not embarrass himself. Feng Xiaokong stood downstairs and looked around in boredom. He had to admit that the old residence area of the university was indeed quieter, making people feel relaxed. It was no wonder that the black cat had been thinking about this place for a long time. As he was looking around, Feng Xiaokong suddenly felt that he was being watched. He looked to the side and looked down. He saw a fat dragon sitting on the balcony and looking at the 2 of them. Feng Xiaokong didn't have any special feelings about cats. They were just pets. At most, they were just a little troublesome. But after meeting Zhang Tan, Feng Xiaokong began to realize that there were some special cats. And today, he saw another cat that was rather special. It was hard to say how special it was, but Feng Xiaokong had this feeling. He looked around, walked to the flower bed, pulled a blade of grass, and put it between the railings of the balcony on the first floor to play with the cat. When he tilted his head to avoid the grass that was thrown at him, he saw that the other party was still persistent. He got up and took 2 steps back before squatting down again. The distance it retreated to was just enough that Feng Xiaokong couldn't touch it with the grass in his hand. Feng Xiaokong stretched out his arm and tried, but he still couldn't touch it. He wanted to try another branch, but before he could stop, the old lady came out from her afternoon nap. "What do you want to do to my Depang?" The old lady looked unfriendly. "Hello, I thought this cat was special and wanted to play with it. It's my first time here and I'm here to help Teacher Jiao bring the cat back." Feng Xiaokong calmly retracted his hand and revealed a harmless smile. He then said that he knew Teacher Jiao, who lived on the 5th floor. "Bring a cat? What kind of cat?" the old lady asked. She had heard that the Jiao family didn't want to raise other cats. "A black cat called Black Charcoal. You should know it, right?" "Black Charcoal is back?" Seeing that Feng Xiaokong nodded, the old lady was very happy. In the courtyard, the only cats that she really liked were Depang and Associate Professor Jiao's black cat. When she heard that the Jiao family's black charcoal was kidnapped, she was sad for a long time and asked her son to help her find it. She didn't expect him to be back. As they were talking, the Jiao Pa arrived on his scooter. Zhang Tan was squatting in the basket in front of the scooter. "Hey, it really is black charcoal. It's good that we found it," the old lady said. The Jiao Pa parked the scooter and said a few words to the old lady. He opened the building's door and took Feng Xiaokong upstairs. As for Zhang Tan, he rushed upstairs as soon as the door was opened. When he climbed to the 3rd floor, Zhang Tan stopped. The door to Professor Lolan's 3rd floor was ajar. There were sounds of people moving inside. Zhang Tan pushed the door open and walked in. The floor had just been mopped and wasn't dry yet. There was a muddy smell in the room. Professor Lulan probably moved a few pots of flowers back from the small flower bed and transplanted some plants. After he was done, there would be many muddy footprints in the room. Therefore, every time he was done, Old Man Lon would thoroughly mop the floor. Zhang Tan walked in. He had just run outside, so there was still some mud on his toes. Therefore, when Zhang Tan walked, he left some muddy footprints on the floor. Old Man Lon came from the balcony with a flower pot in his hand. When he saw Zhang Tan in the living room, he was stunned. Black charcoal? Old Man Lon asked tentatively. Zhang Tan ignored him. He looked around the room and didn't see Old Lady Zhai. When Old Lady Zhai wasn't around, Old Man Lan's temper was hard to control. Looking at the muddy footprints under his feet, Zhang Tan turned and ran out of the door. Hey, little bastard, it's really you. Look at the footprints you made. When he saw the cat stretch its neck to look into the room, Old Man Lon was sure that it was the cat from the 5th floor. Although Old Man Lon was scolding loudly, Zhang Tan, who had already run out, didn't see the smile in the old man's eyes. Feng Xiaokong, who had just passed by the 3rd floor, heard Old Man Lan scolding. He said to the Jiao Pa who was leading the way, "Your cat is very famous and popular." "Yes, everyone in the quad knows him," the Jiao Pa laughed. When the Jiao Pa opened the door, Zhang Tan rushed in first. He ran to the sofa and rolled around, then walked around the small room. Many of the furnishings in the room were still the same as when he left. There were no changes, and there was no smell of other cats. This made Zhang Tan very happy. It meant that the Jiao family still valued him. After Feng Xiaokong entered, he pulled a chair and sat down. He watched as Zhang Tan rolled around on the sofa and patrolled the area. After patrolling, he even went to the toilet to pee, then ran to the balcony and howled twice. Then, the quad was filled with dog barking and cat meowing. Zhang Tan didn't care about Feng Xiaokong and the others. He was now excited to be home. After howling a few times, his excitement gradually calmed down. "Everyone in the Eastern District, I'm back." In the afternoon, Zhao Le came over and bought a few bags of food. Some of it was for the 2 children of the Zhao family, but most of it was for Zhang Tan. He said that it was to help Zhang Tan get over the shock and to celebrate his return. Because of this, Feng Xiaokong laughed at Zhao Le for a long time. Zhao Ma also came back a little earlier today. She was now teaching in the middle school. After receiving a call from the Jiao Pa, she asked for leave and came back first. The Jiao family was very grateful to Feng Xiaokong and invited him to stay for dinner, but Feng Xiaokong refused. He still had a lot of things to do in Chuhua City. After relaxing for so long, he had to throw himself into the busy business and various dinner parties again. He didn't have much time to stay here. This time, he was only here to send the cat over. If he needed to go out in the future, he might come back to look for the black cat. Before leaving, Feng Xiaokong left behind the souvenirs that Zhang Tan had picked on the way back, a platinum membership card of the Shaoguang Hotel, and Feng Xiaokong's personal business card. The Jiao Pa, who already knew a little about the situation from Zhao Lu, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Feng Xiaokong's business card. He didn't expect this person to be a big shot. His cat was really lucky. The Jiao family was filled with a joyous atmosphere that night. Zhang Tan, after more than a month of wandering, finally had someone to help him brush his fur again. Then, at night, he crawled into little Pomelo's bed again. The next day, when Zhang Tan opened his eyes, he was still a little dazed. After waiting for 2 seconds, he realized that he was really back this time. Waking up with the 2 children and eating breakfast together was also a very enjoyable process. After experiencing the wandering experience, Zhang Tan felt that this kind of life was really too damn good. He didn't have to think of ways to steal things through the window, and he didn't have to be afraid of being chased and beaten after being discovered. Because of Zhang Tan's arrest, the Jiao family was nervous when Zhang Tan went out for a walk. However, after a few days, they found that nothing had happened. Everything was still the same as before, so they were a little relieved. Now, many places in the school had been replaced with new cameras, and the management was a little stricter. There were also cameras installed in several places in the family compound. Of course, these cameras were only installed in some public places, and wouldn't invade the privacy of the staff in the family compound. During the time that Zhang Tan was back, even if he went out, he would always walk around in the family compound with Depang, Huang, and the sheriff. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month. Other than Depang becoming chubbier, Huang and the sheriff hadn't changed much. They were basically the same as before, but they were a little more excited when they saw Zhang Tan. After sending the 2 children and the Jiao Ma out of the compound in the morning, Zhang Tan and the 3 cats, who were out for a walk, wandered around the compound. At this time, there were many people in the compound who were either working or going to school. There weren't many people outside. Zhang Tan was a little bored. Although life here was very comfortable, it was too comfortable, and it made Zhang Tan a little bored. After 2 steps, Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and he looked at a building. This was a corner of the eastern compound, and the building that Zhang Tan was looking at was the innermost building of the eastern compound. Usually, even if it wasn't working hours, there weren't many people walking here. Zhang Tan followed the sound and walked to the building. After confirming the source of the sound, he went to the balcony of a resident on the 1st floor. He jumped onto the balcony railing, walked from the railing to the window, and then jumped onto the windowsill. The door to the balcony of the bedroom with the balcony was closed, and the windows were also closed. However, the curtains inside weren't drawn, and were only half drawn, so Zhang Tan could see the situation in the room clearly from the window that wasn't covered. In the room, a young man and woman were kissing passionately. They looked like they had just come back from outside, and they were wearing clothes. However, now their clothes were being taken off piece by piece as the 2 moved. Zhang Tan didn't expect to see such a hot scene in the morning, so he was very excited. He stood on the windowsill and put his head in front of the window, almost sticking to the glass on the window to look inside. De Pang, who was squatting in the grass near the flower bed and squinting his eyes to bask in the sun, saw Zhang Tan staying by the window, and curiously walked over. Although he had become fat again, his jumping ability was still very good, and he easily jumped onto the balcony railing. Then he walked to Zhang Tan's side and tilted his head to look inside. Zhang Tan noticed the movement next to him, and looked at De Pang, thinking to himself, "Can you King understand?" After a few seconds, Huang and the sheriff, who were playing with bugs outside, also came over. The 4 cats squeezed on the windowsill and looked inside through the window that wasn't covered. The man and woman inside had already taken off their clothes and were lying on the bed. The foreplay was almost done, and they were ready to take off their condoms and go for it. The woman lying on the bed inadvertently glanced at the window. Then, with a loud shout, she kicked the man in the chest and directly kicked him off the bed. Chapter 73. Go away! Along with the go away, a pen holder on the desk by the window was thrown out to hit the cats. But the 4 cats dodged too fast, and the pen holder fell to the ground along with the pen inside. The window over there was a bang sound, and the curtains were pulled to the end. No one could see what was going on inside. Zhang Tan looked at the closed curtains and was a little disappointed. He didn't expect to be discovered. Shaking his head, Zhang Tan turned to leave, but he saw Huang walk over there and look at a marker pen that fell out of the pen holder on the ground. It raised its paw and poked at it, then suddenly jumped around the marker pen like a kangaroo, rolled on the ground, and played with it with its paw, as if it had found a new toy. The sheriff watched for a while not far away, and came over to play with the pen with Huang Erwo. Zhang Tan sighed. So, these cats didn't understand what they had just seen. In their eyes, live-action movies were not as attractive as a broken marker pen. Lying on the grass and basking in the sun, Zhang Tan jumped onto a tree and waited for Jiao Ma and the others to come back at noon. Although Zhang Tan had brought the access card with him, there was no one at home, and Zhang Tan didn't want to be alone at home. Being outside for more than a month really did affect him, and he couldn't sit still at home. In the afternoon, he still had to go to Xiaoguo's place. Xiaoguo only knew that Zhang Tan was back yesterday, and said that he was going to pick up Zhang Tan today. Zhang Tan had been away for more than a month, and he heard that Xiaoguo's pet advertisement wasn't going very well. Xiaoguo was used to Zhang Tan's high efficiency. When other cats in the store replaced him, not only was Xiaoguo anxious, but the other staff members also wanted to smash the equipment. This time, they really understood the helplessness of those who made animal movies. Sometimes, it wasn't just throwing food to make animals listen to you. During the filming process, a little other factor could make all the efforts go to waste. As Xiaoguo's requirements for advertising became higher and higher, the cats in the store could no longer meet the new standards. The starting point was too high. As a result, once Zhang Tan was not around, Xiaoguo had to spend more time, energy, and money to come up with a comparable advertisement. The good thing was that most of the time, it was just pictures. The video version couldn't be taken out, so there was no need to spend a lot of money on it. Many people who knew Xiaoguo asked him why he didn't have the video version anymore. Xiaoguo's reason was that the star cat had been brought back by its owner. As for when he would have the video version again, he wasn't sure. When he found out that Zhang Tan had returned, Xiaoguo almost rushed over to the east courtyard. However, he had too many things on hand, so he delayed it for a day. Jiao Ma didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so she took a day off and personally brought Zhang Tan over. Xiaoguo said that Zhang Tan should go over and get used to the environment first. At the same time, Zhang Tan also had a thorough physical examination. When the cat first came back, Jiao Ma saw that it looked the same as when it had left more than a month ago. It also ate a lot. Other than being a little excited, there was nothing wrong with it. It was in good spirits and had no external injuries. After taking its temperature, it was normal. The cat had been with Feng Xiaokong and the others for a long time, but Feng Xiaokong didn't say anything about it being sick. Jiao Ma didn't send her cat over to Xiaoguo's place. After all, if she sent her cat over, her cat would probably be busy again. Jiao Ma had heard a little about Xiaoguo's situation. She didn't want to send her cat over, so she wanted to delay it for a few more days. She didn't expect to hear the news so soon. Zhang Tan hadn't been to the pet center for a long time. He didn't see Li Yuanba and Peanut Candy. He heard that they had just gone out for a walk. After checking Zhang Tan and making sure that he was healthy, Jiao Ma was relieved. She went to the studio where the advertisement was shot and sat down to watch Xiaoguo and the others shoot. The people in the studio saw Zhang Tan as if they had seen their savior. For the past month, every shoot was torture. Without comparison, they couldn't tell the difference. In the past, they thought that such an ordinary black cat was nothing special, except that it was a little smarter than other cats. After more than a month of experience, they knew that this was a big mistake. Jiao Ma sat next to them and saw the expressions of the staff when they saw her cat and couldn't help but praise it. She smiled proudly. Today, they only did some simple activities to let Zhang Tan get used to it. In the future, Xiaoguo would come every 2 weeks. If there were special circumstances, Xiaoguo would call the Jiao family. Logically speaking, the advertisement didn't need to be shot so frequently. 1 or 2 would be enough, but Xiaoguo had his own plans. Zhang Tan didn't care. After all, he had nothing to do and could earn some pocket money. After leaving the pet center, Jiao Ma didn't go home directly. Instead, she took Zhang Tan to the affiliated hospital. There was a residential area next to the affiliated hospital. There were teachers and doctors from the affiliated hospital nearby, as well as some students who rented rooms here. However, the rent here was slightly more expensive, so there weren't many students here. Even if there were, they were either from wealthy families or graduate students at Tsinghua University. At the moment, in room 302 on the 3rd floor of the affiliated hospital building, Bai Yang, a third-year graduate student at the School of Management of Tsinghua University, was writing a thesis on the computer. After the internship and market research, there was a lot of data to be processed. He hoped to sort out a few reports as soon as possible. After graduation, these reports and theses published in foreign magazines would become his personal calling card when he entered society. Therefore, people like him were working very hard. While Bai Yang was typing on the keyboard, a cat jumped on the desk. The cat's back and tail were yellow with tiger stripes. Its belly was white. It was about 8 months old. The cat meowed twice. Bai Yang kept staring at the computer and ignored it. Seeing that Bai Yang was ignoring it, the cat squatted by the desk and looked at Bai Yang. Then, it looked at some things on the desk. There was a pen. It raised its paw and moved it. Patter. The 2B pencil fell to the ground. The sharpened tip was broken. The cat tilted its head and looked at the pencil that fell to the ground. Then, it turned its attention back to the desk. There was an eraser. It raised its paw and moved it. The eraser was thrown off the edge of the desk. Looking at the eraser that fell to the ground and bounced twice, the cat looked at the other things on the desk again. There was a cup of warm coffee next to it. Only half of the cup was drunk. The cat went up and sniffed the cup. It was not interested. Then, it turned its attention to the computer. It looked at the mouse moving on the computer screen. It raised its paw and chased after the mouse. Bai Yang pushed it to the side. Stop fooling around. Go play by yourself. After that, he continued to organize his thesis. But the cat did not give up so easily. It pressed the keyboard and blocked the screen. Bai Yang had no choice but to carry it off the desk. Go to bed and sleep. Meow. the cat squatting on the floor saw that Bai Yong was ignoring it again. It meowed twice and did not get a response. It went to the other side of the desk and jumped on it. There was a piggy bank there. Next to the piggy bank was a wooden pen holder. There was only a gap between the two items. The cat did not leave. Instead, it squeezed between the two items and knocked the pen holder over. Then, it slowly walked to Bai Yang's side. There was a pen on the open notebook. The cat looked at the pen for 2 seconds. Then, it raised its paw and moved it. Patter. The pen fell to the ground. Bai Yong processed the data in the Excel and was ready to record it in the notebook. However, he found that the pen on the notebook was missing. He looked at the floor. The pen, eraser, and some plush pendants were thrown on the floor. Bai Yong let out a long sigh and bent down to pick up the pen from the computer chair. Seeing that, the cat lay on the edge of the table and stretched its arm and bent its palm to scratch the hair on the back of Bai Yang's head. "Are you done fooling around?" Bai Yong got up and roared. "Meow. Meow your ass." Bai Yong rubbed his forehead. He already regretted promising Li Xiaoqian to raise the cat. The cat was called Dodo. It was named by Li Xiaoqian. Dodo was probably abandoned by the students in the school after they raised it. When Li Xiaoqian picked it up, it was splashed with soy milk. Its whole body was covered in dust. It was skinny and hunched pitifully on the lawn. When the wind blew, it would tremble. As long as someone walked by, it would run away as if it was frightened. After Li Xiaoqian fed it a few times, she gradually became familiar with it. Later, she simply brought it home. Since Jiao Ma was hospitalized, Li Xiaoqian often helped to take care of her. Later, Li Xiaoqian also helped when Jiao Ma came to the hospital for a follow-up visit. In addition, Jiao Pa and Li Xiaoqian's mentor were more familiar, so Jiao Ma had a good impression of this medical schoolgirl. She would chat with her when they met. She knew that Li Xiaoqian picked up a cat to raise. Jiao Ma even saw Dodo a few times. 2 weeks ago, Li Xiaoqian followed her mentor to study abroad. She asked Bai Yong to help raise it. Then, Bai Yang's bitter life began. In the first 2 days, Dodo was still very obedient and didn't run around. However, it completely changed after getting familiar with it. It threw the cup, scratched the sheet, and messed around everywhere. The good thing was that the cat didn't make much noise. It might be because it was castrated. It didn't run out. Even if it opened the door, it didn't run out. It was probably scared of staying outside. After Dodo was familiar with the environment, it was curious about everything in the room. It also wanted to smell the coffee that Bai Yong made. Although it didn't lick it, its whiskers touched the inside. There were also 2 short cat hairs floating on the surface of the coffee. Bai Yong really couldn't drink it. Not only that, but it also stretched out its paw to poke the coffee cup. If it wasn't for Bai Yang's quick hand, the coffee cup would have been sacrificed again. Bai Yong would be scolded by Li Xiaoqian when he broke a cup lid. This cat broke 3 cups in just 2 weeks. Li Xiaoqian didn't say anything when they were chatting online. When both of them finally had time to do an international video call, this cat even snatched the video time. As for sharpening its claws, except for the scratching board, it scratched everything else. The cat's claws could be seen on the curtains, sheets, quilt covers, sofa, clothes, and the jeans that Bai Yong was wearing now. Sleeping at night, he was woken up by the pressure in the middle of the night. The pressure on the chest could easily make people have nightmares. When Bai Yong woke up, he could see the lump on his chest. Sometimes the cat would directly get into the quilt. Not only did it get into the quilt, but it also made a lot of trouble from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, left to right. It would take a long time before it could calm down and sleep. What made Bai Yong depressed the most was, F***ck, it was still lying on my lap when I watched a movie at night. How can I touch it? Even if you can, why don't you try touching it? With the cat's nature, it would definitely come over and scratch. It was said that when cats were lonely, they would take the initiative to come over and be intimate with you. It sounded beautiful, but the problem was that when it was lonely, Bai Yong was busy and disoriented. Looking at the cat that caused all kinds of trouble in front of him, Bai Yong wanted to slap it. But he couldn't slap it. He promised Li Xiaoqian that he would take good care of the cat. Li Xiaoqian said that Associate Professor Jiao's cat was well-behaved and considerate. It knew to visit Ms. Gu when she was sick and helped to pick up the children every day. Chapter 74. When Bai Yong was staring at Dodo, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Bai Yang's tone wasn't very good. There was still anger in his words when he roared at the cat just now. When he opened the door and saw the person standing at the door, Bai Yang was a little embarrassed. "Teacher Gu, it's you. Please come in." Bai Yang quickly wiped the chair. The chair was crawled on by the cat. Usually, he didn't wipe it when no one came. Zhang Tan came out from the bag carried by the Jiao Ma. He looked around and saw the cat squatting on the table. "Teacher Gu, is this cat yours?" Bai Yang handed over a cup of tea and asked. "Yeah, my family's black charcoal. I lost it because of some things before. I just asked someone to help me find it a few days ago." Because her family's cat came back, the Jiao Ma had a smile on her face recently. "Oh, this is black charcoal." Bai Yang looked at the black cat that jumped on a chair. "Is this the black cat that Li Shaoqian has been praising?" Zhang Tan noticed Bai Yang's gaze and turned his head to look at him. When Bai Yang and Zhang Tan's gaze met, his heart skipped a beat. He always felt that the cat in front of him was a bit strange. Perhaps he was used to Dodo's antics. When he suddenly saw such a calm and even cold cat, he felt inexplicably weird. It was as if the person sitting in front of him wasn't a cat but a stranger. If Bai Yang really had to choose, he would still rather choose Dodo. If he wanted to roar when he was angry, he would just roar at it and teach it a little lesson. However, when facing this black cat, Bai Yang felt that his aura was a bit incompatible. He probably couldn't even roar at it. Zhang Tan ignored Bai Yang and turned his head to look at the cat squatting on the table again. The cat seemed to dislike strangers and unfamiliar cats, especially male ones. The gaze it looked at Zhang Tan with vigilance and strong vigilance. It was probably bullied outside. Therefore, Zhang Tan just sat on the chair and didn't go up to greet him. After wandering outside for a while, Zhang Tan was more sensitive to the psychological emotions of many people and cats. He could detect the emotional changes of others. This keen observation ability also saved Zhang Tan some trouble outside. Just like Li Yuanba could distinguish who needed to be avoided and who needed to be treated with a tough attitude. Jiao Ma brought some canned cat food this time. She bought it when she went to Xiao Gui's store. Before Li Shaoqian went abroad, Jiao Ma told her not to worry and said that she would often come over to help take care of the cats. Therefore, she kept her promise. She happened to be free this afternoon, so she brought some things over to take care of Dodo and also helped to pass on some words. Bai Yang was about to graduate, and his job hadn't been confirmed yet. Although he had several choices, Bai Yang hadn't given him a definite answer. Jiao Pa also wanted to poach Bai Yang after knowing about it. Tianyuan biology still lacked excellent management talents, so Jiao Ma also came over to mention it. Of course, it was still up to the individual whether to go or not. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Jiao Ma handed an invitation letter and an explanation document that Yuan Zi sorted out to Bai Yang. After a brief discussion, she left with Zhang Tan again. After they left, Bai Yang looked at the document in his hand again and carefully put it into the drawer. He looked at Dodo who was squatting on the edge of the table. "You have to be serious when there are outsiders." Meow dash. "Why? Do you have a problem with it?" Bai Yang took Dodo down from the edge of the table and continued to sort out the thesis. Even if Dodo climbed onto his lap again, he didn't throw it down again. When he returned to the Eastern District compound, Zhang Tan saw Celestine standing downstairs. Speaking of which, Zhang Tan hadn't seen Celestine for a long time. Since Celestine moved to the company, they rarely met. Only occasionally when Celestine called Jiao Pa would he greet Zhang Tan. "Little Wei, why are you here? Why didn't you call me when you came? You just stood here and waited," said Jiao Ma. Celestine smiled. "I asked the guard. He said that you took black charcoal out. I saw that it was almost time for school to end, and you guys were coming back soon, so I didn't call you." As he said that, he looked at the black charcoal waiting in front of the door. "Black charcoal, long time no see." Zhang Tan pulled his ears and hummed twice as a greeting. "Still the same old, don't like to talk to people." "Sigh, I was going to take you out to play," said Celestine. Jiao Ma, who was about to swipe the card to open the door, and Zhang Tan, who was about to enter, heard Celestine's words and turned their heads to look at Celestine. "Cough. Let's go in first." Celestine scratched his head. He could see that Jiao Ma was a little disapproving. She was probably nervous about the cat incident. Zhang Tan was very interested. After all, he had nothing to do in school all day. After wandering outside for more than a month, he was getting bolder. Little Wei, you know that black charcoal was caught. It's not easy for him to come back, and now we are all worried about him. For example, I personally brought him to the pet center for a checkup today. I didn't bother Xiao Gua, said Jiao Ma. Of course I know that. But I also told Teacher Jiao about this, said Celestine. What did he say? Jiao Ma suddenly had a bad feeling. Teacher Jiao said that it's up to black charcoal to decide on his own. Actually, Celestine didn't think that Jiao Pa would say that when he asked him. After all, who would let a cat make its own decisions? Even if this cat was different from other cats, it was still just a cat. Jiao Ma thought for a while and said, "Where do you want to bring him to play?" Don't worry about that. It's in the city. It's the territory of one of my buddies. We're going there so that they can recognize him. If black charcoal runs away or something happens in the future, they can help. I've asked them to look for cats before. The cat traffickers' secret transportation line was provided by them. Besides, black charcoal won't run away. I've only brought him out once before. Seeing that Jiao Ma was staring at him, Celestine coughed and didn't say anything else. It wasn't good to bring the cat out without the owner's permission. Even if nothing unexpected happened after that, it was still a bad thing to act first and report later. Black charcoal, what's your decision? Jiao Ma asked. She knew that her cat was different from the rest. It could understand human language, but what Celestine said made her worried. Her cat had finally come back, and it hadn't even been quiet for a few days. If it had to go out with these people again, what if it became wild? Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the coffee table, looked at the Jiao Ma on his left, and then looked at Celestine on his right. He lowered his head and moved to the right, again, and again. Zhang Tan didn't need to look to know that the Jiao Ma must be feeling bad. However, he really didn't want to be locked up forever. After all, he was still a human, and a young soul. Sometimes he would be as lazy as a cat. He could stay in the courtyard and bask in the sun for a while, but he didn't want to be locked up here forever. He had to admit that the trip outside had stimulated his restlessness. When he was still a human, Zhang Tan liked to drive around when he was bored. Even now, he was a cat, and it was the same. Jiao Ma was silent for a while, and then waved her hand. Okay. It chose to do what it wants. Will it come home tonight? Don't worry about that. I'll be following it. Even if it can't come home tonight, I'll bring it back the next day. I won't leave it outside all the time. Also, I won't take it out every day, Celestine promised. Jiao Ma nodded. Stay here for dinner. It's dinner time anyway. Celestine didn't stay this time. He said that he had something to do outside, and that he would come back tomorrow afternoon to pick up the cat. After Celestine left, Jiao Ma called Jiao Pa. The first thing she asked was about Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan didn't know what Jiao Pa said. Jiao Ma didn't seem to agree, but she didn't ask any more questions. At that moment, Associate Professor Jiao was sitting in his office. After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his eyebrows. He knew that Celestine must have something he needed his cat's help with. He was going to reject it, but he remembered the phone call he had with Feng Xiaokong 2 days ago. When Feng Xiaokong found out that he had a company with Yuanzi and a few others, he also helped a little and promoted a business deal. With third young master Feng as the middleman, the other party gave Tianyuan Biotech a lot of face, and the two parties quickly reached a cooperation agreement. Yuanzi was excited for a long time. The company's development was faster than Yuanzi had expected, and it was much smoother. And the accelerator was a cat. After that, Yuanzi even wanted to come over and worship the cat, but Jiao Pa rejected him. It was better not to let everyone know about this. Before Feng Xiaokong left Chuhua, he gave Associate Professor Jiao a call. The two talked about Zhang Tan. Before hanging up, Feng Xiaokong said, "Don't always restrain your cat. Black charcoal is destined to be uncontrollable, and it's not something an ordinary person can control. Your cat is very smart. Loosen your grip. Who knows, it might give you a big surprise." Associate Professor Jiao didn't care if it was a surprise or not. He only wanted his cat to be healthy. The next day, Zhang Tan was lying on a tree branch in the courtyard, taking a nap. In the morning, he wandered around the courtyard, but he was bored, so he ran around the campus. In the afternoon, he had nothing to do, so he could only lie there and recharge his energy. Celestine said that he would take him out tonight. After dinner, Celestine arrived. In this month, the sky was still bright after dinner. Xianxia followed Celestine downstairs. Celestine didn't ride his motorcycle this time. Instead, he drove a small car that didn't look like much. However, even if it didn't look good, it was still a four-wheeled car. It was much better than being carried in a backpack while riding the motorcycle. I borrowed this car from someone. Don't shit on the seat. Celestine sat in the driver's seat and said to Xianxia, who was squatting in the back seat. Chapter 75. Sitting in the back seat, Xianxia looked at the scenery outside the car window to determine the route Celestine was taking. Xianxia knew that he wasn't very smart, but his memory was good. He still remembered the route he took in Feng Xiaokong's car last time. Connecting that to the city map, Xianxia could roughly guess where the destination was. Although it wasn't the center of the city, it was still in a bustling area. It was different from the bustling area around Tsinghua University. This area was truly a commercial area. The area around Tsinghua University was mostly occupied by students. But here, most of the people were office workers. Most of them were white-collar workers and successful people. Most of the rich people in Tsinghua City were also concentrated in this area. The car drove on the main road and stopped for a while at a red light. Xianxia looked at the road sign outside the car window. The name of the street on the sign was familiar. He looked at the surrounding towering buildings and was attracted by the big Shaoguang Hotel sign. Damn, isn't this the hotel marked on the membership card that third Uncle Fong gave me? Xianxia moved closer to the car window to take a look. He didn't know much about design and couldn't describe the characteristics of this building. But looking at this hotel, he felt that the sharpness and coldness of the city that was piled up by steel and cement had softened a lot. It had a bit of the freshness of a rising star, but it didn't lose the domineering aura of a rising star. It was obvious that Feng Xiaokong must have spent a lot of effort on the design of this building. While Xianxia was looking at the building outside the window, Celestine turned his head to look at Xianxia and said, "The Shaoguang Hotel is just outside. I heard that you have a good relationship with the third Master Feng?" Third Master Feng? Feng Xiaokong sure had a lot of nicknames. But it wasn't a good relationship. They had a lot of performing together. Celestine didn't expect a cat to answer his question. He had heard a lot of rumors about Feng Xiaokong. He was a legendary person, but also an unpredictable person. Celestine always felt that the third Master Feng was like a cat. It was hard to guess what he would think or do next. Maybe the brain of a genius was different from that of a normal person? Celestine shook his head. The green light was already on, so he continued to drive. When they arrived at their destination, the sky was already dark. The surrounding streets were lit, ready to welcome the people out at night. Celestine drove the car to a large bar. He parked the car in the parking lot. Then he brought Xianxia out. It wouldn't be good to enter through the front door. According to the rules, pets were not allowed to enter. But if Celestine wanted to bring a pet, the people guarding the door wouldn't really stop him. However, Celestine knew that this wasn't good. He didn't want to enter through the front door. He called out to Xianxia and prepared to enter through the side door. There was a door on the side for internal personnel. The people guarding there were actually stricter than the people at the front door. They were also much more skilled. After Xianxia got out of the car, she looked at the bar in front of her. Although she hadn't entered, Xianxia seemed to have felt the explosive and hot atmosphere inside. She thought that she would never be able to return to that kind of life, and would never be able to set foot in such a place again. Every time he saw those bars, even if it was just a small one, he could recall the life of luxury. Looking back, it was like yesterday. Not everyone who came to the bar was like Xianxia in the past. Bars weren't necessarily associated with depravity and decadence. With the rapid development of the economy, the consumption level of the city was getting higher and higher. Most people clearly felt that the burden on their shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. With the popularity of fashion and the change of social ethos, the local bars gradually became the new favorite of the young people. At the same time, they gradually became the new entertainment and relaxation places. After a busy day, there would always be unsatisfactory work, unsatisfactory career, emotional and other pressures that would increase people's burden. Those would always make people feel tired and numb. Every time this happened, many people would invite a few friends to go to the bar together. For a short period of self-indulgence, they would vent the pressure in their hearts and learn to release. They would temporarily put aside the work reports and the deception and make life more colorful. Zhang Tan looked up at the large bar. It wasn't at the front, so he couldn't see the sign on the front. However, there was also a sign on the side of the roof. Night Building. Yacht Club. Compared to its English name, Zhang Tan still felt that the name Night Building sounded better. Many times, the English and Chinese names didn't necessarily have the same meaning. Different people had different understandings. Since the owner of this bar chose these two names, he must have his reasons. Night Building was located in Chuhua City, a bustling area with countless white-collar elites. There were also many salaried people around, so it was inevitable that business would be good every day. Convenient transportation also allowed all customers to arrive here smoothly. It wasn't limited to the population of the area. As for whether it could retain customers, it depended on Night Building's means. However, Zhang Tan saw that the parking lot was almost full. Many people were surging here before the sky was completely dark. The popularity of this bar was indeed good. Groups of people walked over from the street one after another. Zhang Tan looked at those people with some envy, but he didn't expect to suddenly see a familiar figure. Zhang Tan's senses were now very sharp. He also believed in his own judgment. Even if the figure across the street was blocked by people walking past, Zhang Tan could still capture the image. Looking at the figure, Zhang Tan was sure that he definitely knew the person. As for who it was, Zhang Tan wasn't sure. In order to figure it out, Zhang Tan ignored Celestine's greeting and walked across the street. Seeing that the cat ignored him and walked out, Celestine cursed in a low voice and lifted his feet to follow. At this time, everyone was only looking at the brightly lit building and their destination. They didn't pay attention to whether there was a cat around, let alone a black cat. Under such visual conditions, it wasn't easy to notice. Besides, no one would think that there would be a cat walking around in this place at this time. Zhang Tan looked at the cars coming and going. Taking advantage of the slight gap between the cars, he rushed to the other side of the street, opposite Night Building. Directly opposite the door of Night Building, on the other side of the street, there was a person squatting under the lamppost. He seemed to be very young. The man held a cigarette in his hand, but he rarely took a puff. His eyes were fixed on the Night Building across the street. His eyes were filled with yearning and confusion, and his whole body was filled with a sense of disappointment. Everyone had seen a lot of people like this. In the commercial city, there were a lot of people who had failed to achieve their goals or were full of ambition. After climbing to a high position, they were mercilessly slapped down to the ground and suffered so much that they wished they were dead. There were a lot of people like this in the city every day. The people around them were already used to it. Even if a person was dead drunk and fell on the side of the road, no one would care. When the sanitation workers swept the floor in the morning, they would just calmly sweep past him with a big broom. This was the indifference of the bustling metropolis, the social norm under the cruel reality. The young man with the blue stubble put his hand that was not holding the cigarette into his hair and pushed his hair back. He knew what he looked like now. He had no image to speak of. His hair was like a chicken's nest, and he had not bathed for a few days. His body smelled. He remembered the dirty stray dog with its tail between its legs when he went to buy breakfast in the morning. Its fur was yellow, but it was not the kind of yellow that was golden. It had the color of dead leaves, and the knotted long hair with some mud drooped down messily, covering its eyes. It looked at the people around it who were hurrying around and would hide to the side with its tail between its legs. When it ran, it was obvious that it was limping. When it stopped, it would look at the people walking around, as if it was looking for something or looking forward to something. He remembered that when he pushed away the hair that almost covered the dog's eyes from its forehead, he saw a pair of eyes. With expectation and pleading, it was so piercing that he did not even have the courage to look at it for a second more. In the end, he only left a small bun with little meat and ran away in embarrassment. He was afraid that he would become like this stray dog. It was just that the stray dog still had a bun from him. But what about himself? Perhaps, the way he looked now was the original taste of being a stray. Did he make the wrong choice? He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and he had hit his head until it was bleeding. Should he turn back? But he was really not reconciled. The young man was thinking with his head down when he suddenly felt the cigarette in his hand being pushed. He looked up and saw a pair of black cat claws. He looked up again and saw a pair of cat eyes with curiosity. Blinking, the young man was stunned for a few seconds. Apparently, he had not recovered from his contemplation. After he finally reacted, he was puzzled again. They had passed through several big cities and seen many black cats. Those cats were only similar in appearance but not in spirit. However, the cat in front of him was real. It was very similar to a certain idiot who knocked on the bottle. Was his eyes playing tricks on him? Was he hallucinating because he did not eat dinner and his brain was not supplying enough energy? Black charcoal. Why are you running around? If something really happens to you, how am I going to explain it to your cat parents? Wei Ling walked over angrily. He was so scared when he saw the cat crossing the road that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn! Black charcoal. It's really you. The young man's eyes flashed with surprise, and the gloominess from his contemplation faded a little. Oh, you know him? Celestine looked at the sloppy young man squatting on the ground and looked at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan ignored Celestine. He was just curious about how a Jin made himself look like this. Where were the other 4 people? Where did they go? Didn't they say that they had formed a band and the 5 of them acted together? I saw him once more than 20 days ago, and he did us a big favor. Hey, is that Mr. Fong not here? Ah Jin looked around and made sure that he did not see Mr. Fong with the SLR camera. Celestine raised his eyebrows. More than 20 days ago. At that time, the cat was still outside. It seemed to be with the 3rd Master Fong? Okay, don't stay here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Celestine called Zhang Tan and waved to Ah Jin, indicating that he should follow. Where are we going? Ah Jin hurriedly threw the cigarette but in his hand into the trash can 1 meter away and asked. Celestine pointed to the opposite night building. There. Ah Jin staggered and directly knelt down. He almost knelt down in front of Zhang Tan and Celestine. Zhang Tan. Should I put 3 more incense sticks? Young man, you really don't have to do this. Celestine said. Chapter 76. Although it was true that his legs were numb from squatting for too long, Ah Jin was indeed surprised. He was not surprised that Celestine said he wanted to enter the night building. There were many people who went to the night building, so there was nothing to be surprised about. What he was surprised about was that the other party seemed to want to bring a cat in. Could a cat enter a bar? It was the dignified night building. In the past few days, Ah Jin had come here almost every night. He squatted across the street and watched the people on the street go in. He watched the invited bands go in, and then squatted outside in a daze until someone came out. He heard which band or singer people were talking about when they came out. This made Ah Jin envious. He always thought that one day he could also become the topic of these people's discussion. However, now they could not even enter a small bar, let alone the famous night building. It was only a street away, but it was like a natural chasm. However, Ah Jin did not expect that a moment ago, it was a natural chasm, and the next moment, he was told that he could go in with them. Well, no matter what the other party's purpose was, it was worth it to have a chance to see the night building. Ah Jin followed Celestine and Zhang Tan across the street and then walked in from the side door. This surprised Ah Jin. After seeing Celestine, the person guarding the side door called out, "Brother Ling," and then looked at Ah Jin curiously. This was a new face. He looked quite young and down. He really could not understand why Celestine would bring such a person in. However, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they would definitely not ask verbally. They just needed to do their job well and did not ask about other things. As for Zhang Tan, the person guarding the door only thought that he was a pet brought by Celestine and did not care at all. With the relationship between Celestine and his boss, this was not a problem at all. Brother Ling, when Zhang Tan followed Celestine to the corner, a person came from the corridor. He looked similar to those white-collar elites and wore gold-rimmed glasses, which also made him look gentler. The man had a badge in front of his chest. Zhang Tan didn't know what the pattern on the badge meant, but he could tell that the man was a manager. In fact, Zhang Tan was a little curious as to why those people called Celestine Brother Ling, and not Brother Wei. What Zhang Tan didn't know was that when Celestine was called Brother Wei once, the person had a local accent, so it sounded like Brother Wei. Because of this, he was laughed at by Yi Hao for a long time. Since then, Celestine had an idea to not let people call him Brother Wei in the future, but Brother Ling. Ranchi? You're the one watching the show this time, Celestine said. Well, Brother Hao had something to do at the last minute, so he left with Leopard. He said that if Brother Ling came over, he would let me entertain you. The man named Ron Chi glanced at Ajin, who was standing behind Celestine. His eyes were suspicious, but he didn't say much. He led the two people and the cat upstairs. The third floor was a top-secret VIP area. Only people with special permission could enter. There were many private rooms here. Obviously, it wasn't the first time Celestine came here. There was a private room here for Celestine and others, so Ron Chi didn't ask too much and directly led them there. Ajin seemed a little restrained. After wandering for so long, he still had a little bit of knowledge. No matter what the identity of the two people in front of him was, they were certainly not people that he could provoke. The strangest thing was that in addition to these two people, there was also a mysterious cat. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Sit down, don't be restrained. Celestine patted the leather sofa next to him and said to Ajin. He didn't care that Ajin's clothes were already a little dirty. Ron Chi wouldn't say anything. He was just accompanying the guests now. However, Ron Chi also felt strange. Why would Celestine bring such a person here? With Ron Chi's eyesight, this young man was definitely not from the underworld, and he wouldn't have the same background as Celestine. Although Celestine had just explained that he brought him here at the last minute, with Ron Chi's understanding of Celestine, Celestine must be trying to get information from him now. He just didn't know what this young man knew that could make Celestine so interested. Celestine and Ajin were talking, and Zhengtan didn't care about them. He walked around the private room, and his evaluation of this private room was not bad. After walking around, Zhengtan jumped on the solid wood tea table in front of the sofa. There were some snacks on the plate. Zhengtan had already eaten. He sniffed and didn't have any appetite. Bored, he continued to look at the layout of the private room and found that it could also be used as a KTV. Zhengtan was very regretful. If he was still the same as before, he would definitely sing. Unfortunately, he was just a cat now. Ron Chi didn't speak, but he was paying attention to Ajin. At the same time, he didn't stop looking at the black cat. What did Celestine mean by bringing a black cat here? From Zhengtan circling around the room to jumping on the solid wood table, Ron Chi had been paying attention until Celestine signaled him to serve some wine. Ajin, you are still young. Ron Chi, get someone to prepare a lower alcohol content bar. When Celestine said this, his fingers moved twice. Ron Chi looked at Celestine, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Zhengtan noticed the subtle movements of these two people. He knew that Celestine wouldn't be so kind as to bring people in. Zhengtan was quite doubtful about the authenticity of the so-called lower alcohol content. Although Ajin was still very young, he had been outside for so long after all, so he still had some vigilance. Celestine didn't ask too much and was ready to change his strategy. Brother Ling, are you still following the old rules? Ron Chi turned around and asked when he walked to the door. Same old rules. Celestine didn't raise his head and said. After getting the information he wanted, Ron Chi directly opened the door and went out. Zhengtan looked at the closed door and was a little unhappy. He hadn't made a choice yet, and he had already left? Ajin still didn't say much. He sat there cautiously, looking out of place. Celestine didn't continue to ask. He walked to a wall and pressed a button on the wall. The wall moved to the side, revealing a window. At the same time, there was also a passionate sound coming from below. When Ajin heard the music, his eyes lit up. He sat up from the sofa and went to the window to look out. Zhengtan also jumped to the window curiously. Through the window, Zhengtan could see the scene below. It should be some area on the first floor for the public to pass time. There were some wine tables on the side, and people came and went. There was a round stage in the center, on which a band was performing. This is the legendary East Palace of the Night Building? Ajin was a little excited. Ajin heard that the Night Building had 4 areas, which were divided into the East, West, South, and North Palaces. The North Palace was the most ordinary and also the place with the lowest cost. The resident singer there was much worse than the other 3 areas. The West and South Palaces were of a higher grade and had different styles. As for the East Palace, it was the most superior existence in the whole 4 areas of the Night Building. Some well-known bands and singers would often come here to perform. This was the most desirable place in the whole Night Building. However, not everyone could enter the East Palace, and the cost was not something ordinary people could afford. Seeing Ah Jin's expression, Celestine smiled. Yes, how do you feel? Great. Ah Jin looked at the band performing in the center of the stage below. He was envious, but definitely not jealous. The gap between their strength was there, and he could only look up to them, as if he was looking at an idol. Celestine opened the window so that the people in the room could hear the performance below more clearly. The live version was always easier to stimulate the nerves and affect the mood to cause resonance, especially for people like Ah Jin. Zhang Tan looked at Ah Jin's eyes and knew that this guy's vigilance was probably lowered a lot. Shaking his head, Zhang Tan didn't know much about this place, and he couldn't appreciate the performance of those bands. He used to go to the bar for fun and to release himself. As for who was singing, which band was performing, and whether there was a famous DJ, he didn't have the mood to observe. Hearing Ah Jin's words, the area below was quite high-end. While he was thinking, Ran Qi pushed a small cart in. Zhang Tan felt strange. Wasn't it just some wine? Why did he push a cart in? When Ran Qi took out the wine from a box in the cart, Zhang Tan felt like he was stuck by a fishbone. Red Star Erguotu. Damn, Celestine actually wanted to drink Erguotu in a place like this. And it was the kind with a very ordinary packaging on the outside. Fortunately, Ran Qi just handed the Erguotu to Celestine and gave a cocktail to Ah Jin. Then, he took out 2 bottles of red wine and placed them on the solid wood coffee table. The remaining bottles of red wine were placed in the wine cabinet in the room. After drinking a glass of wine and Celestine's persuasion, Ah Jin began to talk freely. Zhang Tan finally knew why he only saw Ah Jin. It was because the other 4 people were in the hospital. 3 of them were lying in the hospital bed, and 1 was taking care of them. Almost all the money they had was spent on the hospital. In this strange city, they had no friends, no relatives, and no backing. As outsiders, they would definitely be beaten up if they had a conflict with people in the bar. Some things couldn't be avoided if they wanted to. Taking a step back might not be a good thing. During the day, Ah Jin took care of them in the hospital for most of the day. At night, he went out for a walk and thought about it carefully to find a way to solve the current problem. After all, life still had to go on. As the captain, he had to shoulder the burden. At the same time, Celestine also got what he wanted to know about the 3rd Master Feng. Celestine felt that he seemed to have found out something incredible. The dignified chairman of the Shaoguang group actually went to sing. And he was selling it with a cat. If this got out, the Feng family would probably have the idea of silencing him. As Wei Ling listened, he opened a bottle of red wine and filled Ah Jin's glass. He picked up a small bottle of Red Star Erguotu and drank it. While Celestine was trying to get information, Ran Qi had nothing to do. He opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. He sat next to him and drank with his head lowered. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem that his boss had mentioned recently. As he was drinking, he found that a wine glass was pushed in front of him. Looking up, Ran Qi saw the black cat squatting on the solid wood coffee table. Zhang Tan couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't take the initiative, he would probably be completely ignored. So, he pushed an empty wine glass to Ran Qi. The man and the cat stared at each other for half a minute before Ran Qi looked away and looked at Celestine. Celestine just glanced over and didn't pay any more attention. It seemed that he was not going to care. Ran Qi looked at the cat in front of him again. The cat's paw knocked on the wine glass, as if urging him. Ran Qi was happy. He pulled out the cork and added some wine to the glass pushed over. Chapter 77. When Zhang Tan put its head into the red wine glass, it found that the rim of the glass was still a little small. It could only pull its ears back, or else it would feel uncomfortable with its ears stuck in the rim of the glass. It had to pull its ears when drinking wine. It was better when it was a human. Zhang Tan put its head into the glass and drank while thinking, the tip of its tail wagging. Ran Qi was curious. A cat could drink? It was the first time he had seen it. Ran Qi had heard from a friend that his cat could drink wine, but his cat would rather die than submit. It just wouldn't open its mouth. Later he put some wine on the cat, and the cat would lick its fur. After a lick, it would stick out its tongue and shake its head for a long time. After a while, it would lick its fur again. In the end, the cat directly fell asleep. When the friend brought the cat to the vet, he was severely criticized by the vet, because many cats were allergic to alcohol. If they drank too much, it could lead to poisoning or even death. This kind of joke could not be made. But Ron Chi looked at Celestine again. Celestine was inquiring about the details of the third Master Feng's performance. It was listening enthusiastically and laughing. It was not afraid of being hunted down by the fangs. Occasionally, it glanced over and saw that the cat was drinking. Celestine also wanted to stop it. Celestine was not worried, but Ron Chi was. If something really happened, he would definitely be responsible. He did not think that the cat in front of him was just an ordinary cat. Otherwise, Celestine would not have brought it here. Even if Celestine did not restrain the cat, he was still watching it all the time, afraid that something would happen to the cat. It was a headache. Would the cat have diarrhea after drinking? Would it vomit after drinking? Should he ask someone to get a vet to prepare it first? Ron Chi's thoughts had just turned when he heard the sound of the cat's paw knocking on the glass again. He looked up and saw the black cat on the solid wood coffee table staring at him again. The wine in the glass had been finished. However, Ron Chi did not pour the wine so quickly this time. He was still hesitating. Xianxia had just tasted a little of the wine and missed the days of the past. He praised the wine in his heart, but now the person in front of him was not going to pour the wine? How could this be? He raised his paw and knocked on the wine glass again. This time, he knocked harder and more hurriedly. It was obvious that he was urging them to drink. Ron Chi looked at the cat in front of him. He did not expect this cat to be so different. Was it an alcoholic? It shouldn't be on a whim. Xianxia knocked on the glass and pushed it towards Ron Chi. If he pushed it again, it would fall off the coffee table. Ron Chi sighed in his heart. He moved the wine glass a little further in. Then, he pulled out the cork and poured a little more wine into the glass. It was a little more than before. Putting down the bottle, Ron Chi looked at the cat in front of him. With such a small body, this should be the limit. Xianxia did not try to guess what Ron Chi was thinking. After seeing that there was wine in the glass, he put his head in to drink again. After drinking, he continued to stare at Ron Chi until Ron Chi poured him another glass. After drinking the third glass, Xianxia felt a little full. He wanted to pee, so he jumped off the coffee table and ran to the bathroom. There was a separate bathroom in the private room. Xianxia came to the bathroom door, jumped up and turned the door handle. After opening the door, he did not forget to close the door. Ron Chi, who had been paying attention to Xianxia's movements, was stunned. Coincidentally, Celestine was also looking at him. Ron Chi said, "Brother Ling, this cat. Don't worry about it. It knows what to do," Celestine said calmly. Ron Chi was speechless. How was this cat trained? It was really strange. After Xianxia came out, Ron Chi deliberately ran to the bathroom to check. He found that even the toilet had been flushed, and there were no traces of cat urine around. The faucet had been turned on, and the toilet paper had been used. There were a few black cat fur stuck to the paper ball thrown into the basket. Thinking of the 2 wet front paws when the cat walked out, Ron Chi felt that he was thinking too much. How could a cat wash its hands and then wipe its hands with toilet paper? Ron Chi did not know that originally, Xianxia was going to use a hand dryer, but it was not convenient, so he just simply wiped his hands with toilet paper. The private room was covered with a carpet, and the wet footprints were not obvious. When Ron Chi came out of the bathroom, he frowned. He probably had not figured it out yet. Jean also drank a little too much. Celestine asked him what he wanted to know. Looking at Jean, who was sitting there in a daze, Celestine closed the window wall, and the room immediately calmed down. He turned on the equipment, took out the microphone, and handed it to Jean. Celestine said, "Try it." Jean was not very sober now, but singing had become a natural thing. When he saw the microphone, he unconsciously took it. When he heard the accompaniment, he began to sing. Whatever Celestine said, he would sing. If he really did not know how to sing, he would just say it and let him skip. In fact, Celestine also wanted to help Jean. After all, he had heard some stupid deeds of the third Master Feng from this person. For the sake of black charcoal, he could help him a little. Young people, giving them a little hope could make them come out of despair. Now, he asked Jean to sing just to see this person's singing skills. Although he did not know much about singing, Celestine often came here and listened to many songs. He could also distinguish some good and bad. Jin's singing was not bad, but it was not enough. After some training, he would at most be able to make a living in the northern district. As for what he could achieve by then, it would depend on himself, or rather the ability of his small band. In the night building, being able to sing in which district depended entirely on one's own ability. In the bar, the resident singer had to learn how to drive the atmosphere. He also had to be smart enough to sing the right song for the right occasion. He also had to have a certain ability to socialize and adapt. Celestine already had a rough idea of these problems when he was talking to Ajin just now. Although Ajin was not good enough, he believed that he could cope with it after some practice. Besides, it was impossible to let them sing directly now. Even the people in the north district of the night building had been arranged. Celestine would not forcibly interfere. When the time came, he would first greet them and let Yihao's people help to arrange it. Just as Ajin sang enthusiastically and Celestine was thinking, Zhang Tan took another microphone from Celestine's hand and began to howl. Zhang Tan felt that he did not drink much, but with his current small body, this amount of alcohol was enough to make him drunk. It was still fine earlier, but now that the alcohol had kicked in, Zhang Tan walked in an S shape. After Zhang Tan heard Ajin sing, he suddenly had the idea of singing. After getting drunk, Zhang Tan staggered and seemed to see the shaking car with many cat cages. The scene changed, and he seemed to see himself hiding in the dusty attic to avoid the cat catchers. In order not to look like a stray cat, he jumped into the fish pond to take a cold bath, fought with a Persian cat for a pet tag, and was chased and beaten while waiting for the bus. The scene changed again, and Zhang Tan seemed to be lying on a bus again, listening to the driver frantically honking the horn, the sharp friction between the tires and the ground, and the drivers cursing with a local accent. When he turned on the lights, the vehicles on the road flowed like blood, and everything around him seemed to become fierce. Zhang Tan, on the other hand, was communicating with the world in sign language every day. Suddenly, he also wanted to sing loudly and without restraint. Therefore, when Zhang Tan saw the other microphone near Celestine, he went over and took it in his arms. 10 o'clock in the evening. Chuhua University's Dongjia district. Zhao family. The Zhao Pa and the Zhao Ma were not sleeping. After all, this was the first time that their cat had been taken out for a long time. Even though they knew that Celestine was watching over the cat, they were still worried. They could have called to explain. While they were thinking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Zhao Pa, who was close to the phone, quickly reached out and picked it up. However, the moment the call was connected, a series of iconic howls came from the other side of the phone. The Zhao couple, who were about to ask a series of questions, fell silent for a while. When the phone became quiet, the Zhao Pa asked, "What's going on over there?" "Black Charcoal is drunk. He's howling right now. I'm in the bathroom." "It's quieter here," Celestine said. "You're giving him alcohol?" the Zhao Ma said angrily. The Zhao Ma wanted to grab the phone and say something, but was comforted by the Zhao Pa. He asked about the specific situation over there. After a brief explanation, Celestine walked out of the bathroom and went to the sofa. He asked Ron Chi to turn off the sound system, then put the phone next to Zhang Tan, who was still howling. Hearing the howling on the other side of the phone, the Zhao Pa was sure that it was his cat, and it was very energetic and full of energy. However, compared to before, his cat's howling was scarier and more unscrupulous this time. It was out of control. "Black Charcoal?" The Zhao Ma grabbed the phone and called a few times. Zhang Tan was howling. It was a bit strange. Without the accompaniment, it became quieter. Then it heard the voice from the phone, and the howling became softer. "Black Charcoal isn't coming back?" It was little Pomelo. "Mom, where is Black Charcoal?" It was Zhao Yuan. The two kids were still awake. When they heard the phone ring, they immediately kicked the quilt away and tiptoed to their parents' room. They put their ears against the door to make sure it was about their cat, then knocked and came in. Their voices were also transmitted to Zhang Tan's ears through the phone. It wasn't loud, but Zhang Tan could still hear it. "Good boys, go to sleep. Black Charcoal is karaoke with someone," the Zhao Pa said to them. On the other side, Zhang Tan tilted his head and thought for a while with his muddled brain. Yes, he was no longer a vagrant. He could go home when he was tired. The small yard, the old building, and the crowded small attic, thinking of this, his mood suddenly became better. Celestine and Ron Chi watched the cat on the sofa stop howling, then suddenly howl again. It became more excited. The hysterical voice that crossed 2 octaves but was not in tune at all made Celestine and Ron Chi want to bang their heads against the wall. They were now very envious of Ajin, who was already drunk and asleep. That way, they wouldn't have to endure this kind of torture. Without the equipment on, without the accompaniment, and without the microphone working, this cat could still howl so loudly. For this reason, Celestine and Ronqi made a decision at the same time. They would never give this cat alcohol in the future. The evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. Celestine wanted to go out for a while, but he was afraid that Zhang Tan would do something unexpected. Since he had promised the Jiao family, he had to watch. Ronqi, on the other hand, wanted to take the microphone out of Zhang Tan's arms several times, thinking that without the microphone, the cat wouldn't howl. But before his hand could touch the microphone, his hand was scratched. Instead of scratching his hand, it was his sleeves that were damaged. The sleeves of the suit that he had bought less than 2 days ago were torn by the cat. He wanted to sneak out, but Celestine stopped him and said something about sharing weal and woe. Share weal and woe, my ass. Chapter 78. The people behind Yi Hao quickly moved in front of him, but were stopped by Yi Hao. The people who followed Yi Hao to this floor were all trustworthy people, and the people who followed Yi Hao were all his confidants. For example, the person in front of Yi Hao at this moment was Leopard with a crew cut. Leopard only knew that this place had always been Celestine's private area, and the person in charge today was Ronqi. These two people were not people who would make this kind of noise. As for the young man that Celestine had brought over, he had never seen him before, so he could not comment. However, this kind of noise was really too despairing. Leopard did not expect Zhang Tan. Although the gatekeeper had said that Celestine had brought a cat, he had never heard of a cat making this kind of noise, nor did he think that a cat could do such a shocking thing. Seeing Yi Hao raise his hand, Leopard also stepped aside, but his eyes were still focused on the inside, afraid that something strange would suddenly jump out. As the door gradually opened, the sound from the room echoed throughout the corridor on the 3rd floor. The people guarding the 2 ends of the corridor felt their hair stand on end. They glanced over, then quickly looked away. It was about their boss, so it was better for them not to be curious. Yi Hao and Leopard quickly entered the door, then closed it. The corridor on the 3rd floor suddenly became quiet again, as if the howling had never happened. The people on the 3rd floor were all wondering what had happened in the room. After Yi Hao entered the room, he saw the source of the noise at first glance. A black cat was lying on the sofa, sitting like a person, leaning against the sofa, holding a microphone in its arms. Fortunately, Ronqi had turned off all the sound equipment, or else the sound from the moment the door opened would have been even more terrifying, and he would have had to increase the amplification and background music. There was another person lying on the sofa, probably drunk too much and asleep. This should be the young man that Celestine had brought in. As for Celestine, he was wearing a large headset, sitting on a chair next to the sofa with a secretive look on his face. Ronqi, on the other hand, was sitting in the corner, with one elbow on his leg, his head tilted, and one hand on his forehead. The other hand was hanging by his side, holding his glasses. There were many scratches and holes on his sleeves, and a few were already torn. Leopard knew about Ronqi's newly bought suit, and heard that it cost a few thousand yuan, but tonight, the suit was scrapped. Ronqi pinched his eyebrows, and felt the door open. He looked up, and after seeing Yi Hao and Leopard, Ronqi looked as if he had seen his father. He immediately jumped up from the chair and ran to Yi Hao saying, "Brother Hao, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go check out the place." Ronqi was about to sneak out, but Yi Hao grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back into the room. Yi Hao still didn't understand the situation, but seeing Celestine and Ronqi's helpless look, he knew that the situation was tricky. Want to sneak out? Not so easy. Ronqi helplessly explained the situation, and Leopard asked curiously, "Did it really drink that much? I've never seen a cat drink before." "Now you've seen it." Ronqi pointed at Zhang Tan on the sofa. Yi Hao didn't say anything, and looked at Celestine. Celestine just shrugged, indicating that he couldn't do anything. Walking to the sofa, Yi Hao looked at the cat in front of him. When he heard his subordinate's report, he knew that Wei Lung must have brought this black cat over. Because of its capture, there were some changes in Chuhua City, both overt and covert. So many people were mobilized to find this black cat. In the past, no matter what Celestine said, Yi Hao thought that Celestine was exaggerating, but now that he saw the cat, Yi Hao suddenly felt that Celestine actually underestimated the cat's ability. It was probably the only cat that could drink and still be immersed in its own world and howl like this. Although Zhang Tan was very drunk, Ever since he became a vagrant, his vigilance had increased a lot. When the door opened, he felt a strange presence, so he was a little absent-minded when he howled. Now that a stranger walked in front of him, he had to pay attention. Stopping howling, Zhang Tan looked at the person in front of him. A man and a cat stared at each other. Yi Hao was looking at the cat in front of him, and Zhang Tan's mind wasn't very clear, and he was a little confused in his vigilance. The noise in the room finally quieted down, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The howling was too scary, and it made people's nerves unconsciously tense. Now that it was quiet, they felt much more relaxed. After looking at the person in front of him for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Tan's remaining consciousness confirmed that he didn't know the person in front of him. He threw the microphone in his hand at the person, turned around, and walked to the side. Yi Hao raised his hand to catch the microphone that was thrown at him, and he was surprised. This cat threw the microphone with a lot of strength, and it didn't seem like an ordinary cat could have. If someone had reacted slower, they would have been hit by the microphone. After venting out the surging passion, as well as all the depression and emotions that had been bottled up in her heart, Zhang Tan calmed down and felt dizzy. She wanted to sleep. That last bit of consciousness made Zhang Tan notice that Celestine was next to him, and he knew that Celestine had promised the Jiao Ma to keep him safe. Therefore, he knew that he could sleep now, and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Celestine would take care of everything. Another thing that made Zhang Tan unhappy was that when he was about to go to sleep, he found another person lying on the sofa. He didn't remember that Jean was here at all. He sniffed, and the smell was not unfamiliar, but also not familiar. He was sure that it wasn't someone from the Jiao family. Zhang Tan walked over, lifted his foot, and kicked Jean, who was sleeping on the sofa, off the sofa. He walked around the sofa, and when he felt that the sofa was spacious enough, he lay down in the middle of the sofa and adjusted his position to make himself more comfortable. The room was silent. Jean, who had been kicked off the sofa, was still asleep. Maybe it was because the floor was covered with carpet, so it didn't hurt. Even if it hurt, Jean was so drunk that it was unlikely that he would wake up. The 4 people in the room, including Celestine, were shocked by Zhang Tan's actions. Celestine knew that this cat was stronger than ordinary cats, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that it could directly kick Jean off the sofa. Even his master's cat wouldn't be able to do that, right? As for Yi Hao, Ron Qi and Leopard, all kinds of guesses and ideas began to emerge in their minds. God, cat demon? Monster? Mutant? Or a secret weapon of a special department? This cat. Yi Hao pointed at the black cat lying in the middle of the sofa and looked at Celestine. Celestine waved his hand. It's just a little special. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. What the F***CK? Was this just a little special? Ron Qi looked at Jean, who had been kicked to the floor, and then looked at his sleeves, regretting. If he had known that this cat was special, he wouldn't have blindly grabbed the microphone and ruined his suit. Yi Hao dragged a chair over, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs. After a moment of silence he said, "You mean we can ask this cat for help with that matter?" "That's an idea." Celestine nodded. From the moment he brought the cat to the night building and entered the private room, Celestine had seen the movements of the black cat and Ron Qi. He brought the cat over because he really did hope that the cat could be of help, and also because he hoped that the cat could be more familiar with Ron Qi and the others. These people were all people that Celestine trusted. Yi Hao was a buddy that he grew up with, and Leopard and Ron Qi were Yi Hao's confidants. They had been with Yi Hao for a long time. If the 2 parties could be familiar with each other, even if the cat was in trouble in the future, Celestine, He Tao, and the others wouldn't be in Chuhua City for the time being, or if they couldn't free themselves to help, they could ask these people to help. After all, in the city, the ones that caused trouble for cats were mostly people. If he could make Yi Hao owe him a favor, this cat could also have more protection. However, whether this cat will agree to cooperate or not, we'll have to wait until it wakes up. I've already called its family. We'll let it sleep here tonight and ask for its opinion tomorrow, Celestine said. If Celestine had said this before tonight, Ron Qi and Leopard wouldn't have believed that the cat could help solve that matter. But now they kept silent. At the same time, they were also curious about the cooperation that Celestine mentioned. Also, Celestine raised his head, his face more serious. About this cat, I hope that everyone can keep it a secret. Of course I understand. Yi Hao tilted his head. Leopard and Ron Qi behind him immediately said, "We know, Brother Ling." We definitely won't tell anyone. Okay. After Celestine agreed, he turned his attention to Ajin, who was lying on the floor and didn't know anything. He shook his head and said to Yi Hao, "This child and the cat are quite fated. They have a band, and they are all underage children. When the time comes, let them come here first to familiarize themselves with it and learn." Without being too specific, Yi Hao knew the general meaning of Celestine's words. "Okay, Ron Chi, you arrange it when the time comes." "Okay, Brother Hao," Ron Chi replied. After finishing the matter, Celestine changed the topic and talked about the third Master Feng's performance. "So, it may not be bad for you to have a relationship with this cat. Think about the recent actions of the Shaoguang group." "You should know that," Celestine said. The recent actions of the Shaoguang group were indeed very big. After the return of the third Master Feng, as many people expected, every time he returned, there would be big actions. Ron Chi took Ajin out of the room, and Leopard guarded outside the door. In the room, except for Celestine and Yi Hao, there was only the black cat lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. The next day, when Zhang Tan woke up, he shook his head. His mind was still a little numb, and the memory of last night was slowly coming back to him. Zhang Tan secretly scolded himself. Last night, he was like a psychopath, an idiot. It really ruined his image. Fortunately, the Jiao family didn't see it, or they would definitely think that his cat was crazy. After drinking, the protein in the body was seriously lost. Yi Hao asked people to prepare a very rich breakfast. Celestine and Ajin sat at the table. Ajin was going to go to the hospital first, but Ron Chi said that he had already sent someone to help transfer him to another hospital and take care of the rest of the things. He told Ajin to eat breakfast first and not to worry too much. Zhang Tan stood at the table and asked Celestine to put whatever he wanted to eat on the plate in front of him. Celestine felt that the cat was almost becoming a master now. He even had to be served for breakfast.